The Mammoth Book of Short Horror Novels, edited by Mike Ashley. Introductory material and this arrangement, copyright 1988 by Mike Ashley. All rights reserved. Narrated by James DeLotel.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
Annotation: 10 novellas, 5 by Americans and 5 by English writers, all dealing with some aspect of the supernatural. Includes stories about a haunted French chateau in Oliver Onion's The Rope in the Rafters, a country house ruled by an impure thing in Algernon Blackwood's The Damned, and a sinister toy in Stephen King's The Monkey. Some descriptions of sex, 1988. From the book jacket. 10 of the world's great short novels of terror and the supernatural in one giant value volume. About the editor. Mike Ashley is a leading authority on horror, fantasy, and science fiction. Since 1974, he has written and edited numerous books, including Weird Legacies, Souls in Metal, Mrs. Gaskell's Tales of Mystery and Horror, Jewels of Wonder, Best of British SF, 2 volumes, Fantasy Reader's Guide to Ramsey Campbell, Who's Who in Horror and Fantasy Fiction, and The Complete Index to Astounding Analog. He is currently writing a biography of Algernon Blackwood. He has also contributed widely to fantasy magazines and encyclopedias in Britain and America, including Dark Horizons, Locus, and Twilight Zone magazine. Table of Contents. Introduction. Side 1, Tone 2. Stephen King, The Monkey. Side 1, Tone 3. Arthur Conan Doyle, The Parasite. Side 2, Tone 1. Russell Kirk, There's a Long, Long Trail a-Winding. Side 3, Tone 1. Algernon Blackwood, The Damned. Side 4, Tone 1. David Case, Fengriffin. Side 6, Tone 1. A. C. Benson, The Uttermost Farthing. Side 9, Tone 1. Oliver Onions, The Rope in the Rafters. Side 11, Tone 1. T. E. D. Klein, Nadelman's God. Side 12, Tone 1. John Metcalf, The Feasting Dead. Side 14, Tone 1. Lucius Shepard, How the Wind Spoke at Madaket. Side 16, Tone 1. Introduction by Mike Ashley. When compiling this anthology, I had 3 thoughts in my mind. The first was to include some of the best horror fiction ever printed. The second was to resurrect at least some authors who had been neglected, and the third was to introduce some stories that have been unjustly forgotten. By luck, or perhaps by some demonic design, the 3 came together. The short horror novel is an art form in itself, but it is seldom reprinted. Novellas are usually too long for the normal anthologies, and too short for separate book publication. The short horror novel, by its very length, lends itself to the optimum development necessary to complete the story. In a short story, an author has little room in which to create believable characters and settings. Whilst this can be achieved to a degree, the short story essentially revolves around a single idea. The length of the novel, on the other hand, provides sufficient room for the author to develop characters and breathe life into them and their circumstances. But a novel cannot survive on a single idea. It needs a whole panoply of invention to sustain it. As a result, some novels tend to be falsely inflated, almost bloated, to achieve length rather than purpose. In the novella, on the other hand, there is room enough to develop a range of ideas and characters without letting them grow stale or overstay their welcome. They allow the reader to immerse him or herself in the story without the unwanted deflation of the sudden ending. In selecting the authors whom I felt best represented the horror novella, it turns out, by a fluke, that 5 are English and all dead, and 5 are American and all living. One of the Americans spends most of his time living in England, and one of the Brits spent most of his time living in America. They are all masters of sophisticated horror, and several have not been given the attention they deserve. I won't go into who they are here, because the contents page tells you that, and I have provided some biographical information before each story. In the realms of supernatural fiction, I have a special fondness for the ghost story, and a good ghost story is not easy to write. There is little difficulty in writing a scene where someone is hacked to pieces by an axe, or eaten alive by maggots, because the very thought brings about revulsion and horror in the reader. But it is extremely difficult to create a subtle atmosphere of unease, and bring into it elements of the supernatural which make you grip the book more tightly, as your knuckles whiten and your eyes glance furtively above the page to that half-opened door and the shadows beyond. And only a master can bring a satisfactory conclusion that leaves you thrilled, perhaps a little shaken, but in no way repulsed. All of these 10 writers can do it, and have done it time and again. I hope you enjoy the sensations they create. Mike Ashley, Walderslade, March 1988. Arthur Conan Doyle, The Parasite. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, 1859 to 1930, scarcely needs any introduction. As the creator of Sherlock Holmes, Doyle is assured immortality. And yet, as Doyle himself feared, the success of the Holmes stories overshadowed his other fiction. Doyle always had a penchant for ghost and horror stories. His first story, submitted for publication, The Haunted Grange of Goresthorpe, was a spoof ghost story, whilst his first successful sale, The Mystery of Sasassa Valley, 1879, was a suspense thriller with supernatural suggestions. Many of Doyle's early stories fall into the category of the weird and the supernatural, and they have a conviction and originality which, curiously, is lacking in his later works, when he fell under the spell of spiritualism. One of his early and lesser-known short novels is The Parasite, originally serialized in the prestigious Harper's Weekly during November 1884. March 24. The spring is fairly with us now. Outside my laboratory window, the great chestnut tree is all covered with the big, glutinous, gummy buds, some of which have already begun to break into little green shuttlecocks. As you walk down the lanes, you are conscious of the rich, silent forces of nature working all around you. The wet earth smells fruitful and luscious. Green shoots are peeping out everywhere. The twigs are stiff with their sap, and the moist, heavy English air is laden with a faintly resinous perfume. Buds in the hedges, lambs beneath them, everywhere the work of reproduction going forward. I can see it without, and I can feel it within. We also have our spring, when the little arterioles dilate, the lymph flows in a brisker stream, the glands work harder, winnowing and straining. Every year nature readjusts the whole machine. I can feel the ferment in my blood at this very moment, and as the cool sunshine pours through my window, I could dance about in it like a gnat. So I should, only that Charles Sadler would rush upstairs to know what was the matter. Besides, I must remember that I am Professor Gilroy. An old professor may afford to be natural, but when fortune has given one of the first chairs in the university to a man of 34, he must try and act the part consistently. What a fellow Wilson is! If I could only throw the same enthusiasm into physiology that he does into psychology, I should become a Claude Bernard at the least. His whole life and soul and energy work to one end. He drops to sleep collating his results of the past day, and he wakes to plan his researches for the coming one. And yet, outside the narrow circle who follow his proceedings, he gets so little credit for it. Physiology is a recognized science. If I add even a brick to the edifice, everyone sees and applauds it. But Wilson is trying to dig the foundations for a science of the future. His work is underground and does not show, yet he goes on uncomplainingly, corresponding with 100 semi-maniacs in the hope of finding one reliable witness, sifting 100 on the chance of gaining one little speck of truth, collating old books, devouring new ones, experimenting, lecturing, trying to light up in others the fiery interest which is consuming him. I am filled with wonder and admiration when I think of him, and yet, when he asks me to associate myself with his researches, I am compelled to tell him that, in their present state, they offer little attraction to a man who is devoted to exact science. If he could show me something positive and objective, I might then be tempted to approach the question from its physiological side. So long as half his subjects are tainted with charlatanerie and the other half with hysteria, we physiologists must content ourselves with the body and leave the mind to our descendants. No doubt I am a materialist. Agatha says that I am a rank one. I tell her that is an excellent reason for shortening our engagement, since I am in such urgent need of her spirituality. And yet I may claim to be a curious example of the effect of education upon temperament, for by nature I am, unless I deceive myself, a highly psychic man. I was a nervous, sensitive boy, a dreamer, a somnambulist, full of impressions and intuitions. My black hair, my dark eyes, my thin olive face, my tapering fingers, are all characteristic of my real temperament, and cause experts like Wilson to claim me as their own. But my brain is soaked with exact knowledge. I have trained myself to deal only with fact and with proof. Surmise and fancy have no place in my scheme of thought. Show me what I can see with my microscope, cut with my scalpel, weigh in my balance, and I will devote a lifetime to its investigation. But when you ask me to study feelings, impressions, suggestions, you ask me to do what is distasteful and even demoralizing. A departure from pure reason affects me like an evil smell or a musical discord, which is a very sufficient reason why I am a little loath to go to Professor Wilson's tonight. Still, I feel that I could hardly get out of the invitation without positive rudeness, and now that Mrs. Marden and Agatha are going, of course I would not if I could. But I had rather meet them anywhere else. I know that Wilson would draw me into this nebulous semi-science of his if he could. In his enthusiasm he is perfectly impervious to hints or remonstrances. Nothing short of a positive quarrel will make him realize my aversion to the whole business. I have no doubt that he has some new mesmerist or clairvoyant or medium or trickster of some sort, whom he is going to exhibit to us, for even his entertainments bear upon his hobby. Well, it will be a treat for Agatha at any rate. She is interested in it, as woman usually is in whatever is vague and mystical and indefinite. 10:50 p.m. This diary-keeping of mine is, I fancy, the outcome of that scientific habit of mind about which I wrote this morning. I like to register impressions while they are fresh. Once a day at least, I endeavour to define my own mental position. It is a useful piece of self-analysis, and has, I fancy, a steadying effect upon the character. Frankly, I must confess that my own needs what stiffening I can give it. I fear that, after all, much of my neurotic temperament survives, and that I am far from that cool, calm precision which characterizes Murdoch or Pratt Haldane. Otherwise, why should the tomfoolery which I have witnessed this evening have set my nerves thrilling so that even now I am all unstrung? My only comfort is that neither Wilson nor Miss Penclosa, nor even Agatha, could have possibly known my weakness. And what in the world was there to excite me? Nothing, or so little that it will seem ludicrous when I set it down. The Mardens got to Wilson's before me. In fact, I was one of the last to arrive, and found the room crowded. I had hardly time to say a word to Mrs. Marden and to Agatha, who was looking charming in white and pink, with glittering wheat ears in her hair, when Wilson came twitching at my sleeve. "You want something positive, Gilroy," said he, drawing me apart into a corner. "My dear fellow, I have a phenomenon, a phenomenon." I should have been more impressed had I not heard the same before. His sanguine spirit turns every firefly into a star. "No possible question about the bona fides this time," said he, in answer perhaps to some little gleam of amusement in my eyes. "My wife has known her for many years. They both come from Trinidad, you know. Miss Penclosa has only been in England a month or two, and knows no one outside the university circle, But I assure you that the things she has told us suffice in themselves to establish clairvoyance upon an absolutely scientific basis. There is nothing like her, amateur or professional. Come and be introduced." I like none of these mystery-mongers, but the amateur least of all. With the paid performer, you may pounce upon him and expose him the instant that you have seen through his trick. He is there to deceive you, and you are there to find him out. But what are you to do with the friend of your host's wife? Are you to turn on a light suddenly and expose her slapping a surreptitious banjo? Or are you to hurl cochineal over her evening frock when she steals round with her phosphorus bottle and her supernatural platitude? There would be a scene, and you would be looked upon as a brute. So you have your choice of being that or a dupe. I was in no very good humour as I followed Wilson to the lady. Anyone less like my idea of a West Indian could not be imagined. She was a small, frail creature, well over 40, I should say, with a pale, peaky face and hair of a very light shade of chestnut. Her presence was insignificant and her manner retiring. In any group of 10 women, she would have been the last whom one would have picked out. Her eyes were perhaps her most remarkable, and also, I am compelled to say, her least pleasant feature. They were grey in colour, grey with a shade of green, and their expression struck me as being decidedly furtive. I wonder if furtive is the word, or should I have said fierce? On second thoughts, feline would have expressed it better. A crutch leaning against the wall told me what was painfully evident when she rose, that one of her legs was crippled. So I was introduced to Miss Penclosa, and it did not escape me that as my name was mentioned she glanced across at Agatha. Wilson had evidently been talking, and presently, no doubt, thought I, she would inform me by occult means that I am engaged to a young lady with wheat ears in her hair. I wondered how much more Wilson had been telling her about me. "Professor Gilroy is a terrible skeptic," said he. "I hope, Miss Penclosa, that you will be able to convert him." She looked keenly up at me. "Professor Gilroy is quite right to be skeptical, if he has not seen anything convincing," said she. "I should have thought," she added, "that you would yourself have been an excellent subject." "For what, may I ask?" said I. "Well, for mesmerism, for example. My experience has been that mesmerists go for their subjects to those who are mentally unsound. All their results are vitiated, as it seems to me, by the fact that they are dealing with abnormal organisms." "Which of these ladies would you say possessed a normal organism?" she asked. "I should like you to select the one who seems to you to have the best balanced mind. Should we say the girl in pink and white? Miss Agatha Marden, I think the name is." "Yes, I should attach weight to any results from her." "I have never tried how far she is impressionable. Of course, some people respond much more rapidly than others. May I ask how far your skepticism extends? I suppose that you admit the mesmeric sleep and the power of suggestion?" "I admit nothing, Miss Penclosa." "Dear me, I thought science had got further than that. Of course, I know nothing about the scientific side of it. I only know what I can do. You see the girl in red, for example, over near the Japanese jaw. I shall will that she come across to us." She bent forward as she spoke and dropped her fan upon the floor. The girl whisked round and came straight toward us, with an inquiring look upon her face, as if someone had called her. "What do you think of that, Gilroy?" cried Wilson in a kind of ecstasy. I did not dare to tell him what I thought of it. To me it was the most barefaced, shameless piece of imposture that I had ever witnessed. The collusion and the signal had really been too obvious. "Professor Gilroy is not satisfied," said she, glancing up at me with her strange little eyes. "My poor fan is to get the credit of that experiment. Well, we must try something else. Miss Marden, would you have any objection to my putting you off?" "Oh, I should love it!" cried Agatha. By this time all the company had gathered round us in a circle, the shirt-fronted men and the white-throated women, some awed, some critical, as though it were something between a religious ceremony and a conjurer's entertainment. A red velvet armchair had been pushed into the centre, and Agatha lay back in it, a little flushed and trembling slightly from excitement. I could see it from the vibration of the wheat ears. Miss Penclosa rose from her seat and stood over her, leaning upon her crutch. And there was a change in the woman. She no longer seemed small or insignificant. 20 years were gone from her age. Her eyes were shining. A tinge of colour had come into her sallow cheeks. Her whole figure had expanded. So I have seen a dull-eyed, listless lad change in an instant into briskness and life when given a task of which he felt himself master. She looked down at Agatha with an expression which I resented from the bottom of my soul, the expression with which a Roman empress might have looked at her kneeling slave. Then, with a quick, commanding gesture, she tossed up her arms and swept them slowly down in front of her. I was watching Agatha narrowly. During 3 passes she seemed to be simply amused. At the 4th I observed a slight glazing of her eyes, accompanied by some dilation of her pupils. At the 6th there was a momentary rigour. At the 7th her lids began to droop. At the 10th her eyes were closed, and her breathing was slower and fuller than usual. I tried as I watched to preserve my scientific calm, but a foolish, causeless agitation convulsed me. I trust that I hid it, but I felt as a child feels in the dark. I could not have believed that I was still open to such weakness. "She is in the trance," said Miss Penclosa. "She is sleeping," I cried. "Wake her, then." I pulled her by the arm and shouted in her ear. She might have been dead for all the impression that I could make. Her body was there on the velvet chair. Her organs were acting, her heart, her lungs. But her soul, it had slipped from beyond our ken. Whither had it gone? What power had dispossessed it? I was puzzled and disconcerted. "So much for the mesmeric sleep," said Miss Penclosa. "As regards suggestion, whatever I may suggest, Miss Marden will infallibly do, whether it be now or after she has awakened from her trance. Do you demand proof of it?" "Certainly," said I. "You shall have it." I saw a smile pass over her face, as though an amusing thought had struck her. She stooped and whispered earnestly into her subject's ear. Agatha, who had been so deaf to me, nodded her head as she listened. "Awake!" cried Miss Penclosa, with a sharp tap of her crutch upon the floor. The eyes opened, the glazing cleared slowly away, and the soul looked out once more after its strange eclipse. We went away early. Agatha was none the worse for her strange excursion, but I was nervous and unstrung, unable to listen to or answer the stream of comments which Wilson was pouring out for my benefit. As I bade her good night, Miss Penclosa slipped a piece of paper into my hand. "Pray forgive me," said she, "if I take means to overcome your scepticism. Open this note at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. It is a little private test." I can't imagine what she means, but there is the note, and it shall be opened as she directs. My head is aching, and I have written enough for tonight. Tomorrow I dare say that what seems so inexplicable will take quite another complexion. I shall not surrender my convictions without a struggle. March 25th. I am amazed, confounded. It is clear that I must reconsider my opinion upon this matter. But first let me place on record what has occurred. I had finished breakfast, and was looking over some diagrams with which my lecture is to be illustrated, when my housekeeper entered to tell me that Agatha was in my study and wished to see me immediately. I glanced at the clock and saw with surprise that it was only 9:30. When I entered the room, she was standing on the hearth-rug facing me. Something in her pose chilled me and checked the words which were rising to my lips. Her veil was half down, but I could see that she was pale and that her expression was constrained. "Austen," she said, "I have come to tell you that our engagement is at an end." I staggered. I believe that I literally did stagger. I know that I found myself leaning against the bookcase for support. But, I stammered, this is very sudden, Agatha. Yes, Austen, I have come here to tell you that our engagement is at an end. But surely, I cried, you will give me some reason. This is unlike you, Agatha. Tell me how I have been unfortunate enough to offend you. It is all over, Austen. But why? You must be under some delusion, Agatha. Perhaps you have been told some falsehood about me, or you may have misunderstood something that I have said to you. Only let me know what it is, and a word may set it all right. We must consider it all at an end. But you left me last night without a hint at any disagreement. What could have occurred in the interval to change you so? It must have been something that happened last night. You have been thinking it over, and you have disapproved of my conduct. Was it the mesmerism? Did you blame me for letting that woman exercise her power over you? You know that at the least sign I should have interfered. It is useless, Austen. All is over. Her voice was cold and measured, her manner strangely formal and hard. It seemed to me that she was absolutely resolved not to be drawn into any argument or explanation. As for me, I was shaking with agitation, and I turned my face aside, so ashamed was I that she should see my want of control. "You must know what this means to me," I cried. "It is the blasting of all my hopes, and the ruin of my life. You surely will not inflict such a punishment upon me unheard. You will let me know what is the matter. Consider how impossible it would be for me, under any circumstances, to treat you so. For God's sake, Agatha, let me know what I have done." She walked past me without a word and opened the door. "It is quite useless, Austen," said she. "You must consider our engagement at an end." An instant later she was gone, and before I could recover myself sufficiently to follow her, I heard the hall door close behind her. I rushed into my room to change my coat, with the idea of hurrying round to Mrs. Marden's, to learn from her what the cause of my misfortune might be. So shaken was I that I could hardly lace my boots. Never shall I forget those horrible 10 minutes. I had just pulled on my overcoat when the clock upon the mantelpiece struck 10. 10. I associated the idea with Miss Penclosa's note. It was lying before me on the table, and I tore it open. It was scribbled in pencil in a peculiarly angular handwriting. "My dear Professor Gilroy," it said, "pray excuse the personal nature of the test which I am giving you. Professor Wilson happened to mention the relations between you and my subject of this evening, and it struck me that nothing could be more convincing to you than if I were to suggest to Miss Marden that she should call upon you at 9:30 tomorrow morning and suspend your engagement for half an hour or so. Science is so exacting that it is difficult to give a satisfying test, but I am convinced that this at least will be an action which she would be most unlikely to do of her own free will. Forget anything that she may have said, as she has really nothing whatever to do with it, and will certainly not recollect anything about it. I write this note to shorten your anxiety, and to beg you to forgive me for the momentary unhappiness which my suggestion must have caused you. Yours faithfully, Helen Penclosa. Really, when I had read the note, I was too relieved to be angry. It was a liberty. Certainly it was a very great liberty indeed on the part of a lady whom I had only met once. But, after all, I had challenged her by my scepticism. It may have been, as she said, a little difficult to devise a test which would satisfy me. And she had done that. There could be no question at all upon the point. For me, hypnotic suggestion was finally established. It took its place from now onward as one of the facts of life. That Agatha, who of all women of my acquaintance has the best balanced mind, had been reduced to a condition of automatism, appeared to be certain. A person at a distance had worked her as an engineer on the shore might guide a Brennan torpedo. A second soul had stepped in, as it were, had pushed her own aside, and had seized her nervous mechanism, saying, I will work this for half an hour. And Agatha must have been unconscious as she came and as she returned. Could she make her way in safety through the streets in such a state? I put on my hat and hurried round to see if all was well with her. Yes, she was at home. I was shown into the drawing-room and found her sitting with a book upon her lap. "You are an early visitor, Austen," said she, smiling. "And you have been an even earlier one," I answered. She looked puzzled. "What do you mean?" she asked. "You have not been out today?" "No, certainly not." "Agatha," said I, seriously, "would you mind telling me exactly what you have done this morning?" She laughed at my earnestness. "You've got on your professional look, Austen. See what comes of being engaged to a man of science. However, I will tell you, though I can't imagine what you want to know for. I got up at 8. I breakfasted at past. I came into this room at 10 minutes past 9, and began to read the memoirs of Madame de Rémusat. In a few minutes I did the French lady the bad compliment of dropping to sleep over her pages, and I did you, sir, the very flattering one of dreaming about you. It is only a few minutes since I woke up." "And found yourself where you had been before?" "Why, where else should I find myself?" "Would you mind telling me, Agatha, what it was that you dreamed about me? It really is not mere curiosity on my part." "I merely had a vague impression that you came into it. I cannot recall anything definite." "If you have not been out today, Agatha, how is it that your shoes are dusty?" A pained look came over her face. "Really, Austen, I do not know what is the matter with you this morning. One would almost think that you doubted my word. If my boots are dusty, it must be, of course, that I have put on a pair which the maid had not cleaned." It was perfectly evident that she knew nothing whatever about the matter, and I reflected that, after all, perhaps it was better that I should not enlighten her. It might frighten her, and could serve no good purpose that I could see. I said no more about it, therefore, and left shortly afterward to give my lecture. But I am immensely impressed. My horizon of scientific possibilities has suddenly been enormously extended. I no longer wonder at Wilson's demonic energy and enthusiasm. Who would not work hard, who had a vast virgin field ready to his hand? Why, I have known the novel shape of a nucleolus, or a trifling peculiarity of striped muscular fibre seen under a 300-diameter lens, fill me with exultation. How petty do such researches seem when compared with this one, which strikes at the very roots of life and the nature of the soul. I had always looked upon spirit as a product of matter. The brain, I thought, secreted the mind, as the liver does the bile. But how can this be, when I see mind working from a distance, and playing upon matter as a musician might upon a violin? The body does not give rise to the soul, then, but is rather the rough instrument by which the spirit manifests itself. The windmill does not give rise to the wind, but only indicates it. It was opposed to my whole habit of thought, and yet it was undeniably possible and worthy of investigation. And why should I not investigate it? I see that under yesterday's date I said, if I could see something positive and objective, I might be tempted to approach it from the physiological aspect. Well, I have got my test. I shall be as good as my word. The investigation would, I am sure, be of immense interest. Some of my colleagues might look askance at it, for science is full of unreasoning prejudices. But if Wilson has the courage of his convictions, I can afford to have it also. I shall go to him tomorrow morning, to him and to Miss Penclosa. If she can show us so much, it is probable that she can show us more. 2. March 26. Wilson was, as I had anticipated, very exultant over my conversion, and Miss Penclosa was also demurely pleased at the result of her experiment. Strange what a silent, colourless creature she is, save only when she exercises her power. Even talking about it gives her colour and life. She seems to take a singular interest in me. I cannot help observing how her eyes follow me about the room. We had the most interesting conversation about her own powers. It is just as well to put her views on record, though they cannot, of course, claim any scientific weight. "You are on the very fringe of the subject," said she, when I had expressed wonder at the remarkable instance of suggestion which she had shown me. "I had no direct influence upon Miss Marden when she came round to you. I was not even thinking of her that morning. What I did was to set her mind as I might set the alarm of a clock, so that at the hour named it would go off of its own accord. If 6 months instead of 12 hours had been suggested, it would have been the same. And if the suggestion had been to assassinate me, she would most inevitably have done so." "But this is a terrible power," I cried. "It is, as you say, a terrible power," she answered gravely, "and the more you know of it, the more terrible will it seem to you." "May I ask," said I, "what you meant when you said that this matter of suggestion is only at the fringe of it? What do you consider the essential?" "I had rather not tell you." I was surprised at the decision of her answer. "You understand," said I, "that it is not out of curiosity I ask, but in the hope that I may find some scientific explanation for the facts with which you furnish me." "Frankly, Professor Gilroy," said she, "I am not at all interested in science, nor do I care whether it can or cannot classify these powers." "But I was hoping—" "Ah, that is quite another thing. If you make it a personal matter," said she, with the pleasantest of smiles, "I shall be only too happy to tell you anything you wish to know. Let me see. What was it you asked me? Oh, about the further powers. Professor Wilson won't believe in them, but they are quite true all the same. For example, it is possible for an operator to gain complete command over his subject, presuming that the latter is a good one. Without any previous suggestion, he may make him do whatever he likes." "Without the subject's knowledge?" "That depends. If the force were strongly exerted, he would know no more about it than Miss Marden did when she came round and frightened you so. Or, if the influence was less powerful, he might be conscious of what he was doing, but be quite unable to prevent himself from doing it." "Would he have lost his own willpower, then?" "It would be overridden by another, stronger one." "Have you ever exercised this power yourself?" "Several times." "Is your own will so strong, then?" "Well, it does not entirely depend upon that. Many have strong wills which are not detachable from themselves. The thing is to have the gift of projecting it into another person, and superseding his own. I find that the power varies with my own strength and health." "Practically, you send your soul into another person's body?" "Well, you might put it that way." "And what does your own body do?" "It merely feels lethargic." "Well, but is there no danger to your own health?" I asked. "There might be, a little. You have to be careful never to let your own consciousness absolutely go. Otherwise you might experience some difficulty in finding your way back again. You must always preserve the connection, as it were. I am afraid I expressed myself very badly, Professor Gilroy, but of course I don't know how to put these things in a scientific way. I am just giving you my own experiences and my own explanations." "Well, I read this over now at my leisure, and I marvel at myself. Is this Austin Gilroy, the man who has won his way to the front by his hard reasoning power and by his devotion to fact? Here I am gravely retailing the gossip of a woman who tells me how her soul may be projected from her body, and how, while she lies in a lethargy, she can control the actions of people at a distance. Do I accept it? Certainly not. She must prove and reprove before I yield a point. But if I am still a skeptic, I have at least ceased to be a scoffer. We are to have a sitting this evening, and she is to try if she can produce any mesmeric effect upon me. If she can, it will make an excellent starting point for our investigation. No one can accuse me, at any rate, of complicity. If she cannot, we must try and find some subject who will be like Caesar's wife. Wilson is perfectly impervious. 10 p.m. I believe that I am on the threshold of an epoch-making investigation. To have the power of examining these phenomena from inside, to have an organism which will respond, and at the same time a brain which will appreciate and criticize, that is surely a unique advantage. I am quite sure that Wilson would give 5 years of his life to be as susceptible as I have proved myself to be. There was no one present except Wilson and his wife. I was seated with my head leaning back, and Miss Penclosa, standing in front and a little to the left, used the same long sweeping strokes as with Agatha. At each of them a warm current of air seemed to strike me, and to suffuse a thrill and glow all through me from head to foot. My eyes were fixed upon Miss Penclosa's face, but as I gazed the features seemed to blur and to fade away. I was conscious only of her own eyes looking down at me, grey, deep, inscrutable. Larger they grew and larger, until they changed suddenly into 2 mountain lakes toward which I seemed to be falling with horrible rapidity. I shuddered, and as I did so, some deeper stratum of thought told me that the shudder represented the rigor which I had observed in Agatha. An instant later I struck the surface of the lakes, now joined into one, and down I went beneath the water with a fullness in my head and a buzzing in my ears. Down I went, down, down, and then with a swoop up again until I could see the light streaming brightly through the green water. I was almost at the surface when the word "Awake!" rang through my head, and with a start I found myself back in the armchair, with Miss Penclosa leaning on her crutch, and Wilson, his notebook in his hand, peeping over her shoulder. No heaviness or weariness was left behind. On the contrary, though it is only an hour or so since the experiment, I feel so wakeful that I am more inclined for my study than my bedroom. I see quite a vista of interesting experiments extending before us, and am all impatience to begin upon them. March 27. A blank day, as Miss Penclosa goes with Wilson and his wife to the Suttons. Have begun Binet and Ferret's Animal Magnetism. What strange deep waters these are! Results, 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 and the cause an absolute mystery. It is stimulating to the imagination, but I must be on my guard against that. Let us have no inferences nor deductions, and nothing but solid facts. I know that the mesmeric trance is true. I know that mesmeric suggestion is true. I know that I am myself sensitive to this force. That is my present position. I have a large new notebook which shall be devoted entirely to scientific detail. Long talk with Agatha and Mrs. Marden in the evening about our marriage. We think that the summer vacation, the beginning of it, would be the best time for the wedding. Why should we delay? I grudge even those few months. Still, as Mrs. Marden says, there are a good many things to be arranged. March 28. Mesmerized again by Miss Penclosa. Experience much the same as before, save that insensibility came on more quickly. See Notebook A for temperature of room, barometric pressure, pulse, and respiration, as taken by Professor Wilson. March 29. Mesmerized again. Details in Notebook A. March 30. Sunday, and a blank day. I grudge any interruption of our experiments. At present they merely embrace the physical signs which go with slight, with complete, and with extreme insensibility. Afterward we hope to pass on to the phenomena of suggestion and of lucidity. Professors have demonstrated these things upon women at Nancy and at the Salpêtrière. It will be more convincing when a woman demonstrates it upon a professor, with a second professor as a witness, and that I should be the subject. I, the skeptic, the materialist. At least I have shown that my devotion to science is greater than to my own personal consistency. The eating of our own words is the greatest sacrifice which truth ever requires of us. My neighbor, Charles Sadler, the handsome young demonstrator of anatomy, came in this evening to return a volume of Virchow's Archives, which I had lent him. I call him young, but as a matter of fact he is a year older than I am. "I understand, Gilroy," said he, "that you are being experimented upon by Miss Penclosa." "Well," he went on, when I had acknowledged it, "if I were you, I should not let it go any further. You will think me very impertinent, no doubt, but none the less, I feel it to be my duty to advise you to have no more to do with her." Of course, I asked him why. "I am so placed that I cannot enter into particulars as freely as I could wish," said he. "Miss Penclosa is the friend of my friend, and my position is a delicate one. I can only say this, that I have myself been the subject of some of the woman's experiments, and that they have left a most unpleasant impression upon my mind." He could hardly expect me to be satisfied with that, and I tried hard to get something more definite out of him, but without success. Is it conceivable that he could be jealous at my having superseded him? Or is he one of those men of science who feel personally injured when facts run counter to their preconceived opinions? He cannot seriously suppose that because he has some vague grievance, I am therefore to abandon a series of experiments which promise to be so fruitful of results. He appeared to be annoyed at the light way in which I treated his shadowy warnings, and we parted with some little coldness on both sides. March 31. Mesmerized by Miss P. April 1. Mesmerized by Miss P. Notebook A. April 2. Mesmerized by Miss P. Sigmographic chart taken by Professor Wilson. April 3. It is possible that this course of mesmerism may be a little trying to the general constitution. Agatha says that I am thinner and darker under the eyes. I am conscious of a nervous irritability which I had not observed in myself before. The least noise, for example, makes me start, and the stupidity of a student causes me exasperation instead of amusement. Agatha wishes me to stop, but I tell her that every course of study is trying, and that one can never attain a result without paying some price for it. When she sees the sensation which my forthcoming paper on the relation between mind and matter may make, she will understand that it is worth a little nervous wear and tear. I should not be surprised if I got my FRS over it. Mesmerized again in the evening. The effect is produced more rapidly now, and the subjective visions are less marked. I keep full notes of each sitting. Wilson is leaving for town for a week or 10 days, but we shall not interrupt the experiments, which depend for their value as much upon my sensations as on his observations. April 4. I must be carefully on my guard. A complication has crept into our experiments which I had not reckoned upon. In my eagerness for scientific facts, I have been foolishly blind to the human relations between Miss Penclosa and myself. I can write here what I would not breathe to a living soul. The unhappy woman appears to have formed an attachment for me. I should not say such a thing, even in the privacy of my own intimate journal, if it had not come to such a pass that it is impossible to ignore it. For some time, that is, for the last week, there have been signs which I have brushed aside and refused to think of. Her brightness when I come, her dejection when I go, her eagerness that I should come often, the expression of her eyes, the tone of her voice. I tried to think that they meant nothing, and were perhaps only her ardent West Indian manner. But last night, as I awoke from the mesmeric sleep, I put out my hand unconsciously, involuntarily, and clasped hers. When I came fully to myself, we were sitting with them locked, she looking up at me with an expectant smile. And the horrible thing was that I felt impelled to say what she expected me to say. What a false wretch I should have been! How I should have loathed myself today had I yielded to the temptation of that moment! But, thank God, I was strong enough to spring up and hurry from the room. I was rude, I fear, but I could not. No, I could not trust myself another moment. I, a gentleman, a man of honor, engaged to one of the sweetest girls in England, and yet in a moment of reasonless passion I nearly professed love for this woman whom I hardly know. She is far older than myself, and a cripple. It is monstrous, odious, and yet the impulse was so strong that, had I stayed another minute in her presence, I should have committed myself. What was it? I have to teach others the workings of our organism, and what do I know of it myself? Was it the sudden upcropping of some lower stratum in my nature? A brutal, primitive instinct suddenly asserting itself? I could almost believe the tales of obsession by evil spirits, so overmastering was the feeling. Well, the incident places me in a most unfortunate position. On the one hand, I am very loath to abandon a series of experiments which have already gone so far, and which promise such brilliant results. On the other, if this unhappy woman has conceived a passion for me, but surely even now I must have made some hideous mistake. She, with her age and her deformity, it is impossible. And then she knew about Agatha. She understood how I was placed. She only smiled out of amusement, perhaps, when in my dazed state I seized her hand. It was my half-mesmerized brain which gave it a meaning, and sprang with such bestial swiftness to meet it. I wish I could persuade myself that it was indeed so. On the whole, perhaps, my wisest plan would be to postpone our other experiments until Wilson's return. I have written a note to Miss Penclosa, therefore, making no allusion to last night, but saying that a press of work would cause me to interrupt our sittings for a few days. She has answered, formally enough, to say that if I should change my mind, I should find her at home at the usual hour. 10 p.m. Well, well, what a thing of straw I am. I am coming to know myself better of late, and the more I know, the lower I fall in my own estimation. Surely I was not always so weak as this. At 4 o'clock I should have smiled had anyone told me that I should go to Miss Penclosa's tonight, and yet at 8 I was at Wilson's door as usual. I don't know how it occurred. The influence of habit, I suppose. Perhaps there is a mesmeric craze, as there is an opium craze, and I am a victim to it. I only know that as I worked in my study, I became more and more uneasy. I fidgeted. I worried. I could not concentrate my mind upon the papers in front of me. And then, at last, almost before I knew what I was doing, I seized my hat and hurried round to keep my usual appointment. We had an interesting evening. Mrs. Wilson was present during most of the time, which prevented the embarrassment which one at least of us must have felt. Miss Penclosa's manner was quite the same as usual, and she expressed no surprise at my having come in spite of my note. There was nothing in her bearing to show that yesterday's incident had made any impression upon her, and so I am inclined to hope that I overrated it. April 6, evening. No, I did not overrate it. I can no longer attempt to conceal from myself that this woman has conceived a passion for me. It is monstrous, but it is true. Again, tonight, I awoke from the mesmeric trance to find my hand in hers, and to suffer that odious feeling which urges me to throw away my honor, my career, everything, for the sake of this creature who, as I can plainly see when I am away from her influence, possesses no single charm upon earth. But when I am near her, I do not feel this. She rouses something in me, something evil, something I had rather not think of. She paralyzes my better nature, too, at the moment when she stimulates my worse. Decidedly, it is not good for me to be near her. Last night was worse than before. Instead of flying, I actually sat for some time with my hand in hers, talking over the most intimate subjects with her. We spoke of Agatha, among other things. What could I have been dreaming of? Miss Penclosa said that she was conventional, and I agreed with her. She spoke once or twice in a disparaging way of her, and I did not protest. What a creature I have been! Weak as I have proved myself to be, I am still strong enough to bring this sort of thing to an end. It shall not happen again. I have sense enough to fly when I cannot fight. From this Sunday night onward I shall never sit with Miss Penclosa again. Never. Let the experiments go. Let the research come to an end. Anything is better than facing this monstrous temptation which drags me so low. I have said nothing to Miss Penclosa, but I shall simply stay away. She can tell the reason without any words of mine. April 7. Have stayed away, as I said. It is a pity to ruin such an interesting investigation, but it would be a greater pity still to ruin my life, and I know that I cannot trust myself with that woman. 11 p.m. God help me. What is the matter with me? Am I going mad? Let me try and be calm and reason with myself. First of all, I shall set down exactly what occurred. It was nearly 8 when I wrote the lines with which this day begins. Feeling strangely restless and uneasy, I left my rooms and walked round to spend the evening with Agatha and her mother. They both remarked that I was pale and haggard. About 9, Professor Pratt Haldane came in, and we played a game of whist. I tried hard to concentrate my attention upon the cards, but the feeling of restlessness grew and grew until I found it impossible to struggle against it. I simply could not sit still at the table. At last, in the very middle of a hand, I threw my cards down, and with some sort of an incoherent apology about having an appointment, I rushed from the room. As if in a dream, I have a vague recollection of tearing through the hall, snatching my hat from the stand, and slamming the door behind me. As in a dream, too, I have the impression of the double line of gas lamps, and my bespattered boots tell me that I must have run down the middle of the road. It was all misty and strange and unnatural. I came to Wilson's house. I saw Mrs. Wilson, and I saw Miss Penclosa. I hardly recall what we talked about, but I do remember that Miss P. shook the head of her crutch at me in a playful way, and accused me of being late and of losing interest in our experiments. There was no mesmerism, but I stayed some time and have only just returned. My brain is quite clear again now, and I can think over what has occurred. It is absurd to suppose that it is merely weakness and force of habit. I tried to explain it in that way the other night, but it will no longer suffice. It is something much deeper and more terrible than that. Why, when I was at the Mardens' whist table, I was dragged away as if the noose of a rope had been cast round me. I can no longer disguise it from myself. The woman has her grip upon me. I am in her clutch, but I must keep my head and reason it out and see what is best to be done. But what a blind fool I have been! In my enthusiasm over my research, I have walked straight into the pit, although it lay gaping before me. Did she not herself warn me? Did she not tell me, as I can read in my own journal, that when she has acquired power over a subject, she can make him do her will? And she has acquired that power over me. I am, for the moment, at the beck and call of this creature with the crutch. I must come when she wills it. I must do as she wills. Worst of all, I must feel as she wills. I loathe her and fear her, yet while I am under the spell, she can doubtless make me love her. There is some consolation in the thought, then, that those odious impulses for which I have blamed myself do not really come from me at all. They are all transferred from her, little as I could have guessed it at the time. I feel cleaner and lighter for the thought. April 8. Yes, now in broad daylight, writing coolly and with time for reflection, I am compelled to confirm everything which I wrote in my journal last night. I am in a horrible position, but above all, I must not lose my head. I must pit my intellect against her powers. After all, I am no silly puppet to dance at the end of a string. I have energy, brains, courage. For all her devil's tricks, I may beat her yet. May? I must, or what is to become of me? Let me try to reason this out. This woman, by her own explanation, can dominate my nervous organism. She can project herself into my body and take command of it. She has a parasite soul. Yes, she is a parasite, a monstrous parasite. She creeps into my frame as the hermit crab does into the whelk's shell. I am powerless. What can I do? I am dealing with forces of which I know nothing, and I can tell no one of my trouble. They would set me down as a madman. Certainly, if it got noised abroad, the university would say that they had no need of a devil-ridden professor. And Agatha? No, no. I must face it alone. 3. I read over my notes of what the woman said when she spoke about her powers. There is one point which fills me with dismay. She implies that when the influence is slight, the subject knows what he is doing, but cannot control himself, whereas when it is strongly exerted, he is absolutely unconscious. Now, I have always known what I did, though less so last night than on the previous occasions. That seems to mean that she has never yet exerted her full powers upon me. Was ever a man so placed before? Yes, perhaps there was, and very near me, too. Charles Sadler must know something of this. His vague words of warning take a meaning now. Oh, if I had only listened to him then, before I helped by these repeated sittings to forge the links of the chain which binds me. But I will see him today. I will apologize to him for having treated his warning so lightly. I will see if he can advise me. 4 p.m. No, he cannot. I have talked with him, and he showed such surprise at the first words in which I tried to express my unspeakable secret that I went no further. As far as I can gather, by hints and inferences rather than by any statement, his own experience was limited to some words or looks, such as I have myself endured. His abandonment of Miss Penclosa is in itself a sign that he was never really in her toils. Oh, if he only knew his escape! He has to thank his phlegmatic Saxon temperament for it. I am black and Celtic, and this hag's clutch is deep in my nerves. Shall I ever get it out? Shall I ever be the same man that I was just one short fortnight ago? Let me consider what I had better do. I cannot leave the university in the middle of the term. If I were free, my course would be obvious. I should start at once and travel in Persia. But would she allow me to start? And could her influence not reach me in Persia, and bring me back to within touch of her crutch? I can only find out the limits of this hellish power by my own bitter experience. I will fight and fight and fight. And what can I do more? I know very well that about 8 o'clock tonight that craving for her society, that irresistible restlessness, will come upon me. How shall I overcome it? What shall I do? I must make it impossible for me to leave the room. I shall lock the door and throw the key out of the window. But then what am I to do in the morning? Never mind about the morning. I must at all costs break this chain which holds me. April 9. Victory! I have done splendidly. At 7 o'clock last night I took a hasty dinner, and then locked myself up in my bedroom and dropped the key into the garden. I chose a cheery novel, and lay in bed for 3 hours trying to read it, but really in a horrible state of trepidation, expecting every instant that I should become conscious of the impulse. Nothing of the sort occurred, however, and I awoke this morning with the feeling that a black nightmare had been lifted off me. Perhaps the creature realized what I had done, and understood that it was useless to try to influence me. At any rate, I have beaten her once, and if I can do it once, I can do it again. It was most awkward about the key in the morning. Luckily there was an under-gardener below, and I asked him to throw it up. No doubt he thought I had just dropped it. I will have doors and windows screwed up, and 6 stout men to hold me down in my bed before I will surrender myself to be hag-ridden in this way. I had a note from Mrs. Marden this afternoon, asking me to go round and see her. I intended to do so in any case, but had not expected to find bad news waiting for me. It seems that the Armstrongs, from whom Agatha has expectations, are due home from Adelaide in the Aurora, and that they have written to Mrs. Marden and her to meet them in town. They will probably be away for a month or 6 weeks, and as the Aurora is due on Wednesday, they must go at once, tomorrow if they are ready in time. My consolation is that when we meet again, there will be no more parting between Agatha and me. "I want you to do one thing, Agatha," said I, when we were alone together. "If you should happen to meet Miss Penclosa, either in town or here, you must promise me never again to allow her to mesmerize you." Agatha opened her eyes. "Why, it was only the other day that you were saying how interesting it all was, and how determined you were to finish your experiments." "I know, but I have changed my mind since then." "And you won't have it any more?" "No." "I am so glad, Austen. You can't think how pale and worn you have been lately. It was really our principal objection to going to London now, that we did not wish to leave you when you were so pulled down, and your manner has been so strange occasionally, especially that night when you left poor Professor Pratt Haldane to play dummy. I am convinced that these experiments are very bad for your nerves." "I think so too, dear." "And for Miss Penclosa's nerves as well. Have you heard that she is ill?" "No." "Mrs. Wilson told us so last night. She described it as a nervous fever. Professor Wilson is coming back this week, and of course Mrs. Wilson is very anxious that Miss Penclosa should be well again then, for he has quite a program of experiments which he is anxious to carry out." I was glad to have Agatha's promise, for it was enough that this woman should have one of us in her clutch. On the other hand, I was disturbed to hear about Miss Penclosa's illness. It rather discounts the victory which I appeared to win last night. I remember that she said that loss of health interfered with her power. That may be why I was able to hold my own so easily. Well, well, I must take the same precautions tonight and see what comes of it. I am childishly frightened when I think of her. April 10. All went very well last night. I was amused at the gardener's face when I had again to hail him this morning and to ask him to throw up my key. I shall get a name among the servants if this sort of thing goes on, but the great point is that I stayed in my room without the slightest inclination to leave it. I do believe that I am shaking myself clear of this incredible bond, or is it only that the woman's power is in abeyance until she recovers her strength? I can but pray for the best. The Mardens left this morning, and the brightness seems to have gone out of the spring sunshine. And yet it is very beautiful also, as it gleams on the green chestnuts opposite my windows, and gives a touch of gaiety to the heavy, lichen-mottled walls of the old colleges. How sweet and gentle and soothing is nature! Who would think that there lurked in her also such vile forces, such odious possibilities? For of course I understand that this dreadful thing which has sprung out at me is neither supernatural, nor even preternatural. No, it is a natural force which this woman can use, and society is ignorant of. The mere fact that it ebbs with her strength shows how entirely it is subject to physical laws. If I had time, I might probe it to the bottom and lay my hands upon its antidote. But you cannot tame the tiger when you are beneath his claws. You can but try to writhe away from him. Ah, when I look in the glass and see my own dark eyes and clear-cut Spanish face, I long for a vitriol splash or a bout of the smallpox. One or the other might have saved me from this calamity. I am inclined to think that I may have trouble tonight. There are two things which make me fear so. One is that I met Mrs. Wilson in the street, and that she tells me that Miss Penclosa is better, though still weak. I find myself wishing in my heart that the illness had been her last. The other is that Professor Wilson comes back in a day or two, and his presence would act as a constraint upon her. I should not fear our interviews if a third person were present. For both these reasons I have a presentiment of trouble tonight, and I shall take the same precautions as before. April 10. No, thank God, all went well last night. I really could not face the gardener again. I locked my door and thrust the key underneath it, so that I had to ask the maid to let me out in the morning. But the precaution was really not needed, for I never had any inclination to go out at all. 3 evenings in succession at home. I am surely near the end of my troubles, for Wilson will be home again, either today or tomorrow. Shall I tell him of what I have gone through, or not? I am convinced that I should not have the slightest sympathy from him. He would look upon me as an interesting case, and read a paper about me at the next meeting of the Psychical Society, in which he would gravely discuss the possibility of my being a deliberate liar, and weigh it against the chances of my being in an early stage of lunacy. No, I shall get no comfort out of Wilson. I am feeling wonderfully fit and well. I don't think I ever lectured with greater spirit. Oh, if I could only get this shadow off my life, how happy I should be! Young, fairly wealth, in the front rank of my profession, engaged to a beautiful and charming girl. Have I not everything which a man could ask for? Only one thing to trouble me, but what a thing it is. Midnight. I shall go mad. Yes, that will be the end of it. I shall go mad. I am not far from it now. My head throbs as I rest it on my hot hand. I am quivering all over like a scared horse. Oh, what a night I have had! and yet I have some cause to be satisfied also. At the risk of becoming the laughing-stock of my own servant, I again slipped my key under the door, imprisoning myself for the night. Then, finding it too early to go to bed, I lay down with my clothes on and began to read one of Dumas' novels. Suddenly I was gripped and dragged from the couch. It is only thus that I can describe the overpowering nature of the force which pounced upon me. I clawed at the coverlet. I clung to the woodwork. I believe that I screamed out in my frenzy. It was all useless, hopeless. I must go. There was no way out of it. It was only at the outset that I resisted. The force soon became too overmastering for that. I thank goodness that there were no watchers there to interfere with me. I could not have answered for myself if there had been. And besides the determination to get out, there came to me also the keenest and coolest judgment in choosing my means. I lit a candle and endeavoured, kneeling in front of the door, to pull the key through with the feather end of a quill pen. It was just too short, and pushed it further away. Then, with quiet persistence, I got a paper knife out of one of the drawers, and with that I managed to draw the key back. I opened the door, stepped into my study, took a photograph of myself from the bureau, wrote something across it, placed it in the inside pocket of my coat, and then started off for Wilson's. It was all wonderfully clear, and yet disassociated from the rest of my life, as the incidents of even the most vivid dream might be. A peculiar double consciousness possessed me. There was the predominant alien will, which was bent upon drawing me to the side of its owner, and there was the feebler, protesting personality, which I recognized as being myself, tugging feebly at the overmastering impulse, as a lead terrier might at its chain. I can remember recognizing these two conflicting forces, but I recall nothing of my walk, nor of how I was admitted to the house. Very vivid, however, is my recollection of how I met Miss Penclosa. She was reclining on the sofa in the little boudoir in which our experiments had usually been carried out. Her head was rested on her hand, and a tiger-skin rug had been partly drawn over her. She looked up expectantly as I entered, and as the lamplight fell upon her face, I could see that she was very pale and thin, with dark hollows under her eyes. She smiled at me, and pointed to a stool beside her. It was with her left hand that she pointed, and I, running eagerly forward, seized it. I loathe myself as I think of it, and pressed it passionately to my lips. Then, seating myself upon the stool, and still retaining her hand, I gave her the photograph which I had brought with me, and talked and talked and talked, of my love for her, of my grief over her illness, of my joy at her recovery, of the misery it was to me to be absent a single evening from her side. She lay quietly looking down at me with imperious eyes and her provocative smile. Once I remember that she passed her hand over my hair as one caresses a dog, and it gave me pleasure, the caress. I thrilled under it. I was her slave, body and soul, and for the moment I rejoiced in my slavery. And then came the blessed change. Never tell me that there is not a providence. I was on the brink of perdition. My feet were on the edge. Was it a coincidence that at that very instant help should come? No, no, no. There is a providence, and its hand has drawn me back. There is something in the universe stronger than this devil-woman with her tricks. Ah, what a balm to my heart it is to think so. As I looked up at her, I was conscious of a change in her. Her face, which had been pale before, was now ghastly. Her eyes were dull, and the lids dropped heavily over them. Above all, the look of serene confidence had gone from her features. Her mouth had weakened. Her forehead had puckered. She was frightened and undecided, and as I watched the change, my own spirit fluttered and struggled, trying hard to tear itself from the grip which held it, a grip which from moment to moment grew less secure. "Austin," she whispered, "I have tried to do too much. I was not strong enough. I have not recovered yet from my illness, but I could not live longer without seeing you. You won't leave me, Austin. This is only a passing weakness. If you will only give me 5 minutes, I shall be myself again. Give me the small decanter from the table in the window. But I had regained my soul. With her waning strength, the influence had cleared away from me and left me free, and I was aggressive, bitterly, fiercely aggressive. For once, at least, I could make this woman understand what my real feelings toward her were. My soul was filled with a hatred as bestial as the love against which it was a reaction. It was the savage, murderous passion of the revolted serf. I could have taken the crutch from her side and beaten her face in with it. She threw her hands up, as if to avoid a blow, and cowered away from me, into the corner of the settee. "The brandy," she gasped. "The brandy." I took the decanter and poured it over the roots of a palm in the window. Then I snatched the photograph from her hand and tore it into 100 pieces. "You vile woman," I said. "If I did my duty to society, you would never leave this room alive." "I love you, Austin. I love you," she wailed. "Yes," I cried, "and Charles Sadler before. And how many others before that?" "Charles Sadler," she gasped. "He has spoken to you." "So, Charles Sadler. Charles Sadler." Her voice came through her white lips, like a snake's hiss. "Yes, I know you, and others shall know you too. You shameless creature! You knew how I stood, and yet you used your vile power to bring me to your side. You may perhaps do so again, but at least you will remember that you have heard me say that I love Miss Marden from the bottom of my soul, and that I loathe you, abhor you. The very sight of you and the sound of your voice fill me with horror and disgust. The thought of you is repulsive. That is how I feel toward you, and if it pleases you by your tricks to draw me again to your side as you have done tonight, you will at least, I should think, have little satisfaction in trying to make a lover out of a man who has told you his real opinion of you. You may put what words you will into my mouth, but you cannot help remembering—" I stopped, for the woman's head had fallen back, and she had fainted. She could not bear to hear what I had to say to her. What a glow of satisfaction it gives me to think that, come what may, in the future she can never misunderstand my true feelings toward her. But what will occur in the future? What will she do next? I dare not think of it. Oh, if only I could hope that she will leave me alone. But when I think of what I said to her— Never mind. I have been stronger than she for once. April 11. I hardly slept last night, and found myself in the morning so unstrung and feverish that I was compelled to ask Pratt Haldane to do my lecture for me. It is the first that I have ever missed. I rose at midday, but my head is aching, my hands quivering, and my nerves in a pitiable state. Who should come round this evening but Wilson? He has just come back from London, where he has lectured, read papers, convened meetings, exposed a medium, conducted a series of experiments on thought transference, entertained Professor Richet of Paris, spent hours gazing into a crystal, and obtained some evidence as to the passage of matter through matter. All this he poured into my ears in a single gust. "But you," he cried at last, "you are not looking well, and Miss Penclosa is quite prostrated today. How about the experiments?" "I have abandoned them." "Tut, tut, why?" "The subject seems to me a dangerous one." Out came his big brown notebook. "This is of great interest," said he. "What are your grounds for saying that it is a dangerous one? Please give your facts in chronological order, with approximate dates and names of reliable witnesses with their permanent addresses." "First of all," I asked, "would you tell me whether you have collected any cases where the mesmerist has gained a command over the subject and has used it for evil purposes?" "Dozens!" he cried exultantly. "Crime by suggestion." "I don't mean suggestion. I mean where a sudden impulse comes from a person at a distance. An uncontrollable impulse." "Obsession!" he shrieked in an ecstasy of delight. "It is the rarest condition. We have 8 cases, 5 well attested. You don't mean to say—" His exultation made him hardly articulate. "No, I don't," said I. "Good evening. You will excuse me, but I am not very well tonight." And so at last I got rid of him, still brandishing his pencil in his notebook. My troubles may be bad to bear, but at least it is better to hug them to myself than to have myself exhibited by Wilson like a freak at a fair. He has lost sight of human beings. Everything to him is a case and a phenomenon. I will die before I speak to him again upon the matter. April 12. Yesterday was a blessed day of quiet, and I enjoyed an uneventful night. Wilson's presence is a great consolation. What can the woman do now? Surely, when she has heard me say what I have said, she will conceive the same disgust for me which I have for her. She could not, no, she could not desire to have a lover who had insulted her so. No, I believe I am free from her love. But how about her hate? Might she not use these powers of hers for revenge? Tut, why should I frighten myself over shadows? She will forget about me, and I shall forget about her, and all will be well. April 13. My nerves have quite recovered their tone. I really believe that I have conquered the creature, but I must confess to living in some suspense. She is well again, for I hear that she was driving with Mrs. Wilson in the High Street in the afternoon. April 14. I do wish I could get away from the place altogether. I shall fly to Agatha's side the very day that the term closes. I suppose it is pitiably weak of me, but this woman gets upon my nerves most terribly. I have seen her again, and I have spoken with her. It was just after lunch, and I was smoking a cigarette in my study, when I heard the step of my servant Murray in the passage. I was languidly conscious that a second step was audible behind, and had hardly troubled myself to speculate who it might be, when suddenly a slight noise brought me out of my chair with my skin creeping with apprehension. I had never particularly observed before what sort of sound the tapping of a crutch was, but my quivering nerves told me that I heard it now in the sharp wooden clack which alternated with the muffled thud of the footfall. Another instant, and my servant had shown her in. I did not attempt the usual conventions of society, nor did she. I simply stood with the smouldering cigarette in my hand, and gazed at her. She, in her turn, looked silently at me, and at her look I remembered how in these very pages I had tried to define the expression of her eyes, whether they were furtive or fierce. Today they were fierce, coldly and inexorably so. "Well," said she at last, "are you still of the same mind as when I saw you last?" "I have always been of the same mind." "Let us understand each other, Professor Gilroy," said she slowly. "I am not a very safe person to trifle with, as you should realize by now. It was you who asked me to enter into a series of experiments with you. It was you who won my affections. It was you who professed your love for me. It was you who brought me your own photograph, with words of affection upon it. And finally it was you who on the very same evening thought fit to insult me most outrageously, addressing me as no man has ever dared to speak to me yet. Tell me that those words came from you in a moment of passion, and I am prepared to forget and to forgive them. You did not mean what you said, Austen. You do not really hate me." I might have pitied this deformed woman. Such a longing for love broke suddenly through the menace of her eyes. But then I thought of what I had gone through, and my heart set like flint. "If ever you heard me speak of love," said I, "you know very well that it was your own voice which spoke, and not mine. The only words of truth which I have ever been able to say to you are those which you heard when last we met." "I know. Someone has set you against me." "It was he." She tapped with her crutch upon the floor. "Well, you know very well that I could bring you this instant crouching like a spaniel to my feet. You will not find me again in my hour of weakness, when you can insult me with impunity. Have a care what you are doing, Professor Gilroy. You stand in a terrible position. You have not yet realized the hold which I have upon you." I shrugged my shoulders and turned away. "Well," said she after a pause. "If you despise my love, I must see what can be done with fear. You smile, but the day will come when you will come screaming to me for pardon. Yes, you will grovel on the ground before me, proud as you are, and you will curse the day that ever you turned me from your best friend into your most bitter enemy. Have a care, Professor Gilroy." I saw a white hand shaking in the air, and a face which was scarcely human, so convulsed was it with passion. An instant later she was gone, and I heard the quick hobble and tap receding down the passage. But she has left a weight upon my heart. Vague presentiments of coming misfortune lie heavy upon me. I try in vain to persuade myself that these are only words of empty anger. I can remember those relentless eyes too clearly to think so. What shall I do? Oh, what shall I do? I am no longer master of my own soul. At any moment this loathsome parasite may creep into me, and then— I must tell someone my hideous secret. I must tell it or go mad. If I had someone to sympathize and advise— Wilson is out of the question. Charles Sadler would understand me only so far as his own experience carries him. Pratt Haldane. He is a well-balanced man, a man of great common sense and resource. I will go to him. I will tell him everything. God grant that he may be able to advise me. 4. 6:45 p.m. No, it is useless. There is no human help for me. I must fight this out single-handed. 2 courses lie before me. I might become this woman's lover, or I must endure such persecutions as she can inflict upon me. Even if none come, I shall live in a well of apprehension. But she may torture me. She may drive me mad. She may kill me. I will never, never, never give in. What can she inflict which would be worse than the loss of Agatha, and the knowledge that I am a perjured liar, and have forfeited the name of gentleman? Pratt Haldane was most amiable, and listened with all politeness to my story. But when I looked at his heavy-set features, his slow eyes, and the ponderous study furniture which surrounded him, I could hardly tell him what I had come to say. It was all so substantial, so material. And besides, what would I myself have said a short month ago, if one of my colleagues had come to me with a story of demonic possession? Perhaps I should have been less patient than he was. As it was, he took notes of my statement, asked me how much tea I drank, how many hours I slept, whether I had been overworking much, had I had sudden pains in the head, evil dreams, singing in the ears, flashes before the eyes, all questions which pointed to his belief that brain congestion was at the bottom of my trouble. Finally, he dismissed me with a great many platitudes about open-air exercise and avoidance of nervous excitement. His prescription, which was for chloral and bromide, I rolled up and threw into the gutter. No, I can look for no help from any human being. If I consult any more, they may put their heads together, and I may find myself in an asylum. I can but grip my courage with both hands, and pray that an honest man may not be abandoned. April 15. It is the sweetest spring within the memory of man, so green, so mild, so beautiful. Ah, what a contrast between nature without and my own soul, so torn with doubt and terror. It has been an uneventful day, but I know that I am on the edge of an abyss. I know it, and yet I go on with the routine of my life. The one bright spot is that Agatha is happy and well and out of all danger. If this creature had a hand on each of us, what might she not do? April 16. The woman is ingenious in her torments. She knows how fond I am of my work, and how highly my lectures are thought of, so it is from that point that she now attacks me. It will end, I can see, in my losing my professorship, but I will fight to the finish. She shall not drive me out of it without a struggle. I was not conscious of any change during my lecture this morning, save that for a minute or two I had a dizziness and swimminess which rapidly passed away. On the contrary, I congratulated myself upon having made my subject, the functions of the red corpuscles, both interesting and clear. I was surprised, therefore, when a student came into my laboratory immediately after the lecture, and complained of being puzzled by the discrepancy between my statements and those in the textbooks. He showed me his notebook, in which I was reported as having in one portion of the lecture championed the most outrageous and unscientific heresies. Of course I denied it, and declared that he had misunderstood me, but on comparing his notes with those of his companions, it became clear that he was right, and that I really had made some most preposterous statements. Of course I shall explain it away as being the result of a moment of aberration, but I feel only too sure that it will be the first of a series. It is but a month now to the end of the session, and I pray that I may be able to hold out until then. April 26. 10 days have elapsed since I have had the heart to make any entry in my journal. Why should I record my own humiliation and degradation? I had vowed never to open it again, and yet the force of habit is strong, and here I find myself taking up once more the record of my own dreadful experiences, in much the same spirit in which a suicide has been known to take notes of the effects of the poison which killed him. Well, the crash which I had foreseen has come, and that no further back than yesterday. The university authorities have taken my lectureship from me. It has been done in the most delicate way, purporting to be a temporary measure to relieve me from the effects of overwork, and to give me the opportunity of recovering my health. None the less, it has been done, and I am no longer Professor Gilroy. The laboratory is still in my charge, but I have little doubt that that also will soon go. The fact is that my lectures had become the laughing-stock of the university. My class was crowded with students who came to see and hear what the eccentric professor would do or say next. I cannot go into the detail of my humiliation. Oh, that devilish woman! There is no depth of buffoonery and imbecility to which she has not forced me. I would begin my lecture clearly and well, but always with the sense of a coming eclipse. Then, as I felt the influence, I would struggle against it, striving with clenched hands and beads of sweat upon my brow to get the better of it, while the students, hearing my incoherent words and watching my contortions, would roar with laughter at the antics of their professor. And then, when she had once fairly mastered me, out would come the most outrageous things, silly jokes, sentiments as though I were proposing a toast, snatches of ballads, personal abuse, even against some member of my class. And then in a moment my brain would clear again, and my lecture would proceed decorously to the end. No wonder that my conduct has been the talk of the colleges. No wonder that the University Senate has been compelled to take official notice of such a scandal. Oh, that devilish woman! And the most dreadful part of it all is my own loneliness. Here I sit in a commonplace English bow window, looking out upon a commonplace English street, with its garish buses and its lounging policemen, and behind me there hangs a shadow which is out of all keeping with the age and place. In the home of knowledge I am weighed down and tortured by a power of which science knows nothing. No magistrate would listen to me. No paper would discuss my case. No doctor would believe my symptoms. My own most intimate friends would only look upon it as a sign of brain derangement. I am out of all touch with my kind. Oh, that devilish woman! Let her have a care. She may push me too far. When the law cannot help a man, he may make a law for himself. She met me in the High Street yesterday evening and spoke to me. It was as well for her, perhaps, that it was not between the hedges of a lonely country road. She asked me with a cold smile whether I had been chastened yet. I did not deign to answer her. "We must try another turn of the screw," said she. Have a care, my lady, have a care. I had her at my mercy once. Perhaps another chance may come. April 28. The suspension of my lectureship has had the effect also of taking away her means of annoying me, and so I have enjoyed 2 blessed days of peace. After all, there is no reason to despair. Sympathy pours into me from all sides, and everyone agrees that it is my devotion to science and the arduous nature of my researches which have shaken my nervous system. I have had the kindest message from the Council advising me to travel abroad, and expressing the confident hope that I may be able to resume all my duties by the beginning of the summer term. Nothing could be more flattering than their allusions to my career and to my services to the university. It is only in misfortune that one can test one's own popularity. This creature may weary of tormenting me, and then all may yet be well. May God grant it. April 29. Our sleepy little town has had a small sensation. The only knowledge of crime which we ever have is when a rowdy undergraduate breaks a few lamps or comes to blows with a policeman. Last night, however, there was an attempt made to break into the branch of the Bank of England, and we are all in a flutter in consequence. Parkinson, the manager, is an intimate friend of mine, and I found him very much excited when I walked round there after breakfast. Had the thieves broken into the counting-house, they would still have had the safes to reckon with, so that the defence was considerably stronger than the attack. Indeed, the latter does not appear to have ever been very formidable. 2 of the lower windows have marks as if a chisel or some such instrument had been pushed under them to force them open. The police should have a good clue, for the woodwork had been done with green paint only the day before, and from the smears it is evident that some of it has found its way onto the criminal's hands or clothes. 4:30 p.m. Ah, that accursed woman! That thrice accursed woman! Never mind, she shall not beat me. No, she shall not. But oh, the she-devil! She has taken my professorship. Now she would take my honour. Is there nothing I can do against her? Nothing save— Ah, but hard pushed as I am, I cannot bring myself to think of that. It was about an hour ago that I went into my bedroom, and was brushing my hair before the glass, when suddenly my eyes lit upon something which left me so sick and cold that I sat down upon the edge of the bed and began to cry. It is many a long year since I shed tears, but all my nerve was gone, and I could but sob and sob in impotent grief and anger. There was my house jacket, the coat I usually wear after dinner, hanging on its peg by the wardrobe, with the right sleeve thickly crusted from wrist to elbow with daubs of green paint. So this was what she meant by another turn of the screw. She had made a public imbecile of me. Now she would brand me as a criminal. This time she has failed. But how about the next? I dare not think of it. And of Agatha, and my poor old mother. I wish that I were dead. Yes, this is the other turn of the screw, and this is also what she meant, no doubt, when she said that I had not realized yet the power she has over me. I look back at my account of my conversation with her, and I see how she declared that with a slight exertion of her will her subject would be conscious, and with a stronger one unconscious. Last night I was unconscious. I could have sworn that I slept soundly in my bed without so much as a dream, and yet those stains tell me that I dressed, made my way out, attempted to open the bank windows, and returned. Was I observed? Is it possible that someone saw me do it and followed me home? Ah, what a hell my life has become! I have no peace, no rest, but my patience is nearing its end. 10 p.m. I have cleaned my coat with turpentine. I do not think that anyone could have seen me. It was with my screwdriver that I made the marks. I found it all crusted with paint, and I have cleaned it. My head aches as if it would burst, and I have taken 5 grains of antipyrine. If it were not for Agatha, I should have taken 50, and had an end of it. May 3. 3 quiet days. This hell-fiend is like a cat with a mouse. She lets me loose only to pounce upon me again. I am never so frightened as when everything is still. My physical state is deplorable. Perpetual hiccup and ptosis of the left eyelid. I have heard from the Mardens that they will be back the day after tomorrow. I do not know whether I am glad or sorry. They were safe in London. Once here, they may be drawn into the miserable network in which I am myself struggling, and I must tell them of it. I cannot marry Agatha so long as I know that I am not responsible for my own actions. Yes, I must tell them, even if it brings everything to an end between us. Tonight is the university ball, and I must go. God knows I never felt less in the humour for festivity, but I must not have it said that I am unfit to appear in public. If I am seen there, and have speech with some of the elders of the university, it will go a long way toward showing them that it would be unjust to take my chair away from me. 11:30 p.m. I have been to the ball. Charles Sadler and I went together, but I have come away before him. I shall wait up for him, however, for indeed I fear to go to sleep these nights. He is a cheery, practical fellow, and a chat with him will steady my nerves. On the whole, the evening was a great success. I talked to everyone who has influence, and I think that I made them realize that my chair is not vacant quite yet. The creature was at the ball, unable to dance, of course, but sitting with Mrs. Wilson. Again and again her eyes rested upon me. They were almost the last things I saw before I left the room. Once, as I sat sideways to her, I watched her, and saw that her gaze was following someone else. It was Sadler, who was dancing at the time with the second Miss Thurston. To judge by her expression, it is well for him that he is not in her grip as I am. He does not know the escape he has had. I think I hear his step in the street now, and I will go down and let him in. If he will... May 4. Why did I break off in this way last night? I never went downstairs, after all. At least I have no recollection of doing so. But on the other hand, I cannot remember going to bed. One of my hands is greatly swollen this morning, and yet I have no remembrance of injuring it yesterday. Otherwise, I am feeling all the better for last night's festivity. But I cannot understand how it is that I did not meet Charles Sadler when I so fully intended to do so. Is it possible? My God, it is only too probable. Has she been leading me some devil's dance again? I will go down to Sadler and ask him. Midday. The thing has come to a crisis. My life is not worth living. But if I am to die, then she shall come also. I will not leave her behind, to drive some other man mad as she has me. No, I have come to the limit of my endurance. She has made me as desperate and dangerous a man as walks the earth. God knows I have never had the heart to hurt a fly, and yet if I had my hands now upon that woman, she should never leave this room alive. I shall see her this very day, and she shall learn what she has to expect from me. I went to Sadler and found him, to my surprise, in bed. As I entered, he sat up and turned a face toward me, which sickened me as I looked at it. "Why, Sadler, what has happened?" I cried, but my heart turned cold as I said it. "Gilroy," he answered, mumbling with his swollen lips. "I have for some weeks been under the impression that you are a madman. Now I know it, and that you are a dangerous one as well. If it were not that I am unwilling to make a scandal in the college, you would now be in the hands of the police." "Do you mean—" I cried. "I mean that as I opened the door last night, you rushed out upon me, struck me with both your fists in the face, knocked me down, kicked me furiously in the side, and left me lying almost unconscious in the street. Look at your own hand bearing witness against you." Yes, there it was, puffed up with sponge-like knuckles, as after some terrific blow. What could I do? Though he put me down as a madman, I must tell him all. I sat by his bed and went over all my troubles from the beginning. I poured them out with quivering hands and burning words which might have carried conviction to the most sceptical. "She hates you and she hates me," I cried. "She revenged herself last night on both of us at once. She saw me leave the ball, and she must have seen you also. She knew how long it would take you to reach home. Then she had but to use her wicked will. Ah, your bruised face is a small thing beside my bruised soul." He was struck by my story, that was evident. Yes, she watched me out of the room," he muttered. "She is capable of it. But is it possible that she has really reduced you to this? What do you intend to do?" "To stop it," I cried. "I am perfectly desperate. I shall give her fair warning today, and the next time will be the last." "Do nothing rash," said he. "Rash!" I cried. "The only rash thing is that I should postpone it another hour." With that I rushed to my room. and here I am on the eve of what may be the great crisis of my life. I shall start at once. I have gained one thing today, for I have made one man at least realize the truth of this monstrous experience of mine. And if the worst should happen, this diary remains as a proof of the goad that has driven me. Evening. When I came to Wilson's, I was shown up and found that he was sitting with Miss Penclosa. For half an hour I had to endure his fussy talk about his recent research into the exact nature of the spiritualistic rap, while the creature and I sat in silence looking across the room at each other. I read a sinister amusement in her eyes, and she must have seen hatred and menace in mine. I had almost despaired of having speech with her when he was called from the room, and we were left for a few moments together. "Well, Professor Gilroy, or is it Mr. Gilroy?" said she, with that bitter smile of hers. "How is your friend Mr. Charles Sadler after the ball?" "You fiend!" I cried. "You have come to the end of your tricks now. I will have no more of them. Listen to what I say." I strode across and shook her roughly by the shoulder. "As sure as there is a God in heaven, I swear that if you try another of your deviltries upon me, I will have your life for it. Come what may, I will have your life. I have come to the end of what a man can endure." "Accounts are not quite settled between us," said she, with a passion that equalled my own. "I can love, and I can hate. You had your choice. You chose to spurn the first. Now you must test the other. It will take a little more to break your spirit, I see, but broken it shall be. Miss Marden comes back tomorrow, as I understand." "What has that to do with you?" I cried. "It is a pollution that you should dare even to think of her, if I thought that you would harm her." She was frightened, I could see, though she tried to brazen it out. She read the black thought in my mind and cowered away from me. "She is fortunate in having such a champion," said she. "He actually dares to threaten a lonely woman. I must really congratulate Miss Marden upon her protector." The words were bitter, but the voice and manner were more acid still. "There is no use talking," said I. "I only came here to tell you, and to tell you most solemnly, that your next outrage upon me will be your last." With that, as I heard Wilson step upon the stair, I walked from the room. Aye, she may look venomous and deadly, but for all that, she is beginning to see now that she has as much to fear from me as I can have from her. Murder! It has an ugly sound, but you don't talk of murdering a snake, or of murdering a tiger. Let her have a care now. May 5. I met Agatha and her mother at the station at 11 o'clock. She is looking so bright, so happy, so beautiful, and she was so overjoyed to see me. What have I done to deserve such love? I went back home with them, and we lunched together. All the troubles seem in a moment to have been shredded back from my life. She tells me that I am looking pale and worried and ill. The dear child puts it down to my loneliness and the perfunctory attentions of a housekeeper. I pray that she may never know the truth. May the shadow, if shadow there must be, lie ever black across my life, and leave hers in the sunshine. I have just come back from them, feeling a new man. With her by my side, I think that I could show a bold face to anything which life might send. 5 p.m. Now let me try to be accurate. Let me try to say exactly how it occurred. It is fresh in my mind, and I can set it down correctly, though it is not likely that the time will ever come when I shall forget the doings of today. I had returned from the Mardens after lunch, and was cutting some microscopic sections in my freezing microtome, when in an instant I lost consciousness in the sudden hateful fashion which has become only too familiar to me of late. When my senses came back to me, I was sitting in a small chamber, very different from the one in which I had been working. It was cosy and bright, with chintz-covered settees, coloured hangings, and 1,000 pretty little trifles upon the wall. A small ornamental clock ticked in front of me, and the hands pointed to 3:30. It was all quite familiar to me, and yet I stared about for a moment in a half-dazed way, until my eyes fell upon a cabinet photograph of myself upon the top of the piano. On the other side stood one of Mrs. Marden. Then, of course, I remembered where I was. It was Agatha's boudoir. But how came I there? And what did I want? A horrible sinking came to my heart. Had I been sent here on some devilish errand? Had that errand already been done? Surely it must. Otherwise, why should I be allowed to come back to consciousness? Oh, the agony of that moment! What had I done? I sprang to my feet in my despair, and as I did so, a small glass bottle fell from my knees onto the carpet. It was unbroken, and I picked it up. Outside was written, "Sulphuric acid, Fort." When I drew the round glass stopper, a thick fume rose slowly up, and a pungent, choking smell pervaded the room. I recognized it as one which I kept for chemical testing in my chambers. But why had I brought a bottle of vitriol into Agatha's chamber? Was it not this thick, reeking liquid with which jealous women had been known to mar the beauty of their rivals? My heart stood still as I held the bottle to the light. Thank God, it was full. No mischief had been done as yet. But had Agatha come in a minute sooner, was it not certain that the hellish parasite within me would have dashed the stuff into her? It would not bear to be thought of. But it must have been for that. Why else should I have brought it? At the thought of what I might have done, my worn nerves broke down, and I sat shivering and twitching, a pitiable wreck of a man. It was the sound of Agatha's voice and the rustle of her dress which restored me. I looked up and saw her blue eyes, so full of tenderness and pity, gazing down at me. "We must take you away to the country, Austen," she said. "You want rest and quiet. You look wretchedly ill." "Oh, it is nothing," said I, trying to smile. "It was only a momentary weakness. I am all right again now." "I am so sorry to keep you waiting. Poor boy, you must have been here quite half an hour. The vicar was in the drawing-room, and as I knew that you did not care for him, I thought it better that Jane should show you up here. I thought the man would never go." "Thank God he stayed! Thank God he stayed!" I cried hysterically. "Why, what is the matter with you, Austen?" she asked, holding my arm as I staggered up from the chair. "Why are you glad that the vicar stayed? And what is this little bottle in your hand?" "Nothing," I cried, thrusting it into my pocket. "But I must go. I have something important to do." "How stern you look, Austen. I have never seen your face like that. You are angry?" "Yes, I am angry." "But not with me." "No, no, my darling. You would not understand." "But you have not told me why you came." "I came to ask you whether you would always love me, no matter what I did, or what shadow might fall on my name. Would you believe in me and trust me, however black appearances might be against me?" "You know that I would, Austen." "Yes, I know that you would. What I do, I shall do for you. I am driven to it. There is no other way out, my darling." I kissed her and rushed from the room. The time for indecision was at an end. As long as the creature threatened my own prospects and my honor, there might be a question as to what I should do. But now, when Agatha, my innocent Agatha, was endangered, my duty lay before me like a turnpike road. I had no weapon, but I never paused for that. What weapon should I need, when I felt every muscle quivering with the strength of a frenzied man? I ran through the streets, so set upon what I had to do that I was only dimly conscious of the faces of friends whom I met, dimly conscious also that Professor Wilson met me, running with equal precipitance in the opposite direction. Breathless but resolute, I reached the house and rang the bell. A white-cheeked maid opened the door, and turned whiter yet when she saw the face that looked in at her. "Show me up at once to Miss Penclosa," I demanded. "Sir," she gasped, "Miss Penclosa died this afternoon at 3:30." Russell Kirk. There's a long, long trail a-winding. Although an American author, Russell Kirk, born 1918, writes stories in the English tradition of ghostly tales. For many years the professor of history at Michigan State College, he was regarded as America's leading expert of conservative political theory, owing to his book The Conservative Mind, 1953. His ventures into weird fiction have only been occasional, but are always welcome. There have been a handful of Gothic novels, Old House of Fear, 1961, A Creature of the Twilight, 1966, and Lord of the Hollow Dark, 1979. But his best work is in his two collections of stories, The Surly Sullen Bell, 1962, later reprinted as Lost Lake, 1964, and The Princess of All Lands, 1979. The second volume included There's a Long, Long Trail a-Winding, 1976, which went on to win the World Fantasy Award for that year's Best Short Fiction. Then he said unto the disciples, It is impossible but that offences will come, but woe unto him through whom they come. It were better for him that a millstone were hanged about his neck, and he cast into the sea, than that he should offend one of these little ones. Luke 17:1-2. Along the vast empty 6-lane highway the blizzard swept as if it meant to swallow all the sensual world. Frank Sarsfield, massive though he was, scudded like a heavy kite before that overwhelming wind. On his thick white hair the snow clotted and tried to form a cap. The big flakes so swirled round his Viking face that he scarcely could make out the barren country on either side of the road. Somehow he must get indoors. Racing for sanctuary, the last automobile had swept unheeding past his thumb 2 hours ago, bound doubtless for the county town some 20 miles eastward. Westward, among the hills, the highway must be blocked by snowdrifts now. This was an unkind 12th of January. Blow, blow, thou winter wind! Twilight being almost upon him, soon he must find lodging or else freeze stiff by the roadside. He had walked more than 30 miles that day. Having in his pocket the sum of $29.30, he could have put up at either of the 2 motels he had passed, had they not been closed for the winter. Well, as always, he was decently dressed, a good wash-and-wear suit and a neat black overcoat. As always, he was shaven and clean and civil-spoken. Surely some farmer or villager would take him in, if he knocked with a $10 bill in his fist. People sometimes mistook him for a stranded well-to-do motorist, and sometimes he took the trouble to undeceive them. But where to apply? This was depopulated country, its forests gone to the sawmills long before, its mines worked out. The freeway ran through the abomination of desolation. He did not prefer to walk the freeways, but on such a day as this, there were no cars on the lesser roads. He had run away from a hard-scrabble New Hampshire farm when he was 14, and ever since then, except for brief working intervals, he had been either on the roads or in the jails. Now his 60th birthday was imminent. There were few men bigger than Frank Sarsfield, and none more solitary. Where was a friendly house? For a few moments the rage of the snow slackened. He stared about. Away to the left, almost a mile distant, he made out a grim high clump of buildings on rising ground, a wall enclosing them. The roof of the central building was gone. Sarsfield grinned, knowing what that complex must be, a derelict prison. He had lodged in prisons altogether too many nights. His hand sheltering his eyes from the north wind, he looked to his left. Down in a snug valley, beside a narrow river and broad marshes, he could perceive a village or hamlet, a white church tower, 3 or 4 commercial buildings, some little houses, beyond them a park of bare maple trees. The old highway must have run through or near this forgotten place, but the new freeway had sealed it off. There was no sign of a freeway exit to the settlement. Probably it could be reached by car only along some detouring country lane. In such a little decayed town there would be folk willing to accept him for the sake of his proffered $10, or better, simply for charity's sake, and talk with an amusing stranger who could recite every kind of poetry. He scrambled heavily down the embankment. At this point, praise be, no tremendous wire fence kept the haughty new highway inviolable. His powerful thighs took him through the swelling drifts, though his heart pounded as the storm burst upon him afresh. The village was more distant than he had thought. He passed panting through old fields half grown up to poplar and birch. A little to the west he noticed what seemed to be old mine workings, with fragments of brick buildings. He clambered up an old railroad bed, its rails and ties taken up. Perhaps the new freeway had dealt the final blow to the rails. Here the going was somewhat easier. Mingled with the wind's shriek, did he hear a church bell now? Could they be holding services at the village in this weather? Presently he came to a burnt-out little railway depot. On its platform signboard still the name Anthonyville. Now he walked on a street of sorts, but no car tracks or footprints sullying the snow. Anthonyville Free Methodist Church hulked before him. Indeed, the bell was swinging, and now and again faintly ringing in the steeple. But it was the wind's mockery, a knell for the derelict town of Anthonyville. The church door was slamming in the high wind, flying open again and slamming once more, like a perpetual motion machine, the glass being gone from the church windows. Sarsfield trudged past the skeletal church. The front of Emmons' General Store was boarded up, and so was the front of what may have been a drugstore. The village hall was a wreck. The school may have stood upon those scanty foundations which protruded from the snow, and from no chimney of the decrepit cottages and cabins along Main Street, the only street, did any smoke rise. Sarsfield never had seen a deader village. In an upper window of what looked like a livery stable converted into a garage, a faded cardboard sign could be read, "Remember your future. Back the Townsend plan." Was no one at all left here? Not even some gaunt old couple managing on Social Security? He might force his way into one of the stores or cottages, though on principle and prudence he generally steered clear of possible charges of breaking and entering. But that would be cold comfort. In poor Anthonyville there must remain some living soul. His mittened hands clutching his red ears, Sarsfield had plodded nearly to the end of Main Street. Anthonyville was Innsville, he saw now. River and swamp and new highway cut it off altogether from the rest of the frozen world, except for the drift-obliterated country road that twisted southward, Lord knew whither. He might count himself lucky to find a stove, left behind in some shack, that he could feed with boards ripped from walls. Main Street ended at that grove or park of old maples. Just a sugar bush, like those he had tapped in his boyhood under his father's rough command? No. Had the trees not been leafless, he might not have discerned the big stone house among the trees, the only substantial building remaining to Anthonyville. But see it he did for one moment, before the blizzard veiled it from him. There were stone gate-posts, too, and a bronze tablet set into one of them. Sarsfield brushed the snowflakes from the inscription. Tamarack House. Stumbling among the maples toward this promise, he almost collided with a tall glacial boulder. A similar boulder rose a few feet to his right, the pair of them halfway between gate-posts and house. There was a bronze tablet on this boulder, too, and he paused to read it. Sacred to the memory of Jerome Anthony, July 4th, 1836, January 14th, 1915. Brigadier General in the Corps of Engineers, Army of the Republic, founder of this town, architect of Anthonyville State Prison, who died as he had lived, with honor. And there will I keep you forever, yes, forever and a day, yes, forever and a day, till the wall shall crumble in ruin, and moulder in dust away. There's an epitaph for a prison architect, Sarsfield thought. It was too bitter an evening for inspecting the other boulder, and he hurried toward the portico of Tamarack House. This was a very big house indeed, a bracketed house, built all of squared fieldstone with beautiful glints to the masonry. A cupola topped it. Once, come out of the cold into a public library, Sarsfield had pored through a picture book about American architectural styles. There was a word for this sort of house. Was it Italianate? Yes, it rose in his memory. He took pride in no quality except his power of recollection. Yes, that was the word. Had he visited this house before? He could not account for a vague familiarity. Perhaps there had been a photograph of this particular house in that library book. Every window was heavily shuttered, and no smoke rose from any of the several chimneys. Sarsfield went up the stone steps to confront the oaken front door. It was a formidable door, but it seemed as if at some time it had been broken open, for long ago a square of oak with a different grain had been mortised into the area round lock and keyhole. There was a gigantic knocker with a strange face worked upon it. Sarsfield knocked repeatedly. No one answered. Conceivably the storm might have made his pounding inaudible to any occupants, but who could spend the winter in a shuttered house without fires? Another bronze plaque was screwed to the door. Tamarack House, property of the Anthony Family Trust, guarded by Protective Service. Sarsfield doubted the veracity of the last line. He made his way round to the back. No one answered those back doors either, and they too were locked. But presently he found what he had hoped for, an old-fangled, slanting cellar door set into the foundations. It was not wise to enter without permission, but at least he might accomplish it without breaking. His fingers, though clumsy, were strong as the rest of him. After much trouble, and with help from the Boy Scout knife that he carried, he pulled the pins out of the cellar door's 3 hinges and scrambled down into the darkness. With the passing of the years, he had become something of a jailhouse lawyer, though those young inmates bored him with their endless chatter about Miranda and Escobedo. And now he thought of the doctrine called defense of necessity. If caught, he could say that self-preservation from freezing is the first necessity. Besides, they might not take him for a bum. Faint light down the cellar steps. He would replace the hinge pins later. Showed him an inner door at the foot. That door was hooked, though hooked only. With a sigh, Sarsfield put his shoulder to the door. The hook clattered to the stone floor inside, and he was master of all he surveyed. In that black cellar he found no light switch. Though he never smoked, he carried matches for such emergencies. Having lit one, he discovered a providential kerosene lamp on a table, with enough kerosene still in it. Sarsfield went lamp-lit through the cellars and up more stone stairs into a pantry. "Anybody home?" he called. It was an eerie echo. He would make sure before exploring, for he dreaded shotguns. How about a cheerful song? In that chill pantry, Sarsfield bellowed a tune formerly beloved at Rotary clubs. Once a waggish Rotarian, after half an hour's talk with the hobo extraordinary, had taken him to Rotary for lunch and commanded him to tell tales of the road and to sing the members a song. Frank Sarsfield's untutored voice was loud enough when he wanted it to be, and he sang the song he had sung to the Rotary. "There's a long, long trail a-winding into the land of my dreams, where the nightingales are singing and the white moon beams. There's a long, long night of waiting until my dreams all come true, till the day when I'll be going down that long, long trail with you." No response. No cry, no footstep, not a rustle. Even in so big a house they couldn't have failed to hear his song, sung in a voice fit to wake the dead. Father O'Malley had called Frank's voice stentorian, a good word, though he was not just sure what it meant. He liked that last tune, though he'd no one to walk to. He'd repeat it. "Till the day when I'll be going down that long, long trail with you. It was all right. Sarsfield went into the dining room, where he found a splendid long walnut table, chairs with embroidered seats, a fine sideboard and china cabinet, and a high Venetian chandelier. The china was in that cabinet, and the silverware was in that sideboard, but in no room of Tamarack House was any living soul. Sprawled in a big chair before the fireplace in the Sunday parlor, Sarsfield took the chill out of his bones. The woodshed, connected with the main house by a passage from the kitchen, was half filled with logs. Not first-rate fuel, true, for they had been stacked there 3 or 4 years ago, to judge by the fungi upon them, but burnable after he had collected old newspapers and chopped kindling. He had crisscrossed elm and birch to make a noble fire. It was not very risky to let white wood smoke eddy from the chimneys, for it would blend with the driving snow and the blast would dissipate it at once. Besides, Anthonyville's population was 0. From the cupola atop the house, in another lull of the blizzard, he had looked over the icy countryside, and had seen no inhabited farmhouse up the forgotten dirt road, which anyway was hopelessly blocked by drifts today. There was no approach for vehicles from the freeway, while river and marsh protected the rear. He speculated that Tamarack House might be inhabited summers, though not in any very recent summer. The protective service probably consisted of a farmer who made a fortnightly inspection in fair weather. It was good to hole up in a remote county where burglars seemed unknown as yet. Frank Sarsfield restricted his own depredations to church poor boxes, Catholic preferably, he being no Protestant, and then only under the defense of necessity, after a run of unsuccessful mendicancy. He feared and detested strong thieves, so numerous nowadays. To avoid them and worse than thieves, he steered clear of the cities, roving to little places which still keep crime in the family where it belonged. He had dined and then washed the dishes dutifully. The kitchen wood range still functioned, and so did the hard water and soft water hand pumps in the scullery. As for food, there was enough to feed a good-sized prison. The shelves of the deep-cellar cold room threatened to collapse under the weight of glass jars full of jams, jellies, preserved peaches, apricots, applesauce, pickled trout, and many more good things, all redolent of his New England youth. Most of the jars had neat paper labels, all giving the year of canning, some the name of the canner. On the front shelves, the most recent date he had found was 1968, on a little pot of strawberry jam, and below it was the name Allegra in a feminine hand. Everything in this house lay in apple pie order, though Sarsfield wondered how long the plaster would keep from cracking, with Tamarack House unheated in winter. He felt positively virtuous for lighting fires, one here in the Sunday parlor, another in the little antique iron stove in the bedroom he had chosen for himself, at the top of the house. He had poked into every handsome room of Tamarack House, with the intense pleasure of a small boy who had found his way into an enchanted castle. Every room was satisfying, well furnished. He was warming by the fire 2 sheets from the linen closet for his bed, and wondrously old-fashioned. There was no electric light, no central heating, no bathroom. There was an indoor privy at the back of the woodshed, but no running water unless one counted the hand pumps. There was an old-fangled wall telephone. Frank tried, greatly daring, for the operator, but it was dead. He had found a crystal-set radio that didn't work. This was an old lady's house, surely, and the old lady hadn't visited it for some years, but perhaps her relatives kept it in order as a holiday home, or in hope of selling it. Had ruined Anthonyville, a forlorn hope. He had discovered 2 canisters of tea, a jar full of coffee beans, and 10 gallons of kerosene. How thoughtful. Perhaps the old lady was dead, buried under that other boulder among the maples in front of the house. Perhaps she had been the general's daughter. But no, not if the general had been born in 1836. Why those graves in the lawn? Sarsfield had heard of farm families near medical schools who, in the old days, had buried their dead by the house for fear of body snatchers, but that couldn't apply at Anthonyville. Well, there were family graveyards, but this must be one of the smallest. The old general who built this house had died on January 14th. Day after tomorrow, January 14th, would come round again, and it would be Frank Sarsfield's 60th birthday. "I drink your health in water, General," Sarsfield said aloud, raising his cut-glass goblet taken from the china cabinet. There was no strong drink in the house, but that didn't distress Sarsfield, for he never touched it. His mother had warned him against it, and sure enough, the one time he had drunk a good deal of wine, when he was new to the road, he had got sick. "Thanks, General, for your hospitality." Nobody responded to his toast. His mother had been a saint, the neighbors had said, and his father a drunken devil. He had seen neither of them after he ran away. He had missed his mother's funeral because he hadn't known of her death until months after. He had missed his father's long later, because he chose to miss it, though that omission cost him sleepless nights now. Sarsfield slept poorly at best. Almost always there were nightmares. Yet perhaps he would sleep well enough tonight in that little garret room near the cupola. He had found that several of the bedrooms in Tamarack House had little metal plates over their doorways. There were the General's room, and Father's room, and Mamma's room, and Alice's room, and Allegra's room, and Edith's room. By a happy coincidence, the little room at the top of the back stair, on the garret floor of the house, was labeled Frank's room. But he'd not chosen it for that only. At the top of the house one was safer from sheriffs or burglars, and through the skylight, there was only a frieze window, a man could get to the roof of the main block. From that roof one could descend to the woodshed roof by a fire escape of iron rungs fixed in the stone outer wall, and from the woodshed it was an easy drop to the ground. After that, the chief difficulty would be to run down Main Street and then get across the freeway without being detected, while people searched the house for you. Talk of Goldilocks and the Three Bears. Much experience had taught Sarsfield such forethought. Had that other Frank, so commemorated over the bedroom door, been a son or a servant? Presumably a son, though Sarsfield had found no pictures of boys in the old velvet-covered album in the Sunday parlor, nor any of manservants. There were many pictures of the General, a little rooster-like man with a beard, and of Father, portly and pleasant-faced, and of Mamma, elegant, and of three small girls, who must be Alice and Allegra and Edith. He had liked especially the photographs of Allegra, since he had tasted her strawberry jam. All the girls were pretty, but Allegra, who must have been about 7 in most of the pictures, was really charming, with long ringlets and kind eyes and a delicate mouth that curved upward at its corners. Sarsfield adored little girls, and distrusted big girls. His mother had cautioned him against bad women, so he had kept away from such. Because he liked peace, he had never married. Not that he could have married anyway, because that would have tied him to one place, and he was too clumsy to earn money at practically anything except dishwashing for summer hotels. Not marrying had meant that he could have no little daughters like Allegra. Sometimes he had puzzled the prison psychiatrists. In prison it was well to play stupid. He had refrained cunningly from reciting poetry to the psychiatrists. So, after testing Sarsfield, they wrote him down as dull normal, and he was assigned to labor as a gardener, which meant going round the prison yards, picking up trash by a stick with a nail in the end of it. That was easy work, and he detested hard work. Yet when there was truly heavy work to be done in prison, sometimes he would come forward to shovel tons of coal, or carry hods of brick, or lift big blocks into place. That, too, was his cunning. It impressed the other jailbirds with his enormous strength, so that the gangs left him alone. "Yes, you're a loner, Frank Sarsfield," he said to himself aloud. He looked at himself in that splendid Sunday parlor mirror, which stretched from floor to ceiling. He saw a man overweight but lean enough of face, standing 6'6", built like a bear, a strong nose, some teeth missing, a strong chin, and rather wild light blue eyes. He was an uncommon sort of bum. Deliberately he looked at his image out of the corners of his eyes, as was his way, because he was non-violent, and eye contact might mean trouble. "You look like a Viking, Frank," old Father O'Malley had told him once. "But you ought to have been a monk." "Oh, Father," he had answered, "I'm too much of a fool for a monk." "Well," said Father O'Malley, "you're no more fool than many a brother, and you're celibate and continent, I take it. Yet it's late for that now. Look out you don't turn berserker, Frank. Go to confession sometime, to a priest that doesn't know you, if you'll not go to me. If you'd confess, you'd not be haunted." But he seldom went to Mass, and never to confession. All those church boxes pilfered, his mother and father abandoned, his sister neglected, all the ghastly humbling of himself before policemen, all the horror and shame of the prisons. There could be no grace for him now. "There's a long, long trail a-winding into the land of my dreams." What dreams? He had looked up berserker in Webster, but he wouldn't ever do that sort of thing. A man had to keep a control upon himself. Besides, he was a coward, and he loved peace. Nearly all the other prisoners had been brutes, guilty as sin, guilty as Miranda or Escobedo. Once, sentenced for rifling a church safe, he had been put into the same cell with a man who had murdered his wife by taking off her head. The head never had been found. Sarsfield had dreamed of that head in such short intervals of sleep as he had enjoyed while the wife-killer was his cellmate. Nearly all night, every night, he had lain awake, surreptitiously watching the murderer in the opposite bunk, and feeling his own neck now and again. He had been surprised and pleased when eventually the wife-killer had gone hysterical and obtained assignment to another cell. The murderer had told the guards that he just couldn't stand being watched all night by that terrible giant who never talked. Only one of the prison psychiatrists had been pleasant or bright, and that had been the old doctor born in Vienna, who went round from penitentiary to penitentiary, checking on the psychiatric staffs. The old doctor had taken a liking to him, and had written a report to accompany Frank's petition for parole. 3 months later, in a parole office, the parole officer had gone out hurriedly for a quarter of an hour, and Sarsfield had taken the chance to read his own file that the parole man had left in a folder on his desk. Francis Sarsfield has a memory that almost can be described as photographic. So had run one line in the Vienna doctor's report. When he read that, Sarsfield had known that the doctor was a clever doctor. He suffers chiefly from an arrest of emotional development, and may be regarded as a rather bright small boy in some respects. His 3 temporarily successful escapes from prison suggest that his intelligence has been much underrated. On at least one of those occasions he could have eluded the arresting officer had he been willing to resort to violence. Sarsfield repeatedly describes himself as non-violent, and has no record of aggression while confined, nor in connection with any of the offenses for which he was arrested. On the contrary, he seems timid and withdrawn, and might become a victim of assaults in prison were it not for his size, strength, and power of voice. Sarsfield had been pleased enough by that paragraph, but a little puzzled by what followed. In general, Sarsfield is one of those recidivists who ought not to be confined, were any alternative method now available for restraining them from petty offenses against property. Not only does he lack belligerence against men, but apparently he is quite clean of any record against women and children. It seems that he does not indulge in autoeroticism either, perhaps because of strict instruction by his R.C. mother during his formative years. I add, however, that conceivably Sarsfield is not fundamentally so gentle as his record indicates. He can be energetic in self-defense when pushed to the wall. In his youth occasionally he was induced, for the promise of $5 or $10, to stand up as an amateur against some traveling professional boxer. He admits that he did not fight hard, and cried when he was badly beaten. Nevertheless, I am inclined to suspect a potentiality for violence, long repressed but not totally extinguished by years of humbling himself, in his phrase. This possibility is not so certain as to warrant additional detention, even though 3 years of Sarsfield's sentence remain unexpired. Yes, he had memorized nearly the whole of that old doctor's analysis, which had got his parole for him. There had been the concluding paragraphs. Francis Sarsfield is oppressed by a haunting sense of personal guilt. He is religious to the point of superstition, an R.C., and appears to believe himself damned. Although worldly wise in a number of respects, he retains an almost unique innocence in others. His frequent humor and candor account for his success much of the time at begging. He has read much during his wanderings and terms of confinement. He has a strong taste for good poetry of the popular sort, and has accumulated a mass of miscellaneous information, much of it irrelevant to the life he leads. Although occasionally moody and even surly, most of the time he subjects himself to authority, and will work fairly well if closely supervised. He possesses no skills of any sort, unless some knack for wood-chopping acquired while he was enrolled in the Civilian Conservation Corps can be considered a marketable skill. He appears to be incorrigibly footloose, and therefore confinement is more unpleasant to him than to most prisoners. It is truly remarkable that he continues to be rational enough, his isolation and heavy guilt complex considered. Sometimes evasive when he does not desire to answer questions, nevertheless he rarely utters a direct lie. His personal modesty may be described as excessive. His habits of cleanliness are commendable, if perhaps of origins like Lady Macbeth's. Despite his strength, he is a diabetic and suffers from a heart murmur, sometimes painful. Only in circumstances so favorable as to be virtually unobtainable could Sarsfield succeed in abstaining from the behavior pattern that has led to his repeated prosecution and imprisonment. The excessive crowding of this penitentiary considered, however, I strongly recommend that he be released upon parole. Previous psychiatric reports concerning this inmate have been shallow and erroneous, I regret to note. Perhaps Sarsfield's chief psychological difficulty is that, from obscure causes, he lacks emotional communication with other adults, although able to maintain cordial and healthy relations with small children. He is very nearly a solipsist, which in large part may account for his inability to make firm decisions or pursue any regular occupation. In contradiction of previous analyses of Sarsfield, he should not be described as dull normal intellectually. Francis Xavier Sarsfield distinctly is neither dull nor normal. Sarsfield had looked up solipsist, but hadn't found himself much the wiser. He didn't think himself the only existent thing. Not most of the time, anyway. He wasn't sure that the old doctor had been real, but he knew that his mother had been real before she went straight to heaven. He knew that his nightmares probably weren't real, but sometimes, while awake, he could see things that other men couldn't. In a house like this, he could glimpse little unaccountable movements out of the corners of his eyes, but it wouldn't do to worry about those. He was afraid of those things which other people couldn't see, yet not so frightened of them as most people were. Some of the other inmates had called him Crazy Frank, and it had been hard to keep down his temper. If you could perceive more existent things, though not flesh and blood things, than psychiatrists or convicts could, why were you then a solipsist? There was no point in puzzling over it. Dad had taken him out of school to work on the farm when he hadn't yet finished the 4th grade, so words like solipsist didn't mean much to him. Poets' words, though, he mostly understood. He had picked up a rhyme that made children laugh when he told it to them. Though you don't know it, you're a poet. Your feet show it. They're Longfellow's. That wasn't very good poetry, but Henry Wadsworth Longfellow was a good poet. They must have loved Henry Wadsworth Longfellow in this house, and especially the children's hour, because of those 3 little girls named Alice, Allegra, and Edith, and those lines on the general's boulder. Allegra. That's the prettiest of all names ever, and it means Mary, someone had told him. He looked at the cheap wristwatch he had bought, besides the wash-and-wear suit, with his last dishwashing money from that Lake Superior summer hotel. Well, midnight. It's up the wooden hill for you, Frank Sarsfield, to your snug little room under the rafters. If anybody comes to Tamarack House tonight, it's out the skylight and through the snow for you, Frank, my boy, and no tiny reindeer. If you want to survive, in prison or out of it, you stick to your own business and let other folks stew in their own juice. Before he closed his eyes, he would pray for Mother's soul, not that she really needed it, and then say the little Scottish prayer he had found in a children's book. From ghoulies and ghosties and long-leggedy beasties, and things that go bump in the night, good Lord deliver us. The next morning, the morning before his birthday, Frank Sarsfield went up the circular stair to the cupola, even before making his breakfast of pickled trout, peaches, and strong coffee. The wind had gone down, and it was snowing only lightly now, but the drifts were immense. Nobody would make his way to Anthonyville and Tamarack House this day. The snowplows would be busy elsewhere. From this height he could see the freeway, and nothing seemed to be moving along it. The dead village lay to the north of him. To the east were river and swamp, the shores lined with those handsome tamaracks, the green gone out of them, which had given this house its name. Everything in sight belonged to Frank. He had dreamed during the night, the wind howling and whining round the top of the house, and he had known he was dreaming, but it had been even stranger than usual, if less horrible. In his dream he had found himself in the dining room of Tamarack House. He had not been alone. The General and Father and Mamma and the 3 little girls had been dining happily at the long table, and he had waited on them. In the kitchen, an old woman who was the cook and a girl who cleaned had eaten by themselves, but when he had finished filling the family's plates, he had sat down at the end of the table, as if he had been expected to do that. The family had talked among themselves and even to him as he ate, but somehow he had not been able to hear what they said to him. Suddenly, though, he had pricked up his ears because Allegra had spoken to him. "Frank," she had said, all mischief, "why do they call you Pumpkinhead?" The old general had frowned at the head of the table, and Mamma had said, "Allegra, don't speak that way to Frank." But he had grinned at Allegra, if a little hurt, and had told the girl, "Because some men think I've got a head like a jack-o'-lantern's, and not even seeds inside it." "Nonsense, Frank," Mamma had put in. "You have a very handsome head." "You've got a pretty head, Frank," the 3 little girls had told him then, almost in chorus, placatingly. Allegra had come round the table to make her peace. "There's going to be a big surprise for you tomorrow, Frank," she had whispered to him, and then she had kissed him on the cheek. That had waked him. Most of the rest of that howling night he had lain awake, trying to make sense of his dream, but he couldn't. The people in it had been more real than the people he met on the long, long trail. Now he strolled through the house again, admiring everything. It was almost as if he had seen the furniture and the pictures and the carpets long, long ago. The house must be over a century old, and many of the good things in it must go back to the beginning. He would have 2 or 3 more days here until the roads were cleared. There were no newspapers to tell him about the great storm, of course, and no radio that worked, but that didn't matter. He found a great big handsome Complete Works of Henry Wadsworth Longfellow in red morocco, and an illustrated copy of the Rubaiyat. He didn't need to read it, because he had memorized all the quatrains once. There was a black silk ribbon as marker between the pages, and he opened it there. At quatrain 44 it turned out. "Why, if the soul can fling the dust aside, and naked on the air of heaven ride, were't not a shame for him in this clay carcass crippled to abide." That old Vienna doctor, Frank suspected, hadn't believed in immortal souls. Frank Sarsfield knew better. But also Frank suspected that his soul never would ride, naked or clothed, on the air of heaven. Souls. That put him in mind of his sister, a living soul that he had forsaken. He ought to write her a letter on this eve of his 60th birthday. Frank traveled light, his luggage being mostly a safety razor, a hairbrush, and a comb. He washed his shirt and socks and underclothes every night, and often his wash-and-wear suit, too. But he did carry with him a few sheets of paper and a ballpoint pen. Sitting down at the library table, he had built a fire in the library stove also, there being no lack of logs. He began to write to Mary Sarsfield, alone in the rotting farmhouse in New Hampshire. His spelling wasn't good, he knew, but today he was careful at his birthday letter, using the big old dictionary with the general's bookplate in it. To write that letter took most of the day. 2 versions were discarded. At last Frank had done the best he could. Dearest Mary, my sister, it's been nearly 9 years since I came to visit you and borrowed the $78 from you, and went away again and never paid it back. I guess you don't want to see your brother Frank again after what I did that time, and other times. But the Ethiopian cannot change his skin, nor the leopard his spots. And when some man like a Jehovah's Witness or that rancher with all the cash gives me quite a lot of money, I mean to send you what I owe. But the post office isn't handy at the time, so I spend it on presents for little kids I meet, and buying new clothes and such, so I never get around to sending you that $78, Mary. Right now I have $29, and more, but the post office at this place is folded up, and by the time I get to the next town the money will be mostly gone, and so it goes. I guess probably you need the money, and I'm sorry, Mary, but maybe someday I will win in the lottery, and then I'll give you all the thousands of dollars I win. Well, Mary, it's been 41 years and 183 days since Mother passed away. And here I am, 60 years old tomorrow, and you getting on toward 56. I pray that your cough is better, and that your son and my nephew Jack is doing better than he was in Tallahassee, Florida. Sometime, Mary, if you would write to me care of Father Justin O'Malley in Albatross, Michigan, where he is pastor now, I would stop by his rectory and get your letter and read it with joy. But I know I've been a very bad brother, and I don't blame you, Mary, if you never get around to writing your brother Frank. Mary, I've been staying out of jails and working a little here and there along the road. Now, Mary, do you know what I hate most about those prisons? Why, not being on the road, you will say. No, Mary. The worst thing is the foul language the convicts use from morning till night. Taking the name of their Lord in vain is the least they do. There is a foul curse word in their every sentence. I wasn't brought up that way any more than you, Mary, and I will not revile woman or child. It is like being in H to hear it. I'm not in bad shape, except the diabetes is no better, but I take my pills for it when I can buy them, and don't have to take needles for it, and my heart hurts me dreadfully bad sometimes when I lift heavy things hours on end, and sometimes it hurts me worse at night when I've been just lying there thinking of the life I've led and how I ought to pay you the $78, and pay back other folks that helped me, too. I owe Father O'Malley $497.11 now altogether, and I keep track of it in my head, and when the lottery ticket wins, he will not be forgot. Some people have been quite good to me, and I still can make them laugh, and I recite to them, and generally I start my reciting with what no person of quality wrote hundreds of years ago. 7 wealthy towns contend for Homer dead, through which the living Homer begged his bread. They like that, and also usually they like Thomas Gray's Elegy in a Country Churchyard, leaving the world to darkness and to me. And I recite all of that, and sometimes some of the quatrains of Omar. At farms, when they ask me, I chop wood for these folk, and I help with the dishes, but I still break a good many, as you learned, Mary, 9 years ago. But I didn't mean to do it, Mary, because I am just clumsy in all ways. Oh, yes, I am good at reciting Frost's Stopping by Woods, and his poem about the hired man. I have been reading the poetical works of Thomas Stearns Eliot, so I can recite his The Hollow Men, or much of it, and also his Book of Practical Cats, which is comical when I come to college towns, and some professor or his wife gives me a sandwich and maybe $2, and maybe a ride to the next town. Where I am now, Mary, I ought to study the poems of John Greenleaf Whittier, because there's been a real blizzard, maybe the biggest in the state for many years, and I am snowbound. Years ago I tried to memorize all that poem, but I only got part way, for it is a whopper of a poem. I don't hear much good music, Mary, because, of course, at the motels there isn't any phonograph or tape recorder. I'd like to hear some good string quartet, or maybe old folk songs, well sung, for music hath charms to soothe the savage breast. There's an old Edison at the house where I'm staying now, and what do you know, they have a record of a song you and I used to sing together. There's a long, long trail a-winding. It's about the newest record in this house. I'll play it again soon, thinking of you, Mary, my sister. Oh, there is a long, long night of waiting. Mary, right now I'm at a big, fine house where the people have gone away for a while, and I watch the house for them and keep some of the rooms warm. Let me assure you, Mary, I won't take anything from this good old house when I go. These are nice people, I know, and I just came in out of the storm, and I'm very fond of their 3 sweet little girls. I remember what you looked like when I ran away first, and you looked like one of them called Alice. The one I like best, though, is Allegra, because she makes mischief and laughs a lot, but is innocent. I came here just yesterday, but it seems as if I'd lived in this house before, but of course I couldn't have, and I feel at home here. Nothing in this house could scare me much. You might not like it, Mary, because of little noises and glimpses you get, but it's a lovely house, and as you know, I like old places that have been lived in lots. By the way, Mary, once upon a time Father O'Malley told me that to the Lord all time is eternally present. I think this means everything that happens in the world in any day goes on all at once. So God sees what went on in this house long ago and what's going on in this house today all at the same time. It's just as well we don't see through God's eyes, because then we'd know everything that's going to happen to us. And because I'm such a sinner, I don't want to know. Father O'Malley says that God may forgive me everything and have something special in store for me, but I don't think so, because why should he? And Father O'Malley says that maybe some people work out their purgatory here on earth, and I might be one of these. He says we are spirits in the prison house of the body, which is like we were serving time in the world here below, and maybe God forgave me long ago, and I'm just waiting my time and paying for what I did, and it will be all right in the end. Or maybe I'm being given some second chance to set things right. But as Father O'Malley put it, to do that I'd have to fortify my will and do some signal act of contrition. Father O'Malley even says I might not have to do the act actually, if only I just made up my mind to do it really and truly, because what God counts is the intention. But I think people who are in purgatory must know they are climbing up and have hope. And Mary, I think I'm going down, 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 even though I've stayed out of prison some time now. Father O'Malley tells me that for everybody the battle is won or lost already in God's sight, and that though Satan thinks he has a good chance to conquer, actually Satan has lost forever, but doesn't know it. Mary, I never did anybody any good, but only harm to ones that loved me. If just once before I die I could do one signal act that was truly good, then God might love me, and let me have the beatific vision. Yet, Mary, I know I'm weak of will, and a coward and lazy, and I've missed my chance forever. Well, Mary, my only sister, I've bored you long enough, and I just wanted to say hello and tell you to be of good cheer. I'm sorry I whined and complained like a little boy about my health, because I'm still strong and deserve all the pain I get. Mary, if you can forgive your big brother who never grew up, please pray for me sometime, because nobody else does except possibly Father O'Malley when he isn't busy with other prayers. I pray for Mother every night, and every other night for you, and once a month for Dad. You were a good little girl and sweet. Now I will say goodbye and ask your pardon for bothering you with my foolishness. Also, I'm sorry your friends found out I was just a hobo when I was with you 9 years ago. And I don't blame you for being angry with me then, for talking too much, and I know I wasn't fit to lodge in your house. There aren't many of us old real hobos left, only beatniks and such that can't walk or chop wood, and I guess that is just as well. It is a degrading life, Mary, but I can't stop walking down that long, long trail, not knowing where it ends. Your loving brother, Francis. Frank. P.S. I don't wish to mislead, so I will add, Mary, that the people who own this house didn't exactly ask me in, but it's all right, because I won't do any harm here, but a little good if I can. Good night again, Mary. Now he needed an envelope, but he had forgotten to take one from the last motel, where the Presbyterian minister had put him up. There must be some in Tamarack House, and one would not be missed, and that would not be very wrong, because he would take nothing else. He found no envelopes in the drawer of the library table, so he went up the stairs and almost knocked at the closed door of Allegra's room. Foolish. He opened the door gently. He had admired Allegra's small rosewood desk. In its drawer was a leather letter folder, the kind with a blotter, he found, and in the folder were several yellowed envelopes. Also lying face up in the folder was a letter of several small pages, in a woman's hand, a trifle shaky. He started to sit down to read Allegra's letter that never was sent to anybody, but it passed through his mind that his great body might break the delicate rosewood chair that belonged to Allegra, so he read the letter standing. It was dated January 14th, 1969. On that birthday of his, he had been in Joliet prison. How beautifully Allegra wrote. Darling Celia, this is a lonely day at Tamarack House, just 54 years after your great-grandfather, the General, died. So I am writing to my grandniece to tell you how much I hope you will be able to come up to Anthonyville and stay with me next summer, if I still am here. The doctor says that only God knows whether I will be. Your grandmother wants me to come down your way to stay with her for the rest of this winter, but I can't bear to leave Tamarack House at my age, for they might have to put me in a rest home down there, and then I wouldn't see this old house again. I am all right, really, because kind Mr. Connor looks in every day, and Mrs. Williams comes every other day to clean. I am not sick, my little girl, but simply older than my years, and running down. When you come up next summer, God willing, I will make you that soft toast you like, and perhaps Mr. Connor will turn the crank for the ice cream, and I may try to make some preserves with you to help me. You weren't lonely, were you, when you stayed with me last summer for a whole month? Of course, there are fewer than 100 people left in Anthonyville now, and most of those are old. They say that there will be practically nobody living in the town a few years from now, when the new highway is completed and the old one is abandoned. There were more than 2,000 people here in town and round about, a few years after the General built Tamarack House. But first the lumber industry gave out, and then the mines were exhausted, and the prison break in 1915 scared many away forever. There are no passenger trains now, and they say the railway line will be pulled out altogether when the new freeway, they have just begun building it to the east, is ready for traffic. But we still have the maples and the tamaracks, and there are ever so many raccoons and opossums and squirrels for you to watch, and a lynx, I think, and an otter or two, and many deer. Celia, last summer you asked me about the General's death, and all the things that happened then, because you had heard something of them from your grandmother Edith. But I didn't wish to frighten you, so I didn't tell you everything. You are older now, and you have a right to know, because when you grow up, you will be one of the trustees of the Anthony Family Trust, and then this old house will be in your charge when I am gone. Tamarack House is not at all frightening, except a little in the morning on every January 14th. I do hope that you and the other trustees will keep the house always, with the money that Father left to me. He was good at making money, even though the forests vanished and the mines failed, by his investments in Chicago, and which I am leaving to the family trust. I've kept the house just as it was, for the sake of the General's memory, and because I love it that way. You asked just what happened on January 14th, 1915. There were 7 people who slept in the house that month, not counting Cook and Cynthia, who was a kind of nanny to us girls and also cleaned, because they slept at their houses in the village. In the house, of course, was the General, my grandfather, your great-grandfather, who was nearly 80 years old. Then there were Father and Mamma, and the 3 of us little sisters, and dear Frank. Alice, and sometimes even that baby Edith, used to tease me in those days by screaming, "Frank's Allegra's sweetheart! Frank's Allegra's sweetheart!" I used to chase them, but I suppose it was true. He liked me best. Of course he was about 60 years old, though not so old as I am now, and I was a little thing. He used to take me through the swamps and show me the muskrats' houses. The first time he took me on such a trip, Mamma raised her eyebrows when he was out of the room, but the General said, "I'll warrant, Frank. I have his papers." Alice and Edith might just as well have shouted, "Frank's Allegra's slave." He read to me. Oh, Robert Louis Stevenson's poems and all sorts of books. I never had another sweetheart, partly because almost all the young men left Anthonyville as I grew up, when there was no work for them here, and the ones that remained didn't please Mamma. We 3 sisters used to play creep mouse with Frank, I remember well. We would be the creep mice, and would sneak up and scare him when he wasn't watching, and he would pretend to be terrified. He made up a little song for us, or rather he put words to some tune he had borrowed. "Down, down in Creep Mouse Town, all the lamps are low, and the little rodent feet softly come and go. There's a rat in Creep Mouse Town, and a bat or 2. Everything in Creep Mouse Town would swiftly frighten you." Do you remember, Celia, that the General was state supervisor of prisons and reformatories for time out of mind? He was a good architect, too, and designed Anthonyville State Prison, without taking any fee for himself, as a model prison. Some people in the capital said that he did it to give employment to his country, but really it was because the site was so isolated that it would be difficult for convicts to escape. The General knew Frank's last name, but he never told the rest of us. Frank had been in Anthonyville State Prison at one time, and later in other prisons, and the General had taken him out of one of those other prisons on parole, having known Frank when he was locked up at Anthonyville. I never learned what Frank had done to be sentenced to prison, but he was gentle with me and everybody else until that early morning of January 14th. The General was amused by Frank, and said that Frank would be better off with us than anywhere else. So Frank became our hired man, and chopped the firewood for us, and kept the fires going in the stoves and fireplaces, and sometimes served at dinner. In summer he was supposed to scythe the lawns, but of course summer didn't come. Frank arrived by train at Anthonyville Station in October, and we gave him the little room at the top of the house. Well, on January 12th, Father went off to Chicago on business. We still had the General. Every night he barred the shutters on the ground floor, going round to all the rooms by himself. Mamma knew he did it because there was a rumor that some life convicts at the prison had it in for the supervisor of prisons, although the General had retired 5 years earlier. Also, they may have thought he kept a lot of money in the house, when actually, what with the timber gone and the mines going, in those times we were rather hard-pressed, and certainly kept our money in the bank at Duluth. But we girls didn't know why the General closed the shutters, except that it was one of the General's rituals. Besides, Anthonyville State Prison was supposed to be escape-proof. It was just that the General always took precautions, though ever so brave. Just before dawn, Celia, on the cold morning of January 14th, 1915, we all were waked by the siren of the prison, and we all rushed downstairs in our nightclothes, and we could see that part of the prison was afire. Oh, the sky was red. The General tried to telephone the prison, but he couldn't get through, and later it turned out that the lines had been cut. Next, it all happened so swiftly. We heard shouting somewhere down Main Street, and then guns went off. The General knew what that meant. He had got his trousers and his boots on, and now he struggled with his old military overcoat, and he took his old army revolver. "Lock the door behind me, girl," he told Mama. She cried and tried to pull him back inside, but he went down into the snow, nearly 80 though he was. Only 3 or 4 minutes later we heard the shots. The General had met the convicts at the gate. It was still dark, and the General had cataracts on his eyes. They say he fired first and missed. Those bad men had broken into Mr. Emmons' store and taken guns and axes and whiskey. They shot the General, shot him again and again and again. The next thing we knew, they were chopping at our front door with axes. Mama hugged us. Celia, dear, writing all this has made me so silly. I feel a little odd, so I must go lie down for an hour or 2 before telling you the rest. Celia, I do hope you will love this old house as much as I have. If I'm not here when you come up, remember that where I have gone, I will know the General and Father and Mamma and Alice and poor dear Frank, and will be ever so happy with them. Be a good little girl, my Celia. The letter ended there, unsigned. Frank clumped downstairs to the Sunday parlor. He was crying, for the first time since he had fought that professional heavyweight on October 19th, 1943. Allegra's letter. If only she'd finished it. What had happened to those little girls, and Mama, and that other Frank? He thought of something from the Holy Bible. It were better for him that a millstone were hanged about his neck, and he cast into the sea, than that he should offend one of these little ones. Already it was almost evening. He lit the wick in the cranberry glass lamp that hung from the middle of the parlor ceiling, standing on a chair to reach it. Why not enjoy more light? On a whim, he arranged upon the round table 4 silver candlesticks that had rested above the fireplace. He needed 3 more, and those he fetched from the dining room. He lit every candle in the circle. 1 for the General, 1 for Father, 1 for Mama, 1 for Alice, 1 for Allegra, 1 for Edith, and 1 for Frank. The dear names of those little girls. He might as well recite aloud, it being good practice for the approaching days on the long, long trail. I hear in the chamber above me the patter of little feet, the sound of a door that is opened, and voices, soft and sweet. Here he ceased. Had he heard something in the passage? Or descending the broad hall stair? Because of the wind outside, he could not be certain. It cost him a gritting of his teeth to rise and open the parlor door. Of course, no one could be seen in the hall or on the stair. Crazy Frank, men had called him at Joliet and other prisons. He had clenched his fists, but had kept a check upon himself. Didn't St. Paul say that the violent take heaven by storm? Perhaps he had barked up the wrong tree. Perhaps he would be spewed out of his mouth for being too peaceful. Shutting the door, he went back to the fireside. Those lines of Longfellow had been no evocation. He put the long, long trail on the old phonograph again, strolling about the room until the record ran out. There was an old print of a Great Lakes schooner on one wall that he liked. Beside it, he noticed, there seemed to be some pellets embedded in a closet door jamb, but painted over as if someone had fired a shotgun in the parlor in the old days. The Violent Take It by Storm. He admired the grand piano. Perhaps Allegra had learnt to play it. There were one or two big notches or gashes along one edge of the piano, varnished over, hard though that wood was. Then Frank sank into the big chair again and stared at the burning logs. Just how long he had dozed he did not know. He woke abruptly. Had he heard a whisper, the faintest whisper? He tensed to spring up, but before he could move, he saw reflections in the tall mirror. Something had moved in the corner by the bookcase. No doubt about it. That small something had stirred again. Also something crept behind one of the satin sofas, and something else lurked near the piano. All these were at his back. He saw the reflections in the glass, as in a glass darkly, more alarming than physical forms. In this high, shadowy room, the light of the kerosene lamp and of the 7 candles did not suffice. From near the bookcase, the first of them emerged into candlelight. Then came the second and the third. They were giggling, but he could not hear them, only see their faces, and those not clearly. He was unable to stir, and the gooseflesh prickled all over him, and his hair rose at the back of his big head. They were 3 little girls, barefoot, in their long muslin nightgowns, ready for bed. One may have been as much as 12 years old, and the smallest was little more than a baby. The middle one was Allegra, tiny even for her tender years, and a little imp. He knew. He knew! They were playing creep-mouse. The 3 of them stole forward, Allegra in the lead, her eyes alight. He could see them plain now, and the dread was ebbing out of him. He might have risen and turned to greet them across the great gulf of time, but any action— why, what might it do to these little ones? Frank sat frozen in his chair, looking at the nimble reflections in the mirror, and nearer they came, perfectly silent. Allegra vanished from the glass, which meant that she must be standing just behind him. He must please them. Could he speak? He tried, and the lines came out hoarsely. Down, down in Creep-Mouse Town, all the lamps are low, and the little rodent feet— He was not permitted to finish. Wow! There came a light tug at the curly white hair on the back of his head. Oh, to talk with Allegra, the imp! Recklessly he heaved his bulk out of the chair and swung round. Too late. The parlor door was closing. But from the hall came another whisper, ever so faint, ever so unmistakable. "Good night, Frank." There followed subdued giggles, scampering, and then the silence once more. He strode to the parlor door. The hall was empty again, and the broad stair. Should he follow them up? No, all 3 would be abed now. Should he knock at Mamma's room, muttering, "Mrs. Anthony, are the children all right?" No, he hadn't the nerve for that, and it would be presumptuous. He had been given one moment of perception, and no more. Somehow he knew that they would not go so far as the garret floor. Ah, he needed fresh air. He snuffed out lamp and candles, except for one candlestick, Allegra's, that he took with him. Out into the hall he went. He unfastened the front door with that oaken patch about the middle of it, and stepped upon the porch, leaving the burning candle just within the hall. The wind had risen again, bringing still more snow. It was black as sin outside, and the temperature must be 30 below. To him the wind bore one erratic peal of the desolate church bell of Anthonyville, and then another. How strong the blast must be through that belfry! Frank retreated inside from that unfathomable darkness and that sepulchral bell which seemed to toll for him. He locked the thick door behind him and screwed up his courage for the expedition to his room at the top of the old house. But why shudder? He loved them now, Allegra most of all. Up the broad stairs to the second floor he went, hearing only his own clumsy footfalls, and past the clay-sealed doors of the General and Father and Mamma and Alice and Allegra and Edith. No one whispered, no one scampered. In Frank's room he rolled himself in his blankets and quilt. Had Allegra helped stitch the patchwork? And almost at once the consciousness went out of him, and he must have slept dreamless for the first night since he was a farm boy. So profound had been his sleep, deep almost as death, that the siren may have been wailing for some minutes before at last it roused him. Frank knew that horrid sound. It had called for him thrice before as he fled from prisons. Who wanted him now? He heaved his ponderous body out of the warm bed. The candle that he had brought up from the Sunday parlor and left burning all night was flickering in its socket, but by that flame he could see the hour on his watch. 7 o'clock. Too soon for dawn. Through the narrow skylight, as he flung on his clothes, the sky glowed an unnatural red, though it was long before sunup. The prison siren ceased to wail, as if choked off. Frank lumbered to the little frieze window and saw to the north, perhaps 2 miles distant, a monstrous mass of flames shooting high into the air. The prison was afire. Then came shots outside. First the bark of a heavy revolver, followed irregularly by blasts of shotguns or rifles. Frank was lacing his boots with a swiftness uncongenial to him. He got into his overcoat as there came a crashing and battering down below. That sound, too, he recognized, woodchopper that he had been. Axes shattering the front door. Amid this pandemonium, Frank was too bewildered to grasp altogether where he was, or even how this catastrophe might be fitted into the pattern of time. All that mattered was flight. The scheme of his escape remained clear in his mind. Pull up the chair below the skylight, heave yourself out to the upper roof, descend those iron rungs to the woodshed roof, make for the other side of the highway, then— why, then you must trust to circumstance, Frank. It's that long, long trail a-winding for you. Now he heard a woman screaming within the house, and slipped and fumbled in his alarm. He had got upon the chair, opened the skylight, and was trying to obtain a good grip on the icy outer edge of the skylight frame, when someone knocked and kicked at the door of Frank's room. Yet those were puny knocks and kicks. He was about to heave himself upward when, in a relative quiet, the screaming had ceased for a moment, he heard a little shrill voice outside his door, urgently pleading, "Frank! Frank, let me in!" He was arrested in flight, as though great weights had been clamped to his ankles. That little voice he knew, as if it were part of him. Allegra's voice. For a brief moment he still meant to scramble out the skylight, but the sweet little voice was begging. He stumbled off the chair, upset it, and was at the door in one stride. "Is that you, Allegra?" "Open it, Frank! Please, open it!" He turned the key and pulled the bolt. On the threshold the little girl stood, indistinct by the dying candlelight, terribly pale, all tears, frantic. Frank snatched her up. Ah, this was the dear, real Allegra Anthony, all warm and soft and sobbing, flesh and blood. He kissed her cheek gently. She clung to him in terror, and then squirmed loose, tugging at his heavy hand. "Oh, Frank, come on! Come downstairs! They're hurting Mamma!" "Who is little girl?" He held her tiny hand, his body quivering with dread and indecision. "Who's down there, Allegra?" "The bad men! Come on, Frank!" Braver than he, the little thing plunged back down the garret stair into the blackness below. "Allegra! Come back here! Come back now!" He bellowed it, but she was gone. Up 2 flights of stairs, there poured to him a tumult of shrieks, curses, laughter, breaking noises. Several men were below, their speech slurred and raucous. He did not need Allegra to tell him what kind of men they were, for he heard prison slang and prison foulness, and he shook all over. There still was the skylight. He would have turned back to that hole in the roof, had not Allegra squealed in pain somewhere on the 2nd floor. Dazed, trembling, unarmed, Frank went 3 steps down the garret staircase. "Allegra! Little girl! What is it, Allegra?" Someone was charging up the stair toward him. It was a burly man in the prison uniform, a lighted lantern in one hand and a glittering axe in the other. Frank had no time to turn. The man screeched obscenely at him and swung the axe. In those close quarters, wielded by a drunken man, it was a chancy weapon. The edge shattered the plaster wall. The flat of the blade thumped upon Frank's shoulder. Frank, lurching forward, took the man by the throat with a mighty grip. They all tumbled pell-mell down the steep stairs, the 2 men, the axe, the lantern. Frank's ursine bulk landed atop the stranger's body, and Frank heard his adversary's bones crunch. The lantern had broken and gone out. The convict's head hung loose on his shoulders, Frank found as he groped for the axe. Then he trampled over the fallen man and flung himself along the corridor, gripping the axe helve. "Allegra! Allegra, girl!" From the head of the main stair he could see that the lamps and candles were burning in the hall and in the rooms of the ground floor. All 3 children were down there, wailing, and above their noise rose Mamma's shrieks again. A mob of men were stamping, breaking things, roaring with amusement and desire, shouting filth. A bottle shattered. His heart pounding as if it would burst out of his chest, Frank hurried rashly down the stair and went, all crimson with fury, into the Sunday parlor, the double-bitted axe swinging in his hand. They all were there, the little girls, Mamma, and 5 wild men. "Stop that!" Frank roared with all the power of his lungs. "You let them go!" Everyone in the parlor stood transfixed at the summons like the last trump. Allegra had been tugging pathetically at the leg of a dark man who gripped her mother's waist, and the other girls sputtered and sobbed, cornered, as a tall man poured a bottle of whiskey over them. Mrs. Anthony's gown was ripped nearly its whole length, and a 3rd man was bending her backward by her long hair, as if he would snap her spine. Near the hall door stood a man like a long, lean rat, the rat of Creepmouse Town, a shotgun on his arm, gape-jawed at Frank's intervention. Guns and axes lay scattered about the turkey carpet. By the fireplace a 5th man had been heating the poker in the flames. For that tableau moment they all stared astonished at the raving giant who had burst upon them, and the giant, puffing, stared back with his strange blue eyes. "Oh, Frank!" Allegra sobbed. It was more command than entreaty, as if, Frank thought in a flash of insane mirth, he were like the boy in the fairy tale who could cry confidently, "All heads off but mine." He knew what these men were, the rats and bats of Creepmouse Town, the worst men in any prison, lifers who had made their hell upon earth, killers all of them, and worse than killers. The rotten damnation showed in all those flushed and drunken faces. Then the dark man let go of Mamma and said in relief with a coughing laugh, "Hell, it's only old Pumpkinhead Frank, clowning again. Have some fun for yourself, Frank boy." "Hey, Frank," Ratface asked, his shotgun crooked under his arm, "where'd the old man keep his money?" Frank towered there, perplexed, the berserker lust draining out of him, almost bashful, and frightened worse than ever before in all his years on the trail. What should he shout now? What should he do? Who was he to resist such perfect evil? They were 5 to 1, and those 5 were fiends from down under, and that one a coward. Long ago he had been weighed in the balance and found wanting. Mamma was the first to break the tableau. Her second captor had relaxed his clutch upon Hare. She prodded the little girls before her and leaped for the door. The hair-puller was after her at once, but she bounded past Ratface's shotgun, which had wavered toward Frank, and Alice and Edith were ahead of her. Allegra, her eyes wide and desperate, tripped over the rungs of a broken chair. Everything happened in half a second. The hair-puller caught Allegra by her little ankle. Then Frank bellowed again, loudest in all his life, and he swung his axe high above his head and downward, a skillful, dreadful stroke, catching the hair-puller's arm just below the shoulder. At once the man began to scream and spout, while Allegra fled after her mother. Falling, the hair-puller collided with Ratface, spoiling his aim, but one barrel of the shotgun fired, and Frank felt pain in his side. His bloody axe on high, he hulked between the 5 men and the door. All the men's faces were glaring at Frank incredulously, as if demanding how he dared stir against them. 3 convicts were scrabbling tipsily for weapons on the floor. As Frank strode among them, he saw the expression on those faces change from gloating to desperation. Just as his second blow descended, there passed through his mind a kind of fleshly collage of death he had seen once at a farmyard gate, the corpses of 5 weasels nailed to a gate-post by the farmer, their frozen open jaws agape like damned souls in hell. "All heads off but mine!" Frank heard himself braying. "All heads off but mine!" He hacked and hewed, his own screams of lunatic fury drowning their screams of terror. For less than 3 minutes, shots, thuds, shrieks, crashes, terrible wailing. They could not get past him to the doorway. "Come on!" Frank was raging as he stood in the middle of the parlor. "Come on! Who's next? All heads off but mine! Who's next?" There came no answer but a ghastly rattle from one of the 5 heaps that littered the carpet. Blood-soaked from hair to boots, the berserker towered alone, swaying where he stood. His mind began to clear. He had been shot twice, Frank guessed, and the pain at his heart was frightful. Into his frantic consciousness burst all the glory of what he had done, and all the horror. He became almost rational. He must count the dead. 1 upstairs, 5 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 heaps. That was correct. All present and accounted for. Frank boy, Pumpkinhead Frank, crazy Frank. All dead and accounted for. Had he thought that thought before? Had he taken that mock role before? Had he wrought this slaughter twice over, twice in this same old room? But where were Mamma and the little girls? They mustn't see this blood-splashed inferno of a parlor. He was looking at himself in the tall mirror, and he saw a bare man, loathsome with his own blood and others' blood. He looked like the wild man of Borneo. In abhorrence he flung his axe aside. Behind him sprawled the reflections of the hacked dead. Fighting down his heart pain, he reeled into the hall. "Little girls! Mrs. Anthony! Allegra! Oh, Allegra!" His voice was less strong. "Where are you? It's safe now." They did not call back. He labored up the main stair, clutching his side. "Allegra! Speak to your Frank." They were in none of the bedrooms. He went up the garret stair, whatever the agony, then beyond Frank's room to the cupola stair, and ascended that slowly, gasping hard. They were not in the cupola. Might they have run out among the trees? In that cold dawn he stared on every side. He thought his sight was beginning to fail. He could see no one outside the house. The drifts still choked the street beyond the gate-posts, and those 2 boulders protruded impassive from untrodden snow. Back down the flights of stairs he made his way, clutching at the rail, at the wall. Surely the little girls hadn't strayed into that parlor butcher shop. He bit his lip and peered into the Sunday parlor. The bodies all were gone. The splashes and ropey strands of blood all were gone. Everything stood in perfect order, as if violence never had touched Tamarack House. The sun was rising, and sunlight filtered through the shutters. Within 15 minutes the trophies of his savage victory had disappeared. It was like the recurrent dream which had tormented Frank when he was little. He separated from mother in the dark, wandering solitary in empty lanes, no soul alive in all the universe but little Frank. Yet those tremendous axe blows had severed living flesh and blood, and for one moment, there on the stairs, he had held in his arms a tiny, quick Allegra. Of that reality he did not doubt at all. Wonder subduing pain, he staggered to the front door. It stood unshattered. He drew the bar and turned the key, and went down the stone steps into the snow. He was weak now, and did not know where he was going. Had he done a signal act? Might the Lord give him one parting glimpse of little Allegra, somewhere among the trees? He slipped into a drift, half rose, sank again, crawled. He found himself at the foot of one of those boulders, the further one, the stone he had not inspected. The snow had fallen away from the face of the bronze tablet. Clutching the boulder, Frank drew himself up. By bringing his eyes very close to the tablet, he could read the words. A dying man panting against deathless bronze. In loving memory of Frank, a spirit in prison, made for eternity, who saved us and died for us, January 14th, 1915. Why, if the soul can fling the dust aside, and naked on the air of heaven ride, were't not a shame for him in this clay carcass crippled to abide. Algernon Blackwood, The Damned. Algernon Blackwood, 1869 to 1951, was one of the founding fathers of modern weird fiction. Unlike Sheridan Le Fanu and his spiritual successor M.R. James, Blackwood did not follow the traditional route of the classic British ghost story. Although his first collection, The Empty House, 1906, carried a number of conventional ghost stories, he soon carved out for himself a special area where he explored the realms of the unseen powers of nature. To Blackwood, nature was the omnipotent deity to which mankind was but an interfering and bumbling pawn. At times man could heighten his awareness of the world about him, either through drugs, special training, or a natural affinity with nature, and then he would become aware of and be at the mercy of powers unknown. Blackwood used this to stunning effect in many of his stories, most of which are based on some personal experience. In The Damned, first published in his collection Incredible Adventures in 1914, he added the memory of his own upbringing in a strict evangelical household, where he was kept apart from the rest of the world for fear he would stumble onto the road to hell. In The Damned, you might say Blackwood relived his own hell. 1. "I'm over 40, Frances, and rather set in my ways," I said good-naturedly, ready to yield if she insisted that our going together on the visit involved her happiness. "My work is rather heavy just now, too, as you know. The question is, could I work there, with a lot of unassorted people in the house?" "Mabel doesn't mention any other people, Bill," was my sister's rejoinder. "I gather she's alone, as well as lonely." By the way she looked sideways out of the window at nothing, it was obvious she was disappointed, but to my surprise she did not urge the point, and as I glanced at Mrs. Franklin's invitation lying upon her sloping lap, the neat childish handwriting conjured up a mental picture of the banker's widow, with her timid, insignificant personality, her pale grey eyes, and her expression as of a backward child. I thought, too, of the roomy country mansion her late husband had altered to suit his particular needs, and of my visit to it a few years ago, when its barren spaciousness suggested a wing of Kensington Museum, fitted up temporarily as a place to eat and sleep in. Comparing it mentally with the poky Chelsea flat where I and my sister kept impecunious house, I realized other points as well. Unworthy details flashed across me to entice. The fine library, the organ, the quiet workroom I should have, perfect service, the delicious cup of early tea, and hot baths at any moment of the day, without a geyser. "It's a longish visit, a month, isn't it?" I hedged, smiling at the details that seduced me, and ashamed of my man's selfishness, yet knowing that Francis expected it of me. "There are points about it, I admit. If you're set on my going with you, I could manage it all right." I spoke at length in this way because my sister made no answer. I saw her tired eyes gazing into the dreariness of Oakley Street, and felt a pang strike through me. After a pause, in which again she said no word, I added, "So, when you write the letter, you might hint, perhaps, that I usually work all the morning, and, am not a very lively visitor. Then she'll understand, you see." And I half rose to return to my diminutive study, where I was slaving just then at an absorbing article on comparative aesthetic values in the blind and deaf. But Frances did not move. She kept her grey eyes upon Oakley Street, where the evening mist from the river drew mournful perspectives into view. It was late October. We heard the omnibuses thundering across the bridge. The monotony of that broad, characterless street seemed more than usually depressing. Even in June sunshine it was dead, but with autumn its melancholy soaked into every house between King's Road and the Embankment. It washed thought into the past, instead of inviting it hopefully towards the future. For me, its easy width was an avenue through which nameless slums across the river sent creeping messages of depression, and I always regarded it as winter's main entrance into London. Fog, slush, gloom trooped down it every November, waving their forbidding banners till March came to rout them. Its one claim upon my love was that the south wind swept sometimes unobstructed up it, soft with suggestions of the sea. These lugubrious thoughts I naturally kept to myself, though I never ceased to regret the little flat whose cheapness had seduced us. Now, as I watched my sister's impassive face, I realized that perhaps she too felt as I felt, yet, brave woman, without betraying it. "And look here, Fanny," I said, putting a hand upon her shoulder as I crossed the room. "It would be the very thing for you. You're worn out with catering and housekeeping. Mabel is your oldest friend, besides, and you've hardly seen her since he died." "She's been abroad for a year, Bill, and only just came back," my sister interposed. "She came back rather unexpectedly, though I never thought she would go there to live." She stopped abruptly. Clearly she was only speaking half her mind. "Probably," she went on, "Mabel wants to pick up old links again." "Naturally," I put in. "Yourself chief among them." The veiled reference to the house I let pass. It involved discussing the dead man, for one thing. "I feel I ought to go anyhow," she resumed. "And of course it would be jollier if you came too. You'd get in such a muddle here by yourself, and eat wrong things, and forget to air the rooms, and— oh, everything." She looked up, laughing. "Only," she added, "there's the British Museum." "But there's a big library there," I answered, "and all the books of reference I could possibly want. It was of you I was thinking. You could take up your painting again. You always sell half of what you paint. It would be a splendid rest, too, and Sussex is a jolly country to walk in. By all means, Fanny, I advise—" Our eyes met, as I stammered in my attempts to avoid expressing the thought that hid in both our minds. My sister had a weakness for dabbling in the various new theories of the day, and Mabel, who before her marriage had belonged to foolish societies for investigating the future life to the neglect of the present one, had fostered this undesirable tendency. Her amiable, impressionable temperament was open to every psychic wind that blew. I deplored, detested the whole business. But even more than this, I abhorred the later influence that Mr. Franklin had steeped his wife in, capturing her body and soul in his sombre doctrines. I had dreaded lest my sister also might be caught. now that she is alone again—" I stopped short. Our eyes now made pretense impossible, for the truth had slipped out inevitably, stupidly, although unexpressed in definite language. We laughed, turning our faces a moment to look at other things in the room. Frances picked up a book and examined its cover as though she had made an important discovery, while I took my case out and lit a cigarette I did not want to smoke. We left the matter there. I went out of the room before further explanation could cause tension. Disagreements grow into discord from such tiny things, wrong adjectives, or a chance inflection of the voice. Frances had a right to her views of life as much as I had. At least, I reflected comfortably, we had separated upon an agreement this time, recognized mutually, though not actually stated. And this point of meeting was oddly enough our way of regarding someone who was dead. For we had both disliked the husband with a great dislike, and during his 3 years' married life had only been to the house once, for a weekend visit. Arriving late on Saturday, we had left after an early breakfast on Monday morning. Ascribing my sister's dislike to a natural jealousy at losing her old friend, I said merely that he displeased me. Yet we both knew that the real emotion lay much deeper. Frances, loyal, honourable creature, had kept silence, and beyond saying that house and grounds, he altered one and laid out the other, distressed her as an expression of his personality somehow. Distressed was the word she used. No further explanation had passed her lips. Our dislike of his personality was easily accounted for, up to a point, since both of us shared the artist's point of view that a creed cut to measure and carefully dried was an ugly thing, and that a dogma to which believers must subscribe or perish everlastingly was a barbarism resting upon cruelty. But while my own dislike was purely due to an abstract worship of beauty, my sister's had another twist in it, for with her new tendencies she believed that all religions were an aspect of truth, and that no one, even the lowest wretch, could escape heaven in the long run. Samuel Franklin, the rich banker, was a man universally respected and admired, and the marriage, though Mabel was 15 years his junior, won general applause. His bride was an heiress in her own right, breweries, and the story of her conversion at a revivalist meeting where Samuel Franklin had spoken fervidly of heaven, and terrifying of sin, hell, and damnation, even contained a touch of genuine romance. She was a brand snatched from the burning. His detailed eloquence had frightened her into heaven. Salvation came in the nick of time. His words had plucked her from the edge of that lake of fire and brimstone, where their worm dieth not, and the fire is not quenched. She regarded him as a hero, sighed her relief upon his saintly shoulder, and accepted the peace he offered her with a grateful resignation. For her husband was a religious man who successfully combined great riches with the glamour of winning souls. He was a portly figure, though tall, with masterful big hands, the fingers rather thick and red, and his dignity, that just escaped being pompous, held in it something that was implacable. A convinced assurance, almost remorseless, gleamed in his eyes when he preached especially, and his threats of hell-fire must have scared souls stronger than the timid, receptive Mabel whom he married. He clad himself in long frock coats that buttoned unevenly, big square boots, and trousers that invariably bagged at the knee and were a little short. He wore low collars, spats occasionally, and a tall black hat that was not of silk. His voice was alternately hard and unctuous, and he regarded theatres, ballrooms, and racecourses as the vestibule of that brimstone lake, of whose geography he was as positive as of his great banking offices in the city. A philanthropist up to the hilt, however, no one ever doubted his complete sincerity. His convictions were ingrained, his faith borne out by his life, as witness his name upon so many admirable societies, as treasurer, patron, or heading the donation list. He bulked large in the world of doing good, a broad and stately stone in the rampart against evil, and his heart was genuinely kind and soft for others, who believed as he did. Yet in spite of this true sympathy with suffering and his desire to help, He was narrow as a telegraph wire and unbending as a church pillar. He was intensely selfish, intolerant as an officer of the Inquisition. His bourgeois soul constructed a revolting scheme of heaven that was reproduced in miniature in all he did and planned. Faith was the sine qua non of salvation, and by faith he meant belief in his own particular view of things, which faith, except every one do keep whole and undefiled, without doubt he shall perish everlastingly. All the world but his own small exclusive sect must be damned eternally. A pity, but alas, inevitable. He was right. Yet he prayed without ceasing, and gave heavily to the poor, the only thing he could not give being big ideas to his provincial and suburban deity. Pettier than an insect, and more obstinate than a mule, he held also the superior sleek humility of a chosen one. He was churchwarden, too. He read the lessons in a place of worship, either chilly or overheated, where neither organ, vestments, nor lighted candles were permitted, but where the odor of hair-wash on the boys' heads in the back rows pervaded the entire building. This portrait of the banker, who accumulated riches both on earth and in heaven, may possibly be overdrawn, however, because Francis and I were artistic temperaments that viewed the type with a dislike and distrust amounting to contempt. The majority considered Samuel Franklin a worthy man and a good citizen. The majority doubtless held the saner view. A few years more, and he certainly would have been made a baronet. He relieved much suffering in the world, as assuredly as he caused many souls the agonies of torturing fear by his emphasis upon damnation. Had there been one point of beauty in him, we might have been more lenient, only we found it not, and I admit took little pains to search. I shall never forget the look of dour forgiveness with which he heard our excuses for missing morning prayers that Sunday morning of our single visit to the Towers. My sister learned that a change was made soon afterwards, prayers being conducted after breakfast instead of before. The Towers stood solemnly upon a Sussex hill amid park-like modern grounds, but the house cannot better be described. It would be so wearisome, for one thing, than by saying that it was a cross between an overgrown, pretentious Norwood villa and one of those saturnine institutes for cripples the train passes as it slinks ashamed through South London into Surrey. It was wealthily furnished, and at first sight imposing, but on closer acquaintance revealed a meagre personality, barren and austere. One looked for rules and regulations on the walls, all signed by order. The place was a prison that shut out the world. There was, of course, no billiard-room, no smoking-room, no room for play of any kind, and the great hall at the back, once a chapel which might have been used for dancing, theatricals, or other innocent amusements, was consecrated in his day to meetings of various kind, chiefly brigades, temperance, or missionary societies. There was a harmonium at one end, on the level floor, a raised dais or platform at the other, and a gallery above for the servants, gardeners, and coachmen. It was heated with hot water pipes, and hung with Dore's pictures, though these latter were soon removed and stored out of sight in the attics as being too unspiritual. In polished shiny wood, it was a representation in miniature of that poky exclusive heaven he took about with him, externalizing it in all he did and planned, even in the grounds about the house. Changes in the Towers, Francis told me, had been made during Mabel's year of widowhood abroad. An organ put into the big hall, the library made livable and recatalogued, when it was permissible to suppose she had found her soul again and returned to her normal, healthy views of life, which included enjoyment and play, literature, music, and the arts, without, however, a touch of that trivial thoughtlessness usually termed worldliness. Mrs. Franklin, as I remembered her, was a quiet little woman, shallow, perhaps, and easily influenced, but sincere as a dog and thorough in her faithful friendships. Her tastes at heart were Catholic, and that heart was simple and unimaginative. That she took up with the various movements of the day was sign merely that she was searching in her limited way for a belief that should bring her peace. She was, in fact, a very ordinary woman, her caliber a little less than that of Francis. I knew they used to discuss all kinds of theories together, but as these discussions never resulted in action, I had come to regard her as harmless. Still, I was not sorry when she married, and I did not welcome now a renewal of the former intimacy. The philanthropist had given her no children, or she would have made a good and sensible mother. No doubt she would marry again.
Mabel mentions that she's been alone at the Towers since the end of August,
Frances told me at tea-time.
And I'm sure she feels out of it and lonely. It would be a kindness to go. Besides, I always liked her.
I agreed. I had recovered from my attack of selfishness. I expressed my pleasure. "You've written to accept," I said, half statement and half question. Frances nodded.
"I thanked for you," she added quietly, "explaining that you were not free at the moment, but that later, if not convenient, you might come down for a bit and join me."
I stared. Frances sometimes had this independent way of deciding things. I was convicted and punished into the bargain. Of course there followed argument and explanation, as between brother and sister who were affectionate, but the recording of our talk could be of little interest. It was arranged thus, Frances and I both satisfied. 2 days later she departed for the Towers, leaving me alone in the flat with everything planned for my comfort and good behaviour. She was rather a tyrant in her quiet way, and her last words as I saw her off from Charing Cross rang in my head for a long time after she was gone.
"I'll write and let you know, Bill. Eat properly, mind, and let me know if anything goes wrong."
She waved her small gloved hand, nodded her head until the feather brushed the window, and was gone. 2. After the note announcing her safe arrival, a week of silence passed, and then a letter came. There were various suggestions for my welfare, and the rest was the usual rambling information and description Frances loved, generously italicized.
"And we are quite alone,"
she went on in her enormous handwriting that seemed such a waste of space and labor.
"Though some others are coming presently, I believe. You could work here to your heart's content. Mabel quite understands, and she says she would love to have you when you feel free to come. She has changed a bit, back to her old natural self. She never mentions him. The place has changed, too, in certain ways. It has more cheerfulness, I think. She has put it in, this cheerfulness, spaded it in, if you know what I mean. But it lies about uneasily, it is not natural, quite. The organ is a beauty. She must be very rich now, but she's as gentle and sweet as ever. Do you know, Bill, I think he must have frightened her into marrying him. I get the impression she was afraid of him." This last sentence was inked out, but I read it through the scratching, the letters being too big to hide. He had an inflexible will beneath all that oily kindness which passed for spiritual. He was a real personality, I mean. I'm sure he'd have sent you and me cheerfully to the stake in another century, for our own good. Isn't it odd she never speaks of him, even to me?" This again was stroked through, though without the intention to obliterate, merely because it was repetition, probably. "The only reminder of him in the house now is a big copy of the presentation portrait that stands on the stairs of the Multitechnic Institute at Peckham. You know, that life-size one with his fat hand sprinkled with rings resting on a thick Bible, and the other slipped between the buttons of a tight frock-coat. It hangs in the dining-room and rather dominates our meals. I wish Mabel would take it down. I think she'd like to, if she dared. There's not a single photograph of him anywhere, even in her own room. Mrs. Marsh is here. You remember her, his housekeeper, the wife of the man who got penal servitude for killing a baby or something. You said she robbed him and justified her stealing because the story of the unjust steward was in the Bible. How we laughed over that. She's just the same, too, gliding about all over the house and turning up when least expected. Other reminiscences filled the next 2 sides of the letter, and ran without a trace of punctuation into instructions about a salamander stove for heating my workroom in the flat. These were followed by things I was to tell the cook, and by requests for several articles she had forgotten and would like sent after her, 2 of them blouses, with descriptions so lengthy and contradictory that I sighed as I read them. "Unless you come down soon, in which case perhaps you wouldn't mind bringing them. Not the mauve one I wear in the evening sometimes, but the pale blue one with lace round the collar and the crinkly front. They're in the cupboard, or the drawer, I'm not sure which, of my bedroom. Ask Annie if you're in doubt. Thanks most awfully. Send a telegram, remember, and we'll meet you in the motor any time. I don't quite know if I shall stay the whole month, alone. It all depends." And she closed the letter, the italicized words increasing recklessly towards the end, with a repetition that Mabel would love to have me for myself, as also to have a man in the house, and that I only had to telegraph the day and the train. This letter, coming by the second post, interrupted me in a moment of absorbing work, and having read it through to make sure there was nothing requiring instant attention, I threw it aside and went on with my notes and reading. Within 5 minutes, however, it was back at me again. That restless thing called "Between the Lines" fluttered about my mind. My interest in the Balkan States, political article that had been ordered, faded. Somewhere, somehow, I felt disquieted, disturbed. At first I persisted in my work, forcing myself to concentrate, but soon found that a layer of new impressions floated between the article and my attention. It was like a shadow through a shadow that dissolved upon inspection. Once or twice I glanced up, expecting to find someone in the room, but the door had opened unobserved and Annie was waiting for instructions. I heard the buses thundering across the bridge. I was aware of Oakley Street. Montenegro and the blue Adriatic melted into the October haze along that depressing embankment that ate a river bank, and sentences from the letter flashed before my eyes and stung me. Picking it up and reading it through more carefully, I rang the bell and told Annie to find the blouses and pack them for the post, showing her finally the written description, and resenting the superior smile with which she at once interrupted, "I know them, sir," and disappeared. But it was not the blouses. It was that exasperating thing between the lines that put an end to my work with its elusive, teasing nuisance. The first sharp impression is alone of value in such a case, for once analysis begins, the imagination constructs all kinds of false interpretation. The more I thought, the more I grew fuddled. The letter, it seemed to me, wanted to say another thing. Instead, the 8 sheets conveyed it merely. It came to the edge of disclosure, then halted. There was something on the writer's mind, and I felt uneasy. Studying the sentences brought, however, no revelation, but increased confusion only. For while the uneasiness remained, the first clear hint had vanished. In the end I closed my books and went out to look up another matter at the British Museum Library. Perhaps I should discover it that way, by turning the mind in a totally new direction. I lunched at the Express Dairy in Oxford Street close by, and telephoned to Annie that I would be home to tea at 5. And at tea, tired physically and mentally after breathing the exhausted air of the rotunda for 5 hours, my mind suddenly delivered up its original impression, vivid and clear-cut. No proof accompanied the revelation. It was mere presentiment, but convincing. Frances was disturbed in her mind, her orderly, sensible housekeeping mind. She was uneasy, even perhaps afraid. Something in the house distressed her, and she had need of me. Unless I went down, her time of rest and change, her quite necessary holiday, in fact, would be spoilt. She was too unselfish to say this, but it ran everywhere between the lines. I saw it clearly now. Mrs. Franklin, moreover, and that meant Frances, too, would like a man in the house. It was a disagreeable phrase, a suggestive way of hinting something she dared not state definitely. The 2 women in that great lonely barrack of a house were afraid. My sense of duty, affection, unselfishness, whatever the composite emotion may be termed, was stirred. Also my vanity. I acted quickly, lest reflection should warp clear, decent judgment. "Annie," I said, when she answered the bell, "you need not send those blouses by the post. I'll take them down tomorrow when I go. I shall be away a week or 2, possibly longer." and having looked up a train, I hastened out to telegraph before I could change my fickle mind. But no desire came that night to change my mind. I was doing the right, the necessary thing. I was even in something of a hurry to get down to the Towers as soon as possible. I chose an early afternoon train. 3. A telegram had told me to come to a town 10 miles from the house, so I was saved the crawling train to the local station, and travelled down by an express. As soon as we left London, the fog cleared off, and an autumn sun, though without heat in it, painted the landscape with golden browns and yellows. My spirits rose as I lay back in the luxurious motor and sped between the woods and hedges. Oddly enough, my anxiety of overnight had disappeared. It was due, no doubt, to that exaggeration of detail which reflection in loneliness brings. Frances and I had not been separated for over a year, and her letters from the Towers told so little. It had seemed unnatural to be deprived of those intimate particulars of mood and feeling I was accustomed to. We had such confidence in one another, and our affection was so deep. Though she was but 5 years younger than myself, I regarded her as a child. My attitude was fatherly. In return, she certainly mothered me with a solicitude that never cloyed. I felt no desire to marry while she was still alive. She painted in watercolours with a reasonable success, and kept house for me. I wrote, reviewed books, and lectured on aesthetics. We were a humdrum couple of quasi-artists, well satisfied with life, and all I feared for her was that she might become a suffragette, or be taken captive by one of these wild theories that caught her imagination sometimes, and that Mabel, for one, had fostered. As for myself, no doubt she deemed me a trifle solid or stolid, I forget which word she preferred, but on the whole there was just sufficient difference of opinion to make intercourse suggestive without monotony, and certainly without quarrelling. Drawing in deep draughts of the stinging autumn air, I felt happy and exhilarated. It was like going for a holiday, with comfort at the end of the journey instead of bargaining for centimes. But my heart sank noticeably the moment the house came into view. The long drive, lined with hostile monkey-trees and formal Wellingtonias that were solemn and sedate, was mere extension of the miniature approach to 1,000 semi-detached suburban residences, and the appearance of the Towers, as we turned the corner with a rush, suggested a commonplace climax to a story that had begun interestingly, almost thrillingly. A villa had escaped from the shadow of the Crystal Palace, thumped its way down by night, grown suddenly monstrous in a shower of rich rain, and settled itself insolently to stay. Ivy climbed about the opulent red-brick walls, but climbed neatly and with disfiguring effect, sham as on a prison, or, the simile made me smile, an orphan asylum. There was no hint of the comely roughness of untidy ivy on a ruin. Clipped, trained, and precise it was, as on a brand-new Protestant church. I swear there was not a bird's nest nor a single earwig in it anywhere. About the porch it was particularly thick, smothering a 17th-century lamp with a contrast that was quite horrible. Extensive glass houses spread away on the farther side of the house. The numerous towers to which the building owed its name seemed made to hold school bells, and the window-sills, thick with potted flowers, made me think of the desolate suburbs of Brighton or Bexhill. In a commanding position upon the crest of a hill, it overlooked miles of undulating, wooded country southwards to the Downs, but behind it, to the north, thick banks of ilex, holly, and privet protected it from the cleaner and more stimulating winds. Hence, though highly placed, it was shut in. 3 years had passed since I last set eyes upon it, but the unsightly memory I had retained was justified by the reality. The place was deplorable. It is my habit to express my opinions audibly sometimes, when impressions are strong enough to warrant it, but now I only sighed, "Oh dear," as I extricated my legs from many rugs and went into the house. A tall parlour-maid, with the bearing of a grenadier, received me, and standing behind her was Mrs. Marsh, the housekeeper, whom I remembered because her untidy black hair had suggested to me that it had been burnt. I went at once to my room, my hostess already dressing for dinner, but Frances came in to see me just as I was struggling with my black tie that had got tangled like a bootlace. She fastened it for me in a neat, effective bow, and while I held my chin up for the operation, staring blankly at the ceiling, the impression came. I wondered, was it her touch that caused it? That something in her trembled. Shrinking, perhaps, is the truer word. Nothing in her face or manner betrayed it, nor in her pleasant, easy talk while she tidied my things and scolded my slovenly packing, as her habit was, questioning me about the servants at the flat. The blouses, though right, were crumpled, and my scolding was deserved. There was no impatience, even. Yet somehow or other the suggestion of a shrinking reserve and holding back reached my mind. She had been lonely, of course, but it was more than that. She was glad that I had come, yet for some reason unstated, she could have wished that I had stayed away. We discussed the news that had accumulated during our brief separation, and in doing so the impression, at best exceedingly slight, was forgotten. My chamber was large and beautifully furnished. The hall and dining-room of our flat would have gone into it with a good remainder, yet it was not a place I could settle down in for work. It conveyed the idea of impermanence, making me feel transient, as in a hotel bedroom. This, of course, was the fact, but some rooms convey a settled, lasting hospitality, even in a hotel. This one did not, and as I was accustomed to work in the room I slept in, at least when visiting, a slight frown must have crept between my eyes. "Mabel has fitted a workroom for you just out of the library," said the clairvoyant Frances. "No one will disturb you there, and you'll have 15,000 books all catalogued within easy reach. There's a private staircase, too. You can breakfast in your room and slip down in your dressing-gown if you want to." She laughed. My spirits took a turn upwards as absurdly as they had gone down. "And how are you?" I asked, giving her a belated kiss. "It's jolly to be together again. I did feel rather lost without you, I'll admit." "That's natural," she laughed. "I'm so glad." She looked well, and had country colour in her cheeks. She informed me that she was eating and sleeping well, going out for little walks with Mabel, painting bits of scenery again, and enjoying a complete change and rest. And yet, for all her brave description, the words somehow did not quite ring true. Those last words in particular did not ring true. There lay in her manner, just out of sight, I felt, this suggestion of the exact reverse, of unrest, shrinking, almost of anxiety. Certain small strings in her seemed over-tight. "Keyed up" was the slang expression that crossed my mind. I looked rather searchingly into her face as she was telling me this. "Only the evenings," she added, noticing my query, yet rather avoiding my eyes. "The evenings are, well, rather heavy sometimes, and I find it difficult to keep awake." "The strong air after London makes you drowsy," I suggested, "and you like to get early to bed." Frances turned and looked at me for a moment steadily. "On the contrary, Bill, I dislike going to bed, here, and Mabel goes so early." She said it lightly enough, fingering the disorder upon my dressing-table in such a stupid way that I knew her mind was working in another direction altogether. She looked up suddenly, with a kind of nervousness from the brush and scissors. "Billy," she said abruptly, lowering her voice, "isn't it odd? But I hate sleeping alone here. I can't make it out quite. I've never felt such a thing before in my life. Do you think it's all nonsense?" And she laughed, with her lips but not with her eyes. There was a note of defiance in her I failed to understand. "Nothing a nature like yours feels strongly is nonsense, Frances," I replied soothingly. But I, too, answered with my lips only, for another part of my mind was working elsewhere, and among uncomfortable things. A touch of bewilderment passed over me. I was not certain how best to continue. If I laughed, she would tell me no more, yet if I took it too seriously, the strings would tighten further. Instinctively, then, this flashed rapidly across me. that something of what she felt I had also felt, though interpreting it differently. Vague it was, as the coming of rain or storm that announced themselves hours in advance with their hint of faint, unsettling excitement in the air. I had been but a short hour in the house, big, comfortable, luxurious house, but had experienced this sense of being unsettled, unfixed, fluctuating, a kind of impermanence that transient lodgers in hotels must feel, but that a guest in a friend's home ought not to feel, be the visit short or long. To Frances, an impressionable woman, the feeling had come in the terms of alarm. She disliked sleeping alone, while yet she longed to sleep. The precise idea in my mind evaded capture, merely brushing through me, 3/4 out of sight. I realized only that we both felt the same thing, and that neither of us could get at it clearly. Degrees of unrest we felt, but the actual thing did not disclose itself. It did not happen. I felt strangely at sea for a moment. Frances would interpret hesitation as endorsement, and encouragement might be the last thing that could help her. "Sleeping in a strange house," I answered at length, "is often difficult at first, and one feels lonely. After 15 months in our tiny flat, one feels lost and uncared for in a big house. It's an uncomfortable feeling, I know it well. And this is a barrack, isn't it? The masses of furniture only make it worse. One feels in storage somewhere underground. The furniture doesn't furnish. One must never yield to fancies, though." Frances looked away towards the windows. She seemed disappointed a little. "After our thickly populated Chelsea," I went on quickly, "it seems isolated here." But she did not turn back, and clearly I was saying the wrong thing. A wave of pity rushed suddenly over me. Was she really frightened, perhaps? She was imaginative, I knew, but never moody. Common sense was strong in her, though she had her times of hypersensitiveness. I caught the echo of some unreasoning, big alarm in her. She stood there, gazing across my balcony towards the sea of wooded country that spread dim and vague in the obscurity of the dusk. The deepening shadows entered the room, I fancied, from the grounds below. Following her abstracted gaze a moment, I experienced a curious sharp desire to leave, to escape. Out yonder was wind, and space, and freedom. This enormous building was oppressive, silent, still. Great catacombs occurred to me, things beneath the ground, imprisonment and capture. I believe I even shuddered a little. I touched her shoulder. She turned round slowly, and we looked with a certain deliberation into each other's eyes. "Fanny," I asked, more gravely than I intended, "you are not frightened, are you? Nothing has happened, has it?" She replied with emphasis, "Of course not. How could it? I mean, why should I?" She stammered, as though the wrong sentence flustered her a second. "It's simply that I have this dislike of sleeping alone." Naturally, my first thought was how easy it would be to cut our visit short, but I did not say this. Had it been a true solution, Frances would have said it for me long ago. "Wouldn't Mabel double up with you?" I said instead. "Or give you an adjoining room, so that you could leave the door between you open? There's space enough, heaven knows." And then, as the gong sounded in the hall below for dinner, she said, as with an effort, this thing. "Mabel did ask me, on the 3rd night, after I had told her, but I declined." "You'd rather be alone than with her?" I asked, with a certain relief. Her reply was so gravely given, a child would have known there was more behind it. "Not that, but that she did not really want it." I had a moment's intuition and acted on it impulsively. "She feels it too, perhaps, but wishes to face it by herself and get over it." My sister bowed her head, and the gesture made me realize of a sudden how grave and solemn our talk had grown, as though some portentous thing were under discussion. It had come of itself, indefinite as a gradual change of temperature. Yet neither of us knew its nature, for apparently neither of us could state it plainly. Nothing happened, even in our words. "That was my impression," she said, "that if she yields to it, she encourages it, and a habit forms so easily. Just think," she added, with a faint smile that was the first sign of lightness she had yet betrayed, "what a nuisance it would be, everywhere, if everybody was afraid of being alone, like that." I snatched readily at the chance. We laughed a little, though it was a quiet kind of laughter that seemed wrong. I took her arm and led her towards the door. "Disastrous, in fact," I agreed. She raised her voice to its normal pitch again, as I had done. "No doubt it will pass," she said, "now that you have come. Of course it's chiefly my imagination." Her tone was lighter, though nothing could convince me that the matter itself was light, just then. And in any case, tightening her grip on my arm as we passed into the bright, enormous corridor and caught sight of Mrs. Franklin waiting in the cheerless hall below, "I'm very glad you're here, Bill. And Mabel, I know, is too." "If it doesn't pass," I just had time to whisper with a feeble attempt at jollity, "I'll come at night and snore outside your door. After that you'll be so glad to get rid of me that you won't mind being alone." "That's a bargain," said Francis. I shook my hostess by the hand, made a banal remark about the long interval since last we met, and walked behind them into the great dining room, dimly lit by candles, wondering in my heart how long my sister and I should stay, and why in the world we had ever left our cozy little flat to enter this desolation of riches and false luxury at all. The unsightly picture of the late Samuel Franklin, Esquire, stared down upon me from the farther end of the room above the mighty mantelpiece. He looked, I thought, like some pompous heavenly butler who denied to all the world, and to us in particular, the right of entry, without presentation cards signed by his hand, as proof that we belonged to his own exclusive set. The majority, to his deep grief, and in spite of all his prayers on their behalf, must burn and perish everlastingly. 4. With the instinct of the healthy bachelor, I always try to make myself a nest in the place I live in, be it for long or short. Whether visiting, in lodging-house, or in hotel, the first essential is this nest, one's own things built into the walls, as a bird builds in its feathers. It may look desolate and uncomfortable enough to others, because the central detail is neither bed nor wardrobe, sofa nor armchair, but a good solid writing table that does not wriggle, and that has wide elbow-room. And the Towers is vividly described for me by the single fact that I could not nest there. I took several days to discover this, but the first impression of impermanence was truer than I knew. The feathers of the mind refused here to lie one way. They ruffled, pointed, and grew wild. Luxurious furniture does not mean comfort. I might as well have tried to settle down in the sofa and armchair department of a big shop. My bedroom was easily managed. It was the private workroom, prepared especially for my reception, that made me feel alien and outcast. Externally it was all one could desire, an antechamber to the great library, with not one but two generous oak tables, to say nothing of smaller ones against the walls, with capacious drawers. There were reading desks, mechanical devices for holding books, perfect light, quiet as in a church, and no approach but across the huge adjoining room. Yet it did not invite. "I hope you'll be able to work here," said my little hostess the next morning, as she took me in, her only visit to it while I stayed in the house, and showed me the 10-volume catalogue. "It's absolutely quiet, and no one will disturb you." "If you can't, Bill, you're not much good," laughed Francis, who was on her arm. "Even I could write in a study like this." I glanced with pleasure at the ample tables, the sheets of thick blotting paper, the rulers, sealing wax, paper knives, and all the immaculate paraphernalia. "It's perfect," I answered with a secret thrill, yet feeling a little foolish. This was for Gibbon or Carlyle, rather than for my pot-boiling insignificancies. If I can't write masterpieces here, it's certainly not your fault. And I turned with gratitude to Mrs. Franklin. She was looking straight at me, and there was a question in her small pale eyes I did not understand. Was she noting the effect upon me, I wondered? "You'll write here. Perhaps a story about the house," she said. "Thompson will bring you anything you want. You only have to ring." She pointed to the electric bell on the central table, the wire running neatly down the leg. "No one has ever worked here before, and the library has been hardly used since it was put in, so there's no previous atmosphere to affect your imagination, adversely." We laughed. "Bill isn't that sort," said my sister, while I wished they would go out and leave me to arrange my little nest and set to work. I thought, of course, it was the huge listening library that made me feel so inconsiderable. The 15,000 silent, staring books, the solemn aisles, the deep, eloquent shelves. But when the women had gone, and I was alone, the beginning of the truth crept over me, and I felt that first hint of disconsolateness, which later became an imperative no. The mind shut down. Images ceased to rise and flow. I read, made copious notes, but I wrote no single line at the Towers. Nothing completed itself there. Nothing happened. The morning sunshine poured into the library through 10 long, narrow windows. Birds were singing, the autumn air, rich with a faint aroma of November melancholy that stung the imagination pleasantly, filled my antechamber. I looked out upon the undulating wooded landscape, hemmed in by the sweep of distant downs, and I tasted a whiff of the sea. Rooks cawed as they floated above the elms, and there were lazy cows in the nearer meadows. A dozen times I tried to make my nest and settle down to work, and a dozen times, like a turning, fastidious dog upon a hearth rug, I rearranged my chair and books and papers. The temptation of the catalogue and shelves, of course, was accountable for much, yet not, I felt, for all. That was a manageable seduction. My work, moreover, was not of the creative kind that requires absolute absorption. It was the mere readable presentation of data I had accumulated. My notebooks were charged with facts ready to tabulate, facts, too, that interested me keenly. A mere effort of the will was necessary, and concentration of no difficult kind. Yet somehow it seemed beyond me. Something forever pushed the facts into disorder, and in the end I sat in the sunshine, dipping into a dozen books selected from the shelves outside, vexed with myself and only half enjoying it. I felt restless. I wanted to be elsewhere. And even while I read, attention wandered. Frances, Mabel, her late husband, the house and grounds, each in turn, and sometimes all together, rose uninvited into the stream of thought, hindering any consecutive flow of work. In disconnected fashion came these pictures that interrupted concentration, yet presenting themselves as broken fragments of a bigger thing my mind already groped for unconsciously. They fluttered round this hidden thing of which they were aspects, fugitive interpretations, no one of them bringing complete revelation. There was no adjective such as pleasant or unpleasant that I could attach to what I felt, beyond that the result was unsettling. Vague as the atmosphere of a dream, it yet persisted, and I could not dissipate it. Isolated words or phrases in the lines I read sent questions scouring across my mind, sure sign that the deeper part of me was restless and ill at ease. Rather trivial questions, two half-foolish interrogations, as of a puzzled or curious child. Why was my sister afraid to sleep alone? And why did her friend feel a similar repugnance, yet seek to conquer it? Why was the solid luxury of the house without comfort, its shelter without the sense of permanence? Why had Mrs. Franklin asked us to come, artists, unbelieving vagabonds, types at the farthest possible remove from the saved sheep of her husband's household? Had a reaction set in against the hysteria of her conversion? I had seen no signs of religious fervour in her. Her atmosphere was that of an ordinary, high-minded woman, yet a woman of the world. Lifeless, though, a little, perhaps, now that I came to think about it. She had made no definite impression upon me of any kind, and my thoughts ran vaguely after this fragile clue. Closing my book, I let them run. For with this chance reflection came the discovery that I could not see her clearly, could not feel her soul, her personality. Her face, her small pale eyes, her dress and body and walk, all these stood before me like a photograph, but herself evaded me. She seemed not there, lifeless, empty, a shadow, nothing. The picture was disagreeable, and I put it by. Instantly she melted out, as though light thought had conjured up a phantom that had no real existence. And at that very moment, singularly enough, my eye caught sight of her moving past the window, going silently along the gravel path. I watched her, a sudden new sensation gripping me. There goes a prisoner, my thought instantly ran, one who wishes to escape, but cannot. What brought the outlandish notion, heaven only knows. The house was of her own choice, she was twice an heiress, and the world lay open at her feet. Yet she stayed, unhappy, frightened, caught. All this flashed over me, and made a sharp impression even before I had time to dismiss it as absurd. But a moment later explanation offered itself, though it seemed as far-fetched as the original impression. My mind, being logical, was obliged to provide something, apparently. For Mrs. Franklin, while dressed to go out, with thick walking boots, a pointed stick, and a motor cap tied on with a veil as for the windy lanes, was obviously content to go no farther than the little garden paths. The costume was a sham and a pretense. It was this, and her lithe, quick movements, that suggested a caged creature, a creature tamed by fear and cruelty, that cloaked themselves in kindness, pacing up and down, unable to realize why it got no farther, but always met the same bars in exactly the same place. The mind in her was barred. I watched her go along the paths and down the steps from one terrace to another, until the laurels hid her altogether, and into this mere imagining of a moment came a hint of something slightly disagreeable, for which my mind, search as it would, found no explanation at all. I remembered then certain other little things. They dropped into the picture of their own accord. In a mind not deliberately hunting for clues, pieces of a puzzle sometimes come together in this way, bringing revelation, so that for a second there flashed across me, vanishing instantly again before I could consider it, a large distressing thought that I can only describe vaguely as a shadow. Dark and ugly, oppressive certainly it might be described, with something torn and dreadful about the edges that suggested pain and strife and terror. The interior of a prison with 2 rows of occupied condemned cells, seen years ago in New York, sprang to memory after it. The connection between the two impossible to surmise, even. But the certain other little things mentioned above were these: that Mrs. Franklin, in last night's dinner talk, had always referred to this house, but never called it home, and had emphasized unnecessarily, for a well-bred woman, our great kindness in coming down to stay so long with her. Another time, in answer to my futile compliment about the stately rooms, she said quietly, "It is an enormous house for so small a party, but I stay here very little, and only till I get it straight again." The 3 of us were going up the great staircase to bed as this was said, and not knowing quite her meaning, I dropped the subject. It edged delicate ground, I felt. Frances added no word of her own. It now occurred to me abruptly that stay was the word made use of, when live would have been more natural. How insignificant to recall. Yet why did they suggest themselves just at this moment? and on going to Frances's room to make sure she was not nervous or lonely, I realized abruptly that Mrs. Franklin, of course, had talked with her in a confidential sense that I, as a mere visiting brother, could not share. Frances had told me nothing. I might easily have wormed it out of her, had I not felt that for us to discuss further our hostess and her house, merely because we were under the roof together, was not quite nice or loyal. "I'll call you, Bill, if I'm scared," she had laughed as we parted, my room being just across the big corridor from her own. I had fallen asleep thinking what in the world was meant by getting it straight again. And now in my antechamber to the library, on the second morning, sitting among piles of foolscap and sheets of spotless blotting paper, all useless to me, these slight hints came back and helped to frame the big, vague shadow I have mentioned. Up to the neck in this shadow, almost drowned, yet just treading water, stood a figure of my hostess in her walking costume. Frances and I seemed swimming to her aid. The shadow was large enough to include both house and grounds, but farther than that I could not see. Dismissing it, I fell to reading my purloined book again. Before I turned another page, however, another startling detail leaped out at me. The figure of Mrs. Franklin in the shadow was not living. It floated helplessly, like a doll or puppet that has no life in it. It was both pathetic and dreadful. Anyone who sits in reverie thus, of course, may see similar ridiculous pictures when the will no longer guides construction. The incongruities of dreams are thus explained. I merely record the picture as it came. That it remained by me for several days, just as vivid dreams do, is neither here nor there. I did not allow myself to dwell upon it. The curious thing, perhaps, is that from this moment I date my inclination, though not yet my desire, to leave. I purposely say to leave. I cannot quite remember when the word changed to that aggressive, frantic thing, which is escape. 5. We were left delightfully to ourselves in this pretentious country mansion with the soul of a villa. Frances took up her painting again, and, the weather being propitious, spent hours out of doors, sketching flowers, trees, and nooks of woodland, garden, even the house itself, where bits of it peered suggestively across the orchards. Mrs. Franklin seemed always busy about something or other, and never interfered with us except to propose motoring, tea in another part of the lawn, and so forth. She flitted everywhere, preoccupied, yet apparently doing nothing. The house engulfed her, rather. No visitors called. For one thing, she was not supposed to be back from abroad yet, and for another, I think, the neighborhood, her husband's neighborhood, was puzzled by her sudden cessation from good works. Brigades and temperance societies did not ask to hold their meetings in the big hall, and the vicar arranged the school treats in another's field without explanation. The full-length portrait in the dining-room, and the presence of the housekeeper with the burnt-back hair, indeed, were the only reminders of the man who once had lived here. Mrs. Marsh retained her place in silence, well-paid sinecure as it doubtless was, yet with hint of that suppressed disapproval one might have expected from her. Indeed, there was nothing positive to disapprove, since nothing worldly entered grounds or building. In her master's lifetime she had been another brand snatched from the burning, and it had then been her custom to give vociferous testimony at the revival meetings where he adorned the platform and led in streams of prayer. I saw her sometimes on the stairs, hovering, wandering, half watching and half listening, and the idea came to me once that this woman somehow formed a link with the departed influence of her bigoted employer. She alone among us belonged to the house, and looked at home there. When I saw her talking, oh, with such correct and respectful mien, to Mrs. Franklin, I had the feeling that for all her unaggressive attitude, she yet exerted some influence that sought to make her mistress stay in the building forever, live there. She would prevent her escape, prevent her getting it straight again, thwart somehow her will to freedom, if she could. The idea in me was of the most fleeting kind, but another time, when I came down late at night to get a book from the library antechamber, and found her sitting in the hall, alone, the impression left upon me was the reverse of fleeting. I can never forget the vivid, disagreeable effect it produced upon me. What was she doing there at 11:30 at night, all alone in the darkness? She was sitting upright, stiff, in a big chair below the clock. It gave me a turn. It was so incongruous and odd. She rose quietly as I turned the corner of the stairs, and asked me respectfully, her eyes cast down as usual, whether I had finished with the library, so that she might lock up. There was no more to it than that, but the picture stayed with me, unpleasantly. These various impressions came to me at odd moments, of course, and not in a single sequence as I now relate them. I was hard at work before 3 days were past, not writing, as explained, but reading, making notes, and gathering material from the library for future use. It was in chance moments that these curious flashes came, catching me unawares with a touch of surprise that sometimes made me start, for they proved that my undermind was still conscious of the shadow, and that far away out of sight lay the cause of it that left me with a vague unrest, unsettled, seeking to nest in a place that did not want me. Only when this deeper part knows harmony, perhaps, can good brain work result, and my inability to write was thus explained. Certainly I was always seeking for something here I could not find, an explanation that continually evaded me. Nothing but these trivial hints offered themselves. Lumped together, however, they had the effect of defining the shadow a little. I became more and more aware of its very real existence. And if I have made little mention of Francis and my hostess in this connection, it is because they contributed at first little or nothing towards the discovery of what this story tries to tell. Our life was wholly external, normal, quiet, and uneventful. Conversation banal, Mrs. Franklin's conversation in particular. They said nothing that suggested revelation. Both were in this shadow, and both knew that they were in it, but neither betrayed by word nor act a hint of interpretation. They talked privately, no doubt, but of that I can report no details. And so it was that after 10 days of a very commonplace visit, I found myself looking straight into the face of a strangeness that defied capture at close quarters. "There's something here that never happens," were the words that rose in my mind, "and that's why none of us can speak of it." And as I looked out of the window and watched the vulgar blackbirds, with toes turned in, boring out their worms, I realized sharply that even they, as indeed everything large and small in the house and grounds, shared this strangeness, and were twisted out of normal appearance because of it. Life, as expressed in the entire place, was crumpled, dwarfed, emasculated. God's meanings here were crippled. His love of joy was stunted. Nothing in the garden danced or sang. There was hate in it. The shadow, my thought hurried on to completion, is a manifestation of hate, and hate is the devil. And then I sat back frightened in my chair, for I knew that I had partly found the truth. Leaving my books, I went out into the open. The sky was overcast, yet the day by no means gloomy, for a soft, diffused light oozed through the clouds and turned all things warm and almost summery. But I saw the grounds now in their nakedness, because I understood. Hate means strife, and the two together weave the robe that terror wears. Having no so-called religious beliefs myself, nor belonging to any set of dogmas called a creed, I could stand outside these feelings and observe, yet they soaked into me sufficiently for me to grasp sympathetically what others, with more cabined souls, I flattered myself, might feel. That picture in the dining-room stalked everywhere, hid behind every tree, peered down upon me from the peaked ugliness of the bourgeois towers, and left the impress of its powerful hand upon every bed of flowers. "You must not do this, you must not do that," went past me through the air. "You must not leave these narrow paths," said the rigid iron railings of black. "You shall not walk here," was written on the lawns. "Keep to the steps. Don't pick the flowers. Make no noise of laughter. Singing, dancing," was placarded all over the rose garden. And "Trespassers will be not prosecuted, but destroyed," hung from the crest of monkey tree and holly. Guarding the ends of each artificial terrace stood gaunt, implacable policemen, warders, jailers. "Come with us," they chanted, "or be damned eternally." I remember feeling quite pleased with myself that I had discovered this obvious explanation of the prison feeling the place breathed out. That the posthumous influence of heavy old Samuel Franklin might be an inadequate solution did not occur to me. By getting the place straight again, his widow, of course, meant forgetting the glamour of fear and foreboding his depressing creed had temporarily forced upon her, and Frances, delicately minded being, did not speak of it because it was the influence of the man her friend had loved. I felt lighter. A load was lifted from me. "To trace the unfamiliar to the familiar," came back a sentence I had read somewhere, "is to understand." It was a real relief. I could talk with Frances now, even with my hostess, no danger of treading clumsily, for the key was in my hands. I might even help to dissipate the shadow, to get it straight again. It seemed, perhaps, our long invitation was explained. I went into the house laughing, at myself a little. Perhaps, after all, the artist's outlook, with no hard and fast dogmas, is as narrow as the others. How small humanity is! And why is there no possible and true combination of all outlooks? The feeling of unsettling was very strong in me just then, in spite of my big discovery, which was to clear everything up, and at that moment I ran into Frances on the stairs, with a portfolio of sketches under her arm. It came across me then abruptly that, although she had worked a great deal since we came, she had shown me nothing. It struck me suddenly as odd, unnatural. The way she tried to pass me now confirmed my newborn suspicion that, well, that her results were hardly what they ought to be. "Stand and deliver," I laughed, stepping in front of her. "I've seen nothing you've done since you've been here, and as a rule you show me all your things. I believe they are atrocious and degrading." Then my laughter froze. She made a sly gesture to slip past me, and I almost decided to let her go, for the expression that flashed across her face shocked me. She looked uncomfortable and ashamed. The color came and went a moment in her cheeks, making me think of a child detected in some secret naughtiness. It was almost fear. "It's because they're not finished, then," I said, dropping the tone of banter, "or because they're too good for me to understand." For my criticism of painting, she told me, was crude and ignorant sometimes. "But you'll let me see them later, won't you?" Frances, however, did not take the way of escape I offered. She changed her mind. She drew the portfolio from beneath her arm instead. "You can see them if you really want to, Bill," she said quietly, and her tone reminded me of a nurse who says to a boy just grown out of childhood, "You are old enough now to look upon horror and ugliness, only I don't advise it." "I do want to," I said, and made to go downstairs with her. But instead she said in the same low voice as before, "Come up to my room. We shall be undisturbed there." So I guessed that she had been on her way to show the paintings to our hostess, but did not care for us all three to see them together. My mind worked furiously. "Mabel asked me to do them," she explained, in a tone of submissive horror, once the door was shut. "In fact, she begged it of me. You know how persistent she is in her quiet way. Had to." She flushed and opened the portfolio on the little table by the window, standing behind me as I turned the sketches over, sketches of the grounds and trees and garden. In the first moment of inspection, however, I did not take in clearly why my sister's sense of modesty had been offended, for my attention flashed a second elsewhere. Another bit of the puzzle had dropped into place, defining still further the nature of what I called the shadow. Mrs. Franklin, I now remembered, had suggested to me in the library that I might perhaps write something about the place, and I had taken it for one of her banal sentences and paid no further attention. I realized now that it was said in earnest. She wanted our interpretations, as expressed in our respective talents, painting and writing. Her invitation was explained. She left us to ourselves on purpose. "I should like to tear them up," Frances was whispering behind me with a shudder. "Only I promised." She hesitated a moment. "Promised not to?" I asked, with a queer feeling of distress, my eyes glued to the papers. "Promised always to show them to her first," she finished, so low I barely caught it. I have no intuitive, immediate grasp of the value of paintings. Results come to me slowly, and though everyone believes his own judgment to be good, I dare not claim that mine is worth more than that of any other layman. Frances had too often convicted me of gross ignorance and error. I can only say that I examined these sketches with a feeling of amazement that contained revulsion, if not actually horror and disgust. They were outrageous. I felt hot for my sister, and it was a relief to know she had moved across the room on some pretense or other, and did not examine them with me. Her talent, of course, is mediocre, yet she has her moments of inspiration. Moments, that is to say, when a view of beauty not normally her own flames divinely through her. And these interpretations struck me forcibly as being thus inspired, not her own. They were uncommonly well done. They were also atrocious. The meaning in them, however, was never more than hinted. There the unholy skill and power came in. They suggested so abominably, leaving most to the imagination. To find such significance in a bourgeois villa garden, and to interpret it with such delicate yet legible certainty, was a kind of symbolism that was sinister, even diabolical. The delicacy was her own, but the point of view was another's, and the word that rose in my mind was not the gross description of impure, but the more fundamental qualification, unpure. In silence I turned the sketches over one by one, as a boy hurries through the pages of an evil book lest he be caught. "What does Mabel do with them?" I asked presently, in a low tone, as I neared the end. "Does she keep them?" "She makes notes about them in a book, and then destroys them," was the reply from the end of the room. I heard a sigh of relief. "I'm glad you've seen them, Bill. I wanted you to, but was afraid to show them. You understand?" "I understand," was my reply, though it was not a question intended to be answered. All I understood really was that Mabel's mind was as sweet and pure as my sister's, and that she had some good reason for what she did. She destroyed the sketches, but first made notes. It was an interpretation of the place she sought. Brother-like, I felt resentment, though, that Frances should waste her time and talent when she might be doing work that she could sell. Naturally, I felt other things as well. "Mabel pays me 5 guineas for each one," I heard. "Absolutely insists." I stared at her stupidly a moment, bereft of speech or wit. "I must either accept or go away," she went on calmly, but a little white. "I've tried everything. There was a scene the third day I was here, when I showed her my first result. I wanted to write to you, but hesitated. It's unintentional, then, on your part. Forgive my asking it, Frances dear. I blundered, hardly knowing what to think or say. Between the lines of her letter came back to me. I mean, you make the sketches in your ordinary way, and the result comes out of itself, so to speak? She nodded, throwing her hands out like a Frenchman. We needn't keep the money for ourselves, Bill. We can give it away, but I must either accept or leave. And she repeated the shrugging gesture. She sat down on the chair facing me, staring helplessly at the carpet. You say there was a scene, I went on presently. She insisted. She begged me to continue, my sister replied very quietly. She thinks, that is, she has an idea or theory that there's something about the place, something she can't get at quite. Frances stammered badly. She knew I did not encourage her wild theories. Something she feels, yes. I helped her, more than curious. Oh, you know what I mean, Bill, she said desperately. That the place is saturated with some influence that she is herself too positive or too stupid to interpret. She's trying to make herself negative and receptive, as she calls it, but can't, of course, succeed. Haven't you noticed how dull and impersonal and insipid she seems, as though she had no personality? She thinks impressions will come to her that way, but they don't, naturally. So she's trying me, us, what she calls the sensitive and impressionable artistic temperament. She says that until she is sure exactly what this influence is, she can't fight it, turn it out, get the house straight, as she phrases it. Remembering my own singular impressions, I felt more lenient than I might otherwise have done. I tried to keep impatience out of my voice. And this influence, whose is it? We used the pronoun that followed in the same breath, for I answered my own questions at the same moment, as she did. His. Our heads nodded involuntarily towards the floor, the dining room being directly underneath. And my heart sank. My curiosity died away on the instant. I felt bored. A commonplace haunted house was the last thing in the world to amuse or interest me. The mere thought exasperated, with its suggestions of imagination, overwrought nerves, hysteria, and the rest. Mingled with my other feelings was certainly disappointment. To see a figure or feel a presence and report from day to day strange incidents to each other would be a form of weariness I could never tolerate. But really, Frances, I said firmly, after a moment's pause, it's too far-fetched, this explanation. A curse, you know, belongs to the ghost stories of early Victorian days. And only my positive conviction that there was something, after all, worth discovering, and that it most certainly was not this, prevented my suggesting that we terminate our visit forthwith, or as soon as we decently could. This is not a haunted house, whatever it is, I concluded somewhat vehemently, bringing my hand down upon her odious portfolio. My sister's reply revived my curiosity sharply. I was waiting for you to say that. Mabel says exactly the same. He is in it, but it's something more than that alone, something far bigger and more complicated. Her sentence seemed to indicate the sketches, and though I caught the inference, I did not take it up, having no desire to discuss them with her just then, indeed, if ever. I merely stared at her and listened. Questions, I felt sure, would be of little use. It was better she should say her thought in her own way. He is one influence, the most recent, she went on slowly and always very calmly. But there are others, deeper layers, as it were, underneath. If his were the only one, something would happen. But nothing ever does happen. The others hinder and prevent, as though each were struggling to predominate. I had felt it already myself. The idea was rather horrible. I shivered. "That's what is so ugly about it, that nothing ever happens," she said. "There is this endless anticipation, always on the dry edge of a result that never materializes. It is torture. Mabel is at her wit's end, you see, and when she begged me what I felt about my sketches, I mean—" She stammered badly as before. I stopped her. I had judged too hastily. That queer symbolism in her paintings, pagan and yet not innocent, was, I understood, the result of mixture. I did not pretend to understand, but at least I could be patient. I consequently held my peace. We did talk on a little longer, but it was more general talk that avoided successfully our hostess, the paintings, wild theories, and him, until at length the emotion Frances had hitherto so successfully kept under burst vehemently forth again. It had hidden between her calm sentences, as it had hidden between the lines of her letter. It swept her now from head to foot, packed tight in the thing she then said. "Then, Bill, if it is not an ordinary haunted house," she asked, "what is it?" The words were commonplace enough. The emotion was in the tone of her voice that trembled, in the gesture she made, leaning forward and clasping both hands upon her knees, and in the slight blanching of her cheeks, as her brave eyes asked the question and searched my own with anxiety that bordered upon panic. In that moment she put herself under my protection. I winced. "And why," she added, lowering her voice to a still and furtive whisper, "does nothing ever happen? If only," this with great emphasis, "something would happen, break this awful tension, bring relief. It's the waiting I cannot stand." And she shivered all over as she said it, a touch of wildness in her eyes. I would have given much to have made a true and satisfactory answer. My mind searched frantically for a moment, but in vain. There lay no sufficient answer in me. I felt what she felt, though with differences. No conclusive explanation lay within reach. Nothing happened. Eager as I was to shoot the entire business into a rubbish heap, where ignorance and superstition discharged their poisonous weeds, I could not honestly accomplish this. To treat Frances as a child and merely explain away would be to strain her confidence in my protection, so affectionately claimed. It would further be dishonest to myself, weak besides, to deny that I had also felt the strain and tension, even as she did. While my mind continued searching, I returned her stare in silence, and Frances then, with more honesty and insight than my own, gave suddenly the answer herself, an answer whose truth and adequacy, so far as they went, I could not readily gainsay. "I think, Bill, because it is too big to happen here, to happen anywhere, indeed, all at once, and too awful." To have tossed the sentence aside as nonsense, argued it away, proved that it was really meaningless, would have been easy, at any other time or in any other place. And had the past week brought me none of the vivid impressions it had brought me, this is doubtless what I should have done. My narrowness again was proved. We understand in others only what we have in ourselves. But her explanation, in a measure, I knew was true. It hinted at the strife and struggle that my notion of a shadow had seemed to cover thinly. "Perhaps," I murmured lamely, waiting in vain for her to say more. "But you said just now that you felt the thing was in layers, as it were. Do you mean each one, each influence, fighting for the upper hand?" I used her phraseology to conceal my own poverty. Terminology, after all, was nothing, provided we could reach the idea itself. Her eyes said yes. She had her clear conception, arrived at independently, as was her way. And, unlike her sex, she kept it clear, unsmothered by too many words. One set of influences gets at me. Another gets at you. It's according to our temperaments, I think. She glanced significantly at the vile portfolio. Sometimes they are mixed, and therefore false. There has always been in me, more than in you, the pagan thing, perhaps, though never, thank God, like that. The frank confession, of course, invited my own, as it was meant to do, yet it was difficult to find the words. What I have felt in this place, Francis, I honestly can hardly tell you, because, my impressions have not arranged themselves in any definite form I can describe. The strife, the agony of vainly sought escape, and the unrest, a sort of prison atmosphere, this I have felt at different times and with varying degrees of strength. But I find as yet no final label to attach. I couldn't say pagan, Christian, or anything like that. I mean as you do. As with the blind and deaf, you may have an intensification of certain senses denied to me, or even another sense altogether in embryo. Perhaps, she stopped me, anxious to keep to the point, you feel it as Mabel does. She feels the whole thing complete. That also is possible, I said very slowly. I was thinking behind my words. Her odd remark that it was big and awful came back upon me as true. A vast sensation of distress and discomfort swept me suddenly. Pity was in it, and a fierce contempt, a savage, bitter anger as well. Fury against some sham authority was part of it. Francis, I said, caught unawares and dropping all pretense, what in the world can it be? I looked hard at her. For some minutes neither of us spoke. Have you felt no desire to interpret it? She asked presently. Mabel did suggest my writing something about the house, was my reply. But I felt nothing imperative. That sort of writing is not my line, you know. My only feeling, I added, noticing that she waited for more, is the impulse to explain, discover, get it out of me somehow, and so get rid of it. Not by writing, though, as yet. And again I repeated my former question. What in the world do you think it is? My voice had become involuntarily hushed. There was awe in it. Her answer, given with slow emphasis, brought back all my reserve. The phraseology provoked me, rather. Whatever it is, Bill, it is not of God. I got up to go downstairs. I believe I shrugged my shoulders. Would you like to leave, Francis? Shall we go back to town? I suggested this at the door, and hearing no immediate reply, I turned back to look. Francis was sitting with her head bowed over and buried in her hands. The attitude horribly suggested tears. No woman, I realized, can keep back the pressure of strong emotion as long as Francis had done, without ending in a fluid collapse. I waited a moment uneasily, longing to comfort, yet afraid to act, and in this way discovered the existence of the appalling emotion in myself, hitherto but half-guessed. At all costs a scene must be prevented. It would involve such exaggeration and overstatement. Brutally, such is the weakness of the ordinary man, I turned the handle to go out, but my sister then raised her head. The sunlight caught her face, framed untidily in its auburn hair, and I saw her wonderful expression with a start. Pity, tenderness, and sympathy shone in it like a flame. It was undeniable. There shone through all her features the imperishable love and yearning to sacrifice self for others which I have seen in only one type of human being. It was the great mother look. "We must stay by Mabel and help her get it straight," she whispered, making the decision for both of us. I murmured agreement. Abashed and half ashamed, I stole softly from the room and went out into the grounds. And the first thing clearly realized when alone was this, that the long scene between us was without definite result. The exchange of confidence was really nothing but hints and vague suggestion. We had decided to stay, but it was a negative decision not to leave rather than a positive action. All our words and questions, our guesses, inferences, explanations, our most subtle allusions and insinuations, even the odious paintings themselves, were without definite result. Nothing had happened. 6. And instinctively, once alone, I made for the places where she had painted her extraordinary pictures. I tried to see what she had seen. Perhaps, now that she had opened my mind to another view, I should be sensitive to some similar interpretation, and possibly by way of literary expression. If I were to write about the place, I asked myself, how should I treat it? I deliberately invited an interpretation in the way that came easiest to me, writing. But in this case there came no such revelation. Looking closely at the trees and flowers, the bits of lawn and terrace, the rose garden and corner of the house where the flaming creeper hung so thickly, I discovered nothing of the odious, unpure thing her colour and grouping had unconsciously revealed. At first, that is, I discovered nothing. The reality stood there, commonplace and ugly, side by side with her distorted version of it that lay in my mind. It seemed incredible. I tried to force it, but in vain. My imagination, ploughed less deeply than hers, or to another pattern, grew different seed. Where I saw the gross soul of an overgrown suburban garden, inspired by the spirit of a vulgar, rich revivalist who loved to preach damnation, she saw this rush of pagan liberty and joy, this strange license of primitive flesh which, tainted by the other, produced the adulterated, vile result. Certain things, however, gradually then became apparent, forcing themselves upon me willy-nilly. They came slowly, but overwhelmingly. Not that facts had changed, or natural details altered in the grounds. This was impossible. But that I noticed for the first time various aspects I had not noticed before. Trivial enough, yet for me just then significant. Some I remembered from previous days. Others I saw now as I wandered to and fro, uneasy, uncomfortable. Almost, it seemed, watched by someone who took note of my impressions. The details were so foolish, the total result so formidable. I was half aware that others tried hard to make me see. It was deliberate. My sister's phrase, "One layer got at me, another gets at you," flashed undesired upon me. For I saw, as with the eyes of a child, what I can only call a goblin garden. House, grounds, trees, and flowers belonged to a goblin world that children enter through the pages of their fairy tales. And what made me first aware of it was the whisper of the wind behind me, so that I turned with a sudden start, feeling that something had moved closer. An old ash tree, ugly and ungainly, had been artificially trained to form an arbor at one end of the terrace that was a tennis lawn, and the leaves of it now went rustling together, swishing as they rose and fell. I looked at the ash tree, and felt as though I had passed that moment between doors into this goblin garden that crouched behind the real one. Below, at a deeper layer perhaps, lay hidden the one my sister had entered. To deal with my own, however, I call it goblin, because an odd aspect of the quaint in it, yet never quite achieved the picturesque. Grotesque, probably, is the truer word, for everywhere I noticed, and for the first time, this slight alteration of the natural, due either to the exaggeration of some detail, or to its suppression, generally, I think, to the latter. Life everywhere appeared to me as blocked from the full delivery of its sweet and lovely message. Some counter-influence stopped it, suppression, or sent it awry, exaggeration. The house itself, mere expression, of course, of a narrow, limited mind, was sheer ugliness. It required no further explanation. With the grounds and garden, so far as shape and general plan were concerned, this was also true. But that trees and flowers and other natural details should share the same deficiency perplexed my logical soul, and even dismayed it. I stood and stared, then moved about and stood and stared again. Everywhere was this mockery of a sinister, unfinished aspect. I sought in vain to recover my normal point of view. My mind had found this goblin garden, and wandered to and fro in it, unable to escape. The change was in myself, of course, and so trivial were the details which illustrated it, that they sound absurd, thus mentioned one by one. For me they proved it, is all I can affirm. The goblin touch lay plainly everywhere, in the forms of the trees, planted at neat intervals along the lawns, in this twisted ash that rustled just behind me, in the shadow of the gloomy Wellingtonias, whose sweeping skirts obscured the grass, but especially, I noticed, in the tops and crests of them. For here the delicate, graceful curves of last year's growth seemed to shrink back into themselves. None of them pointed upwards. Their life had failed and turned aside just when it should have become triumphant. The character of a tree reveals itself chiefly at the extremities, and it was precisely here that they all drooped and achieved this hint of goblin distortion, in the growth, that is, of the last few years. What ought to have been fairy, joyful, natural, was instead uncomely to the verge of the grotesque. Spontaneous expression was arrested. My mind perceived a goblin garden, and was caught in it. The place grimaced at me. With the flowers it was similar, though far more difficult to detect in detail for description. I saw the smaller vegetable growth as impish, half malicious. Even the terraces sloped ill, as though their ends had sagged since they had been so lavishly constructed. Their varying angles gave a queerly bewildering aspect to their sequence that was unpleasant to the eye. One might wander among their deceptive lengths and get lost among open terraces, with the house quite close at hand. Unhomely seemed the entire garden, unable to give repose, restlessness in it everywhere, almost strife, and discord certainly. Moreover, the garden grew into the house into the garden, and in both was this idea of resistance to the natural, the spirit that says no to joy. All over it I was aware of the effort to achieve another end, the struggle to burst forth and escape into free, spontaneous expression that should be happy and natural, yet the effort forever frustrated by the weight of this dark shadow that rendered it abortive. Life crawled aside into a channel that was a cul-de-sac, then turned horribly upon itself. Instead of blossom and fruit, there were weeds. This approach of life I was conscious of, then dismal failure. There was no fulfillment. Nothing happened. And so, through this singular mood, I came a little nearer to understanding the unpure thing that had stammered out into expression through my sister's talent. For the unpure is merely negative. It has no existence. It is but the cramped expression of what is true, stammering its way brokenly over false boundaries that seek to limit and confine. Great, full expression of anything is pure, whereas here was only the incomplete, unfinished, and therefore ugly. There was strife and pain and desire to escape. I found myself shrinking from house and grounds as one shrinks from the touch of the mentally arrested, those in whom life has turned awry. There was almost mutilation in it. Past items, too, now flocked to confirm this feeling that I walked liberty captured and half-maimed, in a monstrous garden. I remembered days of rain that refreshed the countryside, but left these grounds, cracked with the summer heat, unsatisfied and thirsty, and how the big winds that cleaned the woods and fields elsewhere crawled here with difficulty through the dense foliage that protected the towers from the north and west and east. They were ineffective, sluggish currents. There was no real wind. Nothing happened. I began to realize, far more clearly than in my sister's fanciful explanation about layers, that here were many contrary influences at work, mutually destructive of one another. House and grounds were not haunted merely. They were the arena of past thinking and feeling, perhaps of terrible impure beliefs, each striving to suppress the others, yet no one of them achieving supremacy, because no one of them was strong enough. No one of them was true. Each, moreover, tried to win me over, though only one was able to reach my mind at all. For some obscure reason, possibly because my temperament had a natural bias towards the grotesque, it was the goblin layer. With me, it was the line of least resistance. In my own thoughts, this goblin garden revealed, of course, merely my personal interpretation. I felt now objectively what long ago my mind had felt subjectively. My work, essential sign of spontaneous life with me, had stopped dead. Production had become impossible. I stood now considerably closer to the cause of this sterility. The cause, rather, turned bolder, had stepped insolently nearer. Nothing happened anywhere. House, garden, mind alike were barren, abortive, torn by the strife of frustrate impulse, ugly, hateful, sinful. Yet behind it all was still the desire of life, desire to escape, accomplish, hope, an intolerable hope. I became startlingly aware, crowned torture. And realizing this, though in some part of me where reason lost her hold, there rose upon me then another and a darker thing that caught me by the throat and made me shrink with a sense of revulsion that touched actual loathing. I knew instantly whence it came, this wave of abhorrence and disgust, for even while I saw red and felt revolt rise in me, it seemed that I grew partially aware of the layer next below the goblin. I perceived the existence of this deeper stratum. One opened the way for the other, as it were. There were so many, yet all interrelated. To admit one was to clear the way for all. If I lingered, I should be caught, horribly. They struggled with such violence for supremacy among themselves, however, that this latest uprising was instantly smothered and crushed back, though not before a glimpse had been revealed to me, and the redness in my thoughts transferred itself to color my surroundings thickly and appallingly, with blood. This lurid aspect drenched the garden, smeared the terraces, then to the very soil a tinge as of sacrificial rites that choked the breath in me, or that seemed to fix me to the earth my feet so longed to leave. It was so revolting that at the same time I felt a dreadful curiosity as of fascination. I wished to stay. Between these contrary impulses, I think I actually reeled a moment, transfixed by a fascination of the awful. Through the lighter goblin veil I felt myself sinking down, down, down into this turgid layer that was so much more violent and so much more ancient. The upper layer, indeed, seemed fairy by comparison with this terror born of the lust of blood, thick with the anguish of human sacrificial victims. Upper? Then I was already sinking. My feet were caught. I was actually in it. What atavistic strain, hidden deep within me, had been touched into vile response, giving this flash of intuitive comprehension, I cannot say. The coatings laid on by civilization are probably thin enough in all of us. I made a supreme effort. The sun and wind came back. I could almost swear I opened my eyes. Something very atrocious surged back into the depths, carrying with it a thought of tangled woods, of big stones standing in a circle, motionless white figures, the one form bound with ropes, and the ghastly gleam of the knife. Like smoke upon a battlefield, it rolled away. I was standing on the gravel path below the second terrace when the familiar goblin garden danced back again, doubly grotesque now, doubly mocking, yet by way of contrast almost welcome. My glimpse into the depths was momentary, it seems, and had passed utterly away. The common world rushed back with a sense of glad relief, yet ominous now forever, I felt, for the knowledge of what its past had built upon. In street, in theatre, in the festivities of friends, in music-room or playing field, even indeed in church, how could the memory of what I had seen and felt not leave its hideous trace? The very structure of my thought, it seemed to me, was stained. What has been thought by others can never be obliterated until... With a start, my reverie broke and fled, scattered by a violent sound that I recognized for the first time in my life as wholly desirable. The returning motor meant that my hostess was back. Yet so urgent had been my temporary obsession that my first presentation of her was, well, not as I knew her now. Floating along with a face of anguished torture, I saw Mabel, a mere effigy captured by others' thinking, passed down into those depths of fire and blood that only just had closed beneath my feet. She dipped away. She vanished, her fading eyes turned to the last towards some saviour who had failed her, and that strange, intolerable hope was in her face. The mystery of the place was pretty thick about me just then. It was the fall of dusk, and the ghost of slanting sunshine was as unreal as though badly painted. The garden stood at attention all about me. I cannot explain it, but I can tell it, I think, exactly as it happened, for it remains vivid in me forever. That, for the first time, something almost happened, myself apparently the combining link through which it pressed towards delivery. I had already turned towards the house. In my mind were pictures, not actual thoughts, of the motor, tea on the veranda, my sister, Mabel, when there came behind me this tumultuous, awful rush as I left the garden. The ugliness, the pain, the striving to escape, the whole negative and suppressed agony that was the place, focused that second into a concentrated effort to produce a result. It was a blinding tempest of long, frustrate desire that heaved at me, surging appallingly behind me like an anguished mob. I was in the act of crossing the frontier into my normal self again, when it came, catching fearfully at my skirts. I might use an entire dictionary of descriptive adjectives, yet come no nearer to it than this: the conception of a huge assemblage determined to escape with me, or to snatch me back among themselves. My legs trembled for an instant, and I caught my breath, then turned and ran as fast as possible up the ugly terraces. At the same instant, as though the clanging of an iron gate cut short the unfinished phrase, I thought the beginning of an awful thing. The damned... Like this it rushed after me from that goblin garden that had sought to keep me. The damned! For there was sound in it. I know full well it was subjective, not actually heard at all. Yet somehow sound was in it, a great volume, roaring and booming thunderously, far away and below me. The sentence dipped back into the depths that gave it birth, unfinished. Its completion was prevented. As usual, nothing happened. But it drove behind me like a hurricane as I ran towards the house, and the sound of it I can only liken to those terrible undertones you may hear standing beside Niagara. They lie behind the mere crash of the falling flood, within it somehow, not audible to all, felt rather than definitely heard. It seemed to echo back from the surface of those sagging terraces as I flew across their sloping ends, for it was somehow underneath them. It was in the rustle of the wind that stirred the skirts of the drooping Wellingtonias. The beds of formal flowers passed it on to the creepers, red as blood, that crept over the unsightly building. Into the structure of the vulgar and forbidding house it sank away. The towers took it home. The uncomely doors and windows seemed almost like mouths that had uttered the words themselves, and on the upper floors at that very moment I saw two maids in the act of closing them again. And on the veranda, as I arrived breathless and shaken in my soul, Francis and Mabel, standing by the tea-table, looked up to greet me. In the faces of both were clearly legible the signs of shock. They watched me coming, yet so full of their own distress that they hardly noticed the state in which I came. In the face of my hostess, however, I read another and a bigger thing than in the face of Francis. Mabel knew. She had experienced what I had experienced. She had heard that awful sentence I had heard, but heard it not for the first time. Heard it, moreover, I verily believe, complete, and to its dreadful end. "Bill, did you hear that curious noise just now?" Francis asked it sharply before I could say a word. Her manner was confused. She looked straight at me, and there was a tremor in her voice she could not hide. "There's wind about," I said. "Wind in the trees and sweeping round the walls. It's risen rather suddenly." My voice faltered rather. "No, it wasn't wind," she insisted, with a significance meant for me alone, but badly hidden. "It was more like distant thunder, we thought. How you ran, too," she added. "What a pace you came across the terraces." I knew instantly from the way she said it that they both had already heard the sound before and were anxious to know if I had heard it, and how. My interpretation was what they sought. It was a curiously deep sound, I admit. It may have been big guns at sea, I suggested. Forts or cruisers practicing. The coast isn't so very far, and with the wind in the right direction. The expression on Mabel's face stopped me dead. "Like huge doors closing," she said softly in her colourless voice. "Enormous metal doors shutting against a mass of people clamouring to get out." The gravity, the note of hopelessness in her tones, was shocking. Francis had gone into the house the instant Mabel began to speak. "I'm cold," she had said. "I think I'll get a shawl." Mabel and I were alone. I believe it was the first time we had been really alone since I arrived. She looked up from the teacups, fixing her pallid eyes on mine. She had made a question of the sentence. "You hear it like that?" I asked innocently. I purposely used the present tense. She changed her stare from one eye to the other. It was absolutely expressionless. My sister's steps sounded on the floor of the room behind us. "If only—" Mabel began, then stopped, and my own feelings, leaping out instinctively, completed the sentence I felt was in her mind. Something would happen. She instantly corrected me. I had caught her thought, yet somehow phrased it wrongly. "We could escape." She lowered her tone a little, saying it hurriedly. The "we" amazed and horrified me, but something in her voice and manner struck me utterly dumb. There was ice and terror in it. It was a dying woman speaking, a lost and hopeless soul. In that atrocious moment I hardly noticed what was said exactly, but I remember that my sister returned with a grey shawl about her shoulders, and that Mabel said in her ordinary voice again, "It is chilly, yes. Let's have tea inside." And that two maids, one of them the grenadier, speedily carried the loaded trays into the morning-room, and put a match to the logs in the great open fireplace. It was, after all, foolish to risk the sharp evening air, for dusk was falling steadily, and even the sunshine of the day just fading could not turn autumn into summer. I was the last to come in. Just as I left the veranda, a large black bird swooped down in front of me, past the pillars. It dropped from overhead, swerved abruptly to one side as it caught sight of me, and flapped heavily towards the shrubberies on the left of the terraces, where it disappeared into the gloom. It flew very low, very close, and it startled me, I think because in some way it seemed like my shadow materialized, as though the dark horror that was rising everywhere from house and garden, then settling back so thickly, yet so imperceptibly, upon us all, were incarnated in that whirring creature that passed between the daylight and the coming night. I stood a moment, wondering if it would appear again, before I followed the others indoors, and as I was in the act of closing the windows after me, I caught a glimpse of a figure on the lawn. It was some distance away, on the other side of the shrubberies, in fact, where the bird had vanished. But in spite of the twilight that half magnified, half obscured it, the identity was unmistakable. I knew the housekeeper's stiff walk too well to be deceived. "Mrs. Marsh taking the air," I said to myself. I felt the necessity of saying it, and I wondered why she was doing so at this particular hour. If I had other thoughts, they were so vague, and so quickly and utterly suppressed, that I cannot recall them sufficiently to relate them here. And once indoors, it was to be expected that there would come explanation, discussion, conversation at any rate, regarding the singular noise and its cause, some uttered evidence of the mood that had been strong enough to drive us all inside. Yet there was none. Each of us purposely, and with various skill, ignored it. We talked little, and when we did, it was of anything in the world but that. Personally, I experienced a touch of that same bewilderment which had come over me during my first talk with Francis on the evening of my arrival, for I recall now the acute tension, and the hope, yet dread, that one or other of us must sooner or later introduce the subject. It did not happen, however. No reference was made to it even remotely. It was the presence of Mabel, I felt positive, that prohibited. As soon might we have discussed death in the bedroom of a dying woman. The only scrap of conversation I remember where all was ordinary and commonplace was when Mabel spoke casually to the grenadier, asking why Mrs. Marsh had omitted to do something or other. What it was, I forget, and that the maid replied respectfully that Mrs. Marsh was very sorry, but her hand still pained her. I inquired, though so casually that I scarcely know what prompted the words, whether she had injured herself severely, and the reply, "She upset a lamp and burnt herself," was said in a tone that made me feel my curiosity was indiscreet. "But she always has an excuse for not doing things she ought to do." The little bit of conversation remained with me, and I remember particularly the quick way Frances interrupted and turned the talk upon the delinquencies of servants in general, telling incidents of her own at our flat with a volubility that perhaps seemed forced, and that certainly did not encourage general talk as it may have been intended to do. We lapsed into silence immediately she finished. But for all our care and all our calculated silence, each knew that something had, in these last moments, come very close. It had brushed us in passing. It had retired. And I am inclined to think now that the large dark thing I saw, riding the dusk, probably bird of prey, was in some sense a symbol of it in my mind. That actually there had been no bird at all, I mean, but that my mood of apprehension and dismay had formed the vivid picture in my thoughts. It had swept past us. It had retreated. But it was now, at this moment, in hiding, very close, and it was watching us. Perhaps, too, it was mere coincidence that I encountered Mrs. Marsh, his housekeeper, several times that evening in the short interval between tea and dinner, and that on each occasion the sight of this gaunt, half-saturnine woman fed my prejudice against her. Once, on my way to the telephone, I ran into her just where the passage is somewhat jammed by a square table carrying the Chinese gong, a grandfather's clock, and a box of croquet mallets. We both gave way, then both advanced, then again gave way, simultaneously. It seemed impossible to pass. We stepped with decision to the same side, finally colliding in the middle, while saying those futile little things, half apology, half excuse, that are inevitable at such times. In the end she stood upright against the wall for me to pass, taking her place against the very door I wished to open. It was ludicrous. "Excuse me, I was just going in to telephone," I explained, and she sidled off, murmuring apologies, but opening the door for me while she did so. Our hands met a moment on the handle. There was a second's awkwardness. It was so stupid. I remembered her injury, and by way of something to say, I inquired after it. She thanked me. It was entirely healed now, but it might have been much worse. And there was something about the mercy of the Lord that I didn't quite catch. While telephoning, however, a London call, and my attention focused on it, I realized sharply that this was the first time I had spoken with her. Also, that I had touched her. It happened to be a Sunday, and the lines were clear. I got my connection quickly, and the incident was forgotten while my thoughts went up to London. On my way upstairs, then, the woman came back into my mind, so that I recalled other things about her, how she seemed all over the house, in unlikely places often, how I had caught her sitting in the hall alone that night, how she was forever coming and going with her lugubrious visage and that untidy hair at the back, that had made me laugh 3 years ago with the idea that it looked singed or burnt, and how the impression on my first arrival at the Towers was that this woman somehow kept alive, though its evidence was outwardly suppressed, the influence of her late employer and of his sombre teachings. Somewhere with her was associated the idea of punishment, vindictiveness, revenge. I remembered again, suddenly, my odd notion that she sought to keep her present mistress here, a prisoner in this bleak and comfortless house, and that really, in spite of her obsequious silence, she was intensely opposed to the change of thought that had reclaimed Mabel to a happier view of life. All this in a passing second flashed in review before me, and I discovered, or at any rate reconstructed, the real Mrs. Marsh. She was decidedly in the shadow. More, she stood in the forefront of it, stealthily leading an assault, as it were, against the Towers and its occupants, as though consciously or unconsciously she labored incessantly to this hateful end. I can only judge that some state of nervousness in me permitted the series of insignificant thoughts to assume this dramatic shape, and that what had gone before prepared the way and led her up at the head of so formidable a procession. I related exactly as it came to me. My nerves were doubtless somewhat on edge by now. Otherwise I should hardly have been a prey to the exaggeration at all. I seemed open to so many strange impressions. Nothing else, perhaps, can explain my ridiculous conversation with her, when for the third time that evening I came suddenly upon the woman halfway down the stairs, standing by an open window as if in the act of listening. She was dressed in black, a black shawl over her square shoulders and black gloves on her big broad hands. 2 black objects, prayer books apparently, she clasped, and on her head she wore a bonnet with shaking beads of jet. At first I did not know her, as I came running down upon her from the landing. It was only when she stood aside to let me pass that I saw her profile against the tapestry and recognized Mrs. Marsh. And to catch her on the front stairs, dressed like this, struck me as incongruous, impertinent. I paused in my dangerous descent. Through the opened window came the sound of bells, church bells, a sound more depressing to me than superstition, and as nauseating. Though the action was ill-judged, I obeyed the sudden prompting. Was it a secret desire to attack, perhaps? And spoke to her. "Been to church, I suppose, Mrs. Marsh?" I said. "Or just going, perhaps?" Her face, as she looked up a second to reply, was like an iron doll that moved its lips and turned its eyes, but made no other imitation of life at all. "Some of us still goes, sir," she said unctuously. It was respectful enough, yet the implied judgment of the rest of the world made me almost angry. A deferential insolence lay behind the affected meekness. "For those who believe, no doubt it is helpful," I smiled. "True religion brings peace and happiness, I'm sure. Joy, Mrs. Marsh, joy!" I found keen satisfaction in the emphasis. She looked at me like a knife. I cannot describe the implacable thing that shone in her fixed, stern eyes, nor the shadow of felt darkness that stole across her face. She glittered. I felt hate in her. I knew, she knew too, who was in the thoughts of us both at that moment. She replied softly, never forgetting her place for an instant. "There is joy, sir, in heaven, over one sinner that repenteth, and in church there goes up prayer to God for those who, well, for the others, sir, who—" She cut short her sentence thus. The gloom about her as she said it was like the gloom about a hearse, a tomb, a darkness of great hopeless dungeons. My tongue ran on of itself with a kind of bitter satisfaction. "We must believe there are no others, Mrs. Marsh. Salvation, you know, would be such a failure if there were. No merciful, all-foreseeing God could ever have devised such a fearful plan." Her voice, interrupting me, seemed to rise out of the bowels of the earth. "They rejected the salvation when it was offered to them, sir, on earth." "But you wouldn't have them tortured forever because of one mistaken ignorance," I said, fixing her with my eye. "Come now, would you, Mrs. Marsh? No God worth worshipping could permit such cruelty. Think a moment what it means." She stared at me, a curious expression in her stupid eyes. It seemed to me as though the woman in her revolted, while yet she dared not suffer her grim belief to trip. That is, she would willingly have had it otherwise, but for a terror that prevented. "We may pray for them, sir, and we may hope." She dropped her eyes to the carpet. "Good, good," I put in cheerfully, sorry now that I had spoken at all. "That's more hopeful at any rate, isn't it?" She murmured something about Abraham's bosom, and the time of salvation not being forever, as I tried to pass her. Then a half gesture that she made stopped me. There was something more she wished to say, to ask. She looked up furtively. In her eyes I saw the woman peering out through fear. "Perhaps, sir," she faltered, as though lightning must strike her dead. "Perhaps, would you think, a drop of cold water, given in his name, might moisten—" But I stopped her, for the foolish talk had lasted long enough. "Of course," I exclaimed, "of course. For God is love, remember, and love means charity, tolerance, sympathy, and sparing others pain." And I hurried past her, determined to end the outrageous conversation for which yet I knew myself entirely to blame. Behind me she stood, stock still for several minutes, half bewildered, half alarmed, as I suspected. I caught the fragment of another sentence, one word of it rather, punishment, but the rest escaped me. Her arrogance and condescending tolerance exasperated me, while I was at the same time secretly pleased that I might have touched some string of remorse or sympathy in her after all. Her belief was iron. She dared not let it go. Yet somewhere underneath there lurked the germ of a wholesome revulsion. She would help them if she dared. Her question proved it. Half ashamed of myself, I turned and crossed the hall quickly, lest I should be tempted to say more, and in me was a disagreeable sensation, as though I had just left the incurable ward of some great hospital. A reaction caught me as of nausea. Ugh! I wanted such people cleansed by fire. They seemed to me as centers of contamination, whose vicious thoughts flowed out to stain God's glorious world. I saw myself, Francis, Mabel too especially, on the rack, while that odious figure of cruelty and darkness stood over us and ordered the awful handles turned in order that we might be saved, forced, that is, to think and believe exactly as she thought and believed. I found relief for my somewhat childish indignation by letting myself loose upon the organ then. The flood of Bach and Beethoven brought back the sense of proportion. It proved, however, at the same time that there had been this growth of distortion in me, and that it had been provided apparently by my closer contact, for the first time, with that funereal personality, the woman who, like her master, believed that all holding views of God that differed from her own must be damned eternally. It gave me, moreover, some faint clue, perhaps, though a clue I was unequal to following up, to the nature of the strife and terror and frustrate influence in the house. What housekeeper had to do with it? She kept it alive. Her thought was like a spell she waved above her mistress's head. 7. That night I was wakened by a hurried tapping at my door, and before I could answer, Frances stood beside my bed. She had switched on the light as she came in. Her hair fell straggling over her dressing-gown. Her face was deathly pale, its expression so distraught it was almost haggard. The eyes were very wide. She looked almost like another woman. She was whispering at a great pace. Bill, wake up, quick!" "I am awake. What is it?" I whispered too. I was startled. "Listen," was all she said. Her eyes stared into vacancy. There was not a sound in the great house. The wind had dropped, and all was still. Only the tapping seemed to continue endlessly in my brain. The clock on the mantelpiece pointed to 2:30. "I heard nothing, Frances. What is it?" I rubbed my eyes. I had been very deeply asleep. "Listen," she repeated very softly, holding up one finger and turning her eyes towards the door she had left ajar. Her usual calmness had deserted her. She was in the grip of some distressing terror. For a full minute we held our breath and listened. Then her eyes rolled round again and met my own, and her skin went even whiter than before. "It woke me," she said beneath her breath, and moving a step nearer to my bed. "It was the noise." Even her whisper trembled. The noise. The word repeated itself dully of its own accord. I would rather it had been anything in the world but that. Earthquake, foreign cannon, collapse of the house above our heads. The noise, Frances. Are you sure? I was playing really for a little time. It was like thunder. At first I thought it was thunder, but a minute later it came again, from underground. It's appalling. She muttered the words, her voice not properly under control. There was a pause of perhaps a minute, and then we both spoke at once. We said foolish, obvious things that neither of us believed in for a second. The roof had fallen in. There were burglars downstairs. The safes had been blown open. It was to comfort each other, as children do, that we said these things. Also, it was to gain further time. "There's someone in the house, of course," I heard my voice say finally, as I sprang out of bed and hurried into dressing-gown and slippers. "Don't be alarmed. I'll go down and see." And from the drawer I took a pistol it was my habit to carry everywhere with me. I loaded it carefully while Frances stood stock still beside the bed and watched. I moved towards the open door. "You stay here, Frances," I whispered, the beating of my heart making the words uneven, "while I go down and make a search. Lock yourself in, girl. Nothing can happen to you. It was downstairs, you said?" "Underneath," she answered faintly, pointing through the floor. She moved suddenly between me and the door. "Listen! Hark!" she said, the eyes in her face quite fixed. "It's coming again!" And she turned her head to catch the slightest sound. I stood there watching her, and while I watched her, shook. But nothing stirred. From the halls below rose only the whir and quiet ticking of the numerous clocks. The blind by the open window behind us flapped out a little into the room as the draught caught it. "I'll come with you, Bill, to the next floor," she broke the silence. "Then I'll stay with Mabel till you come up again." The blind sank down with a long sigh as she said it. The question jumped to my lips before I could repress it. "Mabel is awake. She heard it too?" I hardly know why horror caught me at her answer. All was so vague and terrible as we stood there playing the great game of this sinister house where nothing ever happened. "We met in the passage. She was on her way to me." What shook in me shook inwardly. Frances, I mean, did not see it. I had the feeling just then that the noise was upon us, that any second it would boom and roar about our ears, but the deep silence held. I only heard my sister's little whisper coming across the room in answer to my question. "Then what is Mabel doing now?" And her reply proved that she was yielding at last beneath the dreadful tension, for she spoke at once, unable longer to keep up the pretense. With a kind of relief, as it were, she said it out, looking helplessly at me like a child. "She is weeping, and My expression must have stopped her. I believe I clapped both hands upon her mouth, though when I realized things clearly again, I found they were covering my own ears instead. It was a moment of unutterable horror. The revulsion I felt was actually physical. It would have given me pleasure to fire off all the 5 chambers of my pistol into the air above my head. The sound, a definite, wholesome sound that explained itself, would have been a positive relief. Other feelings, though, were in me too, all over me, rushing to and fro. It was vain to seek their disentanglement. It was impossible. I confess that I experienced, among them, a touch of paralyzing fear, though for a moment only. It passed as sharply as it came, leaving me with a violent flush of blood to the face, such as bursts of anger bring, followed abruptly by an icy perspiration over the entire body. Yet I may honestly avow that it was not ordinary personal fear I felt, nor any common dread of physical injury. It was rather a vast impersonal shrinking, a sympathetic shrinking, from the agony and terror that countless others, somewhere, somehow, felt for themselves. The first sensation of a prison overwhelmed me in that instant, of bitter strife and frenzied suffering, and the fiery torture of the yearning to escape that was yet hopelessly uttered. It was of incredible power. It was real. The vain, intolerable hope swept over me. I mastered myself, though hardly knowing how, and took my sister's hand. It was as cold as ice as I led her firmly to the door and out into the passage. Apparently she noticed nothing of my so near collapse, for I caught her whisper as we went, "You are brave, Bill. Splendidly brave." The upper corridors of the great sleeping house were brightly lit. On her way to me she had turned on every electric switch her hand could reach, and as we passed the final flight of stairs to the floor below, I heard a door shut softly, and knew that Mabel had been listening, waiting for us. I led my sister up to it. She knocked, and the door was opened cautiously an inch or so. The room was pitch black. I caught no glimpse of Mabel standing there. Francis turned to me with a hurried whisper, "Billy, you will be careful, won't you?" and went in. I just had time to answer that I would not be long, and Francis to reply, "You'll find us here," when the door closed and cut her sentence short before its end. But it was not alone the closing door that took the final words. Francis, by the way she disappeared, I knew it, had made a swift and violent movement into the darkness that was as though she sprang. She leaped upon that other woman who stood back among the shadows, for simultaneously with the clipping of the sentence, another sound was also stopped, stifled, smothered, choked back, lest I should also hear it. Yet not in time. I heard it, a hard and horrible sound that explained both the leap and the abrupt cessation of the whispered words. I stood irresolute a moment. It was as though all the bones had been withdrawn from my body, so that I must sink and fall. That sound plucked them out, and plucked out my self-possession with them. I am not sure that it was a sound I had ever heard before, though children, I half remembered, made it sometimes in blind rages when they knew not what they did. In a grown-up person, certainly, I had never known it. I associated it with animals, rather, horribly. In the history of the world, no doubt, it has been common enough, alas, but fortunately today there can be but few who know it, or would recognize it even when heard. The bones shot back into my body the same instant, but red-hot and burning. The brief instant of irresolution passed. I was torn between the desire to break down the door and enter, and to run for my life from a thing I dared not face. Out of the horrid tumult, then, I adopted neither course. Without reflection, certainly without analysis of what was best to do for my sister, myself, or Mabel, I took up my action where I had been interrupted. I turned from the awful door and moved slowly towards the head of the stairs, but that dreadful little sound came with me. I believe my own teeth chattered. It seemed all over the house, in the empty halls that opened into the long passages towards the music-room, and even in the grounds outside the building. From the lawns and barren garden, from the ugly terraces themselves, it rose into the night, and behind it came a curious driving sound, incomplete, unfinished, as of wailing for deliverance, the wailing of desperate souls in anguish, the dull and dry beseeching of hopeless spirits in prison. That I could have taken the little sound from the bedroom where I actually heard it, and spread it thus over the entire house and grounds, is evidence perhaps of the state my nerves were in. The wailing assuredly was in my mind alone, but the longer I hesitated, the more difficult became my task, and gathering up my dressing-gown, lest I should trip in the darkness, I passed slowly down the staircase into the hall below. I carried neither candle nor matches. Every switch in room and corridor was known to me. The covering of darkness was indeed rather comforting than otherwise, for if it prevented seeing, it also prevented being seen. The heavy pistol, knocking against my thigh as I moved, made me feel I was carrying a child's toy foolishly. I experienced in every nerve that primitive vast dread which is the thrill of darkness. Merely the child in me was comforted by that pistol. The night was not entirely black. The iron bars across the glass front door were visible, and equally I discerned the big stiff wooden chairs in the hall, the gaping fireplace, the upright pillars supporting the staircase, the round table in the center with its books and flower vases, and the basket that held visitors' cards. There, too, was the stick and umbrella stand, and the shelf with railway guides, directory, and telegraph forms. Clocks ticked everywhere with sounds like quiet footfalls. Light fell here and there in patches from the floor above. I stood a moment in the hall, letting my eyes grow more accustomed to the gloom, while deciding on a plan of search. I made out the ivy trailing outside over one of the big windows, and then the tall clock by the front door made a grating noise deep down inside its body. It was the presentation clock, large and hideous, given by the congregation of his church, and, dreading the booming strike it seemed to threaten, I made a quick decision. If others beside myself were about in the night, the sound of that striking might cover their approach. So I tiptoed to the right, where the passage led towards the dining-room. In the other direction were the morning and drawing-room, both little used, and various other rooms beyond that had been his, generally now kept locked. I thought of my sister waiting upstairs with that frightened woman for my return. I went quickly, yet stealthily. And to my surprise, the door of the dining-room was open. It had been opened. I paused on the threshold, staring about me. I think I fully expected to see a figure, blocked in the shadows against the heavy sideboard, or looming on the other side beneath his portrait. But the room was empty. I felt it empty. Through the wide bow windows that gave onto the veranda came an uncertain glimmer that even shone reflected in the polished surface of the dinner-table, and again I perceived the stiff outline of chairs, waiting tenantless all round it, two large ones with high carved backs at either end. The monkeyed trees on the upper terrace, too, were visible outside against the sky, and the solemn crests of the Wellingtonias on the terraces below. The enormous clock on the mantelpiece ticked very slowly, as though its machinery were running down, and I made out the pale round patch that was its face. Resisting my first inclination to turn the lights up, my hand had gone so far as to finger the friendly knob. I crossed the room so carefully that no single board creaked, nor a single chair, as I rested a hand upon its back, moved on the parquet flooring. I turned neither to the right nor left, nor did I once look back. I went towards the long corridor, filled with priceless objets d'art, that led through various antechambers into the spacious music room, and only at the mouth of this corridor did I next halt a moment in uncertainty. For this long corridor, lit faintly by high windows on the left from the veranda, was very narrow, owing to the mass of shelves and fancy tables it contained. It was not that I feared to knock over precious things as I went, but that, because of its ungenerous width, there would be no room to pass another person, if I met one. And the certainty had suddenly come upon me that somewhere in this corridor another person at this actual moment stood. Here, somehow, amid all this dead atmosphere of furniture and impersonal emptiness, lay the hint of a living human presence. And with such conviction did it come upon me that my hand instinctively gripped the pistol in my pocket before I could even think. Either someone had passed along this corridor just before me, or someone lay waiting at its farther end, withdrawn or flattened into one of the little recesses to let me pass. It was the person who had opened the door, and the blood ran from my heart as I realized it. It was not courage that sent me on, but rather a strong impulsion from behind that made it impossible to retreat. The feeling that a throng pressed at my back, drawing nearer and nearer, that I was already half surrounded, swept, dragged, coaxed into a vast prison-house where there was wailing and gnashing of teeth, where their worm dieth not, and their fire is not quenched. I can neither explain nor justify the storm of irrational emotion that swept me as I stood in that moment, staring down the length of the silent corridor towards the music-room at the far end. I can only repeat that no personal bravery sent me down it, but that the negative emotion of fear was swamped in this vast sea of pity and commiseration for others that surged upon me. My senses, at least, were no whit confused. If anything, my brain registered impressions with keener accuracy than usual. I noticed, for instance, that the two swinging doors of bays that cut the corridor into definite lengths, making little rooms of the spaces between them, were both wide open, in the dim light no mean achievement. Also that the fronds of a palm plant, some 10 feet in front of me, still stirred gently from the air of someone who had recently gone past them. The long green leaves waved to and fro like hands. Then I went stealthily forward down the narrow space, proud even that I had this command of myself, and so carefully that my feet made no sound upon the Japanese matting on the floor. It was a journey that seemed timeless. I have no idea how fast or slow I went, but I remember that I deliberately examined articles on each side of me, peering with particular closeness into the recesses of wall and window. I passed the first baize doors, and the passage beyond them widened out to hold shelves of books. There were sofas and small reading tables against the wall. It narrowed again presently, as I entered the second stretch. The windows here were higher and smaller, and marble statuettes of classical subjects lined the walls, watching me like figures of the dead. Their white and shining faces saw me, yet made no sign. I passed next between the second baize doors. They, too, had been fastened back with hooks against the wall. Thus all doors were open, had been recently opened. And so, at length, I found myself in the final widening of the corridor which formed an antechamber to the music-room itself. It had been used formerly to hold the overflow of meetings. No door separated it from the great hall beyond, but heavy curtains hung usually to close it off, and these curtains were invariably drawn. They now stood wide. And here I can merely state the impression that came upon me. I knew myself at last surrounded. The throng that pressed behind me also surged in front. Facing me in the big room, and waiting for my entry, stood a multitude. On either side of me, in the very air above my head, the vast assemblage paused upon my coming. The pause, however, was momentary, for instantly the deep, tumultuous movement was resumed that yet was silent as a cavern underground. I felt the agony that was in it, the passionate striving, the awful struggle to escape. The semi-darkness held beseeching faces that fought to press themselves upon my vision, yearning yet hopeless eyes, lips scorched and dry, mouths that opened to implore but found no craved delivery in actual words, and a fury of misery and hate that made the life in me stop dead, frozen by the horror of vain pity. That intolerable, vain hope was everywhere. And the multitude, it came to me, was not a single multitude, but many. For as soon as one huge division pressed too close upon the edge of escape, it was dragged back by another and prevented. The wild host was divided against itself. Here dwelt the shadow I had imagined weeks ago, and in it struggled armies of lost souls, as in the depths of some bottomless pit whence there is no escape. The layers mingled, fighting against themselves in endless torture. It was in this great shadow I had clairvoyantly seen Mabel, but about its fearful mouth I now was certain hovered another figure of darkness, a figure who sought to keep it in existence, since to her thought were due those lampless depths of woe without escape. Towards me the multitudes now surged. It was a sound and a movement that brought me back into myself. The great clock at the farther end of the room just then struck the hour of 3. That was the sound. And the movement? I was aware that a figure was passing across the distant center of the floor. Instantly I dropped back into the arena of my little human terror. My hand again clutched stupidly at the pistol butt. I drew back into the folds of the heavy curtain, and the figure advanced. I remember every detail. At first it seemed to me enormous, this advancing shadow, far beyond human scale. But as it came nearer, I measured it, though not consciously, by the organ pipes that gleamed in faint colors just above its gradual soft approach. It passed them, already halfway across the great room. I saw then that its stature was that of ordinary men. The prolonged booming of the clock died away. I heard the footfall, shuffling upon the polished boards. I heard another sound, a voice, low and monotonous, droning as in prayer. The figure was speaking. It was a woman, and she carried in both hands before her a small object that faintly shimmered, a glass of water. And then I recognized her. There was still an instant's time before she reached me, and I made use of it. I shrank back, flattening myself against the wall. Her voice ceased a moment, as she turned and carefully drew the curtains together behind her, closing them with one hand. Oblivious of my presence, though she actually touched my dressing-gown with the hand that pulled the cords, she resumed her dreadful, solemn march, disappearing at length down the long vista of the corridor like a shadow. But as she passed me, her voice began again, so that I heard each word distinctly as she uttered it, her head aloft, her figure upright, as though she moved at the head of a procession. A drop of cold water, given in his name, shall moisten their burning tongues. It was repeated monotonously over and over again, droning down into the distance as she went, until at length both voice and figure faded into the shadows at the farther end. For a time, I have no means of measuring precisely, I stood in that dark corner, pressing my back against the wall, and would have drawn the curtains down to hide me had I dared to stretch an arm out. The dread that presently the woman would return passed gradually away. I realized that the air had emptied. The crowd her presence had stirred into activity had retreated. I was alone in the gloomy underspaces of the odious building. Then I remembered suddenly again the terrified women waiting for me on that upper landing, and realized that my skin was wet and freezing cold after a profuse perspiration. I prepared to retrace my steps. I remember the effort it cost me to leave the support of the wall and covering darkness of my corner, and step out into the grey light of the corridor. At first I sidled, then, finding this mode of walking impossible, turned my face boldly and walked quickly, regardless that my dressing-gown set the precious objects shaking as I passed. A wind that sighed mournfully against the high, small windows seemed to have got inside the corridor as well. It felt so cold, and every moment I dreaded to see the outline of the woman's figure as she waited in recess or angle against the wall for me to pass. Was there another thing I dreaded even more? I cannot say. I only know that the first bay's doors had swung to behind me, and the second ones were close at hand, when the great dim thunder caught me, pouring up with prodigious volume so that it seemed to roll out from another world. It shook the very bowels of the building. I was closer to it than that other time, when it had followed me from the Goblin Garden. There was strength and hardness in it, as of metal reverberation. Some touch of numbness, almost of paralysis, must surely have been upon me, that I felt no actual terror, for I remember even turning and standing still to hear it better. That is the noise, my thought ran stupidly, and I think I whispered it aloud. The doors are closing. The wind outside against the windows was audible, so it cannot have been really loud, yet to me it was the biggest, deepest sound I have ever heard, but so far away, with such awful remoteness in it, that I had to doubt my own ears at the same time. It seemed underground, the rumbling of earthquake gates that shut remorselessly within the rocky earth, stupendous, ultimate thunder. They were shut off from help again. The doors had closed. I felt a storm of pity, an agony of bitter, futile hate, sweep through me. My memory of the figure changed then. The woman with the glass of cooling water had stepped down from heaven, but the man, or was it men, who smeared this terrible layer of belief and thought upon the world? I crossed the dining room. It was fancy, of course, that held my eyes from glancing at the portrait, for fear I should see it smiling approval, and so finally reached the hall, where the light from the floor above seemed now quite bright in comparison. All the doors I closed carefully behind me, but first I had to open them. The woman had closed every one. Up the stairs, then, I actually ran, 2 steps at a time. My sister was standing outside Mabel's door. By her face, I knew that she had also heard. There was no need to ask. I quickly made my mind up. "There's nothing," I said, and detailed briefly my tour of search. "All is quiet and undisturbed downstairs. May God forgive me." She beckoned to me, closing the door softly behind her. My heart beat violently a moment, then stood still. "Mabel," she said aloud. It was like the sentence of a judge, that one short word. I tried to push past her and go in, but she stopped me with her arm. She was wholly mistress of herself, I saw. "Hush," she said in a lower voice. "I've got her round again with brandy. She's sleeping quietly now. We won't disturb her." She drew me farther out into the landing, and as she did so, the clock in the hall below struck 3:30. I had stood then 30 minutes in the corridor below. "You've been such a long time," she said simply. "I feared for you." And she took my hand in her own that was cold and clammy. 8. And then, while that dreadful house stood listening about us in the early hours of this chill morning upon the edge of winter, she told me, with laconic brevity, things about Mabel that I heard as from a distance. There was nothing so unusual or tremendous in the short recital. Nothing, indeed, I might not have already guessed for myself. It was the time and scene, the inference, too, that made it so afflicting. The idea that Mabel believed herself so utterly and hopelessly lost, beyond recovery, damned. That she had loved him with so passionate a devotion that she had given her soul into his keeping, this certainly I had not divined, probably because I had never thought about it one way or the other. He had converted her, I knew, but that she had subscribed wholeheartedly to that most cruel and ugly of his dogmas, this was new to me, and came with a certain shock as I heard it. In love, of course, the weaker nature is receptive to all manner of suggestion. This man had suggested his pet Brimstone Lake so vividly that she had listened and believed. He had frightened her into heaven, and his heaven, a definite locality in the skies, had its foretaste here on earth in miniature, the towers, house, and garden. Into his dolorous scheme of a handful saved and millions damned, his enclosure, as it were, of sheep and goats, he had swept her before she was aware of it. Her mind no longer was her own, and it was Mrs. Marsh who kept the thought stream open, though tempered, as she deemed, with that touch of craven, superstitious mercy. But what I found it difficult to understand, and still more difficult to accept, was that during her year abroad she had been so haunted with a secret dread of that hideous after-death that she had finally revolted and tried to recover that clearer state of mind she had enjoyed before the religious bully had stunned her, yet had tried in vain. She had returned to the towers to find her soul again, only to realize that it was lost eternally. The cleaner state of mind lay then beyond recovery. In the reaction that followed the removal of his terrible suggestion, she felt the crumbling of all that he had taught her, but searched in vain for the peace and beauty his teachings had destroyed. Nothing came to replace these. She was empty, desolate, hopeless. Craving her former joy and carelessness, she found only hate and diabolical calculation. This man, whom she had loved to the point of losing her soul for him, had bequeathed to her one black and fiery thing, the terror of the damned. His thinking wrapped her in this iron garment that held her fast. All this Frances told me, far more briefly than I have here repeated it. In her eyes and gestures and laconic sentences lay the conviction of great beating issues and of menacing drama my own description fails to recapture. It was also incongruous and remote from the world I lived in that more than once a smile, though a smile of pity, fluttered to my lips. But a glimpse of my face in the mirror showed rather the leer of a grimace. There was no real laughter anywhere that night. The entire adventure seemed so incredible, here in this 20th century, but yet delusion, that feeble word, did not occur once in the comments my mind suggested, though did not utter. I remembered that forbidding shadow, too, my sister's watercolors, the vanished personality of our hostess, the inexplicable thundering noise, and the figure of Mrs. Marsh in her midnight ritual that was so childish, yet so horrible. I shivered in spite of my own emancipated cast of mind. "There is no Mabel," were the words with which my sister sent another shower of ice down my spine. "He has killed her in his lake of fire and brimstone." I stared at her blankly, as in a nightmare where nothing true or possible ever happened. "He killed her in his lake of fire and brimstone," she repeated more faintly. A desperate effort was in me to say the strong, sensible thing which should destroy the oppressive horror that grew so stiflingly about us both. But again the mirror drew the attempted smile into the merest grin, betraying the distortion that was everywhere in the place. "You mean," I stammered beneath my breath, "that her faith has gone, that the terror has remained?" I asked it, dully groping. I moved out of the line of the reflection in the glass. She bowed her head as though beneath a weight. Her skin was the pallor of grey ashes. "You mean," I said louder, "that she has lost her mind?" "She is terror incarnate," was the whispered answer. "Mabel has lost her soul. Her soul is there." She pointed horribly below. "She is seeking it." The word soul stung me into something of my normal self again. "But her terror, poor thing, cannot be transferable to us," I exclaimed more vehemently. "It certainly is not convertible into feelings, sights, and even sounds." She interrupted me quickly, almost impatiently, speaking with that conviction by which she conquered me so easily that night. "It is her terror that has revived the others. It has brought her into touch with them. They are loose and driving after her. Her efforts at resistance have given them also hope, that escape, after all, is possible. Day and night they strive." "Escape? Others?" The anger fast rising in me dropped of its own accord at the moment of birth. It shrank into a shuddering beyond my control. In that moment, I think, I would have believed in the possibility of anything and everything she might tell me. To argue or contradict seemed equally futile. "His strong belief, as also the beliefs of others who have preceded him," she replied, so sure of herself that I actually turned to look over my shoulder, "have left their shadow like a thick deposit over the house and grounds. To them, poor souls, imprisoned by thought, it was hopeless as granite walls, until her resistance, her effort to dissipate it, let in light. Now, in their thousands, they are flocking to this little light, seeking escape. Her own escape, don't you see, may release them all." It took my breath away. Had his predecessors, former occupants of this house, also preached damnation of all the world but their own exclusive sect? Was this the explanation of her obscure talk of layers, each striving against the other for domination? And if men are spirits, and these spirits survive, could strong thought thus determine their condition even afterwards? So many questions flooded into me that I selected no one of them, but stared in uncomfortable silence, bewildered, out of my depth, and acutely, painfully distressed. There was so odd a mixture of possible truth and incredible, unacceptable explanation in it all, so much confirmed, yet so much left darker than before. What she said did indeed offer a quasi-interpretation of my own series of abominable sensations: strife, agony, pity, hate, escape, but so far-fetched that only the deep conviction in her voice and attitude made it tolerable for a second even. I found myself in a curious state of mind. I could neither think clearly nor say a word to refute her amazing statements, whispered there beside me in the shivering hours of the early morning, with only a wall between ourselves and Mabel. Close behind her words I remember this singular thing, however, that an atmosphere as of the Inquisition seemed to rise and stir about the room, beating awful wings of black above my head. Abruptly, then, a moment's common sense returned to me. I faced her. "And the noise?" I said aloud, more firmly. "The roar of the closing doors? We have all heard that. Is that subjective, too?" Frances looked sideways about her in a queer fashion that made my flesh creep again. I spoke brusquely, almost angrily. I repeated the question, and waited with anxiety for her reply. "What noise?" she asked with the frank expression of an innocent child. "What closing doors?" But her face turned from grey to white, and I saw that drops of perspiration glistened on her forehead. She caught at the back of a chair to steady herself, then glanced about her again with that sidelong look that made my blood run cold. I understood suddenly then. She did not take in what I said. I knew now. She was listening for something else. And the discovery revived in me a far stronger emotion than any mere desire for immediate explanation. Not only did I not insist upon an answer, but I was actually terrified lest she would answer. More, I felt in me a terror lest I should be moved to describe my own experiences below stairs, thus increasing their reality, and so the reality of all. She might even explain them, too. Still listening intently, she raised her head and looked me in the eyes. Her lips opened to speak. The words came to me from a great distance, it seemed, and her voice had a sound like a stone that drops into a deep well, its fate, though hidden, known. "We are in it with her, too, Bill. We are in it with her. Our interpretations vary, because we are in parts of it only. Mabel is in it all." The desire for violence came over me. If only she would say a definite thing in plain King's English! If only I could find it in me to give utterances to what shouted so loud within me! If only, the same old cry, something would happen! For all this elliptic talk that dazed my mind left obscurity everywhere. Her atrocious meaning, none the less, flashed through me, though vanishing before it wholly divulged itself. It brought a certain reaction with it. I found my tongue. Whether I actually believed what I said is more than I can swear to. That it seemed to me wise at the moment is all I remember. My mind was in a state of obscure perception, less than that of normal consciousness. "Yes, Francis, I believe that what you say is the truth, and that we are in it with her." I meant to say it with loud, hostile emphasis, but instead I whispered it, lest she should hear the trembling of my voice. "And for that reason, my dear sister, we leave tomorrow, you and I. Today, rather, since it is long past midnight. We leave this house of the damned. We go back to London." Frances looked up, her face distraught almost beyond recognition. But it was not my words that caused the tumult in her heart. It was a sound, the sound she had been listening for. So faint I barely caught it myself, and had she not pointed, I could never have known the direction whence it came. Small and terrible, it rose again in the stillness of the night, the sound of gnashing teeth. And behind it came another, the tread of stealthy footsteps. Both were just outside the door. The room swung round me for a second. My first instinct to prevent my sister going out. She had dashed past me frantically to the door, gave place to another when I saw the expression in her eyes. I followed her lead instead. It was surer than my own. The pistol in my pocket swung uselessly against my thigh. I was flustered beyond belief, and ashamed that I was so. "Keep close to me, Francis," I said huskily, as the door swung wide and a shaft of light fell upon a figure moving rapidly. Mabel was going down the corridor. Beyond her, in the shadows on the staircase, a second figure stood beckoning, scarcely visible. "Before they get her, quick!" was screamed into my ears, and our arms were about her in the same moment. It was a horrible scene. Not that Mabel struggled in the least, but that she collapsed as we caught her and fell with her dead weight, as of a corpse, limp against us. And her teeth began again. They continued even beneath the hand that Frances clapped upon her lips. We carried her back into her own bedroom, where she lay down peacefully enough. It was so soon over. The rapidity of the whole thing robbed it of reality almost. It had the swiftness of something remembered rather than of something witnessed. She slept again so quickly that it was almost as if we had caught her sleepwalking. I cannot say. I asked no questions at the time. I have asked none since, and my help was needed as little as the protection of my pistol. Frances was strangely competent and collected. I lingered for some time uselessly by the door, till at length, looking up with a sigh, she made a sign for me to go. "I shall wait in your room next door," I whispered, "till you come." But, though going out, I waited in the corridor instead, so as to hear the faintest call for help. In that dark corridor upstairs I waited, but not long. It may have been 15 minutes when Frances reappeared, locking the door softly behind her. Leaning over the banisters, I saw her. "I'll go in again about 6 o'clock," she whispered, "as soon as it gets light. She is sound asleep now. Please don't wait. If anything happens, I'll call. You might leave your door ajar, perhaps." And she came up, looking like a ghost. But I saw her first safely into bed, and the rest of the night I spent in an armchair close to my open door, listening for the slightest sound. Soon after 5 o'clock I heard Frances fumbling with the key, and peering over the railing again, I waited till she reappeared and went back into her own room. She closed her door. Evidently she was satisfied that all was well. Then and then only did I go to bed myself, but not to sleep. I could not get the scene out of my mind, especially that odious detail of it which I hoped and believed my sister had not seen, the still dark figure of the housekeeper waiting on the stairs below. Waiting, of course, for Mabel. 9. It seems I became a mere spectator after that. My sister's head was so assured, for one thing, and for another the responsibility of leaving Mabel alone, Frances laid it bodily upon my shoulders, was a little more than I cared about. Moreover, when we all three met later in the day, things went on so exactly as before, so absolutely without friction or distress, that to present a sudden, obvious excuse for cutting our visit short seemed ill-judged. And on the lowest grounds it would have been desertion. At any rate, it was beyond my powers, and Frances was quite firm that she must stay. We therefore did stay. Things that happen in the night always seem exaggerated and distorted when the sun shines brightly next morning. No one can reconstruct the terror of a nightmare afterwards, nor comprehend why it seemed so overwhelming at the time. I slept till 10 o'clock, and when I rang for breakfast, a note from my sister lay upon the tray, its message of counsel couched in a calm and comforting strain. Mabel, she assured me, was herself again, and remembered nothing of what had happened. There was no need of any violent measures. I was to treat her exactly as if I knew nothing. "And if you don't mind, Bill, let us leave the matter unmentioned between ourselves as well. Discussion exaggerates. Such things are best not talked about. I'm sorry I disturbed you so unnecessarily. I was stupidly excited. Please forget all the things I said at the moment." She had written nonsense first instead of things, then scratched it out. She wished to convey that hysteria had been abroad in the night, and I readily gulped the explanation down, though it could not satisfy me in the smallest degree. There was another week of our visit still, and we stayed it out to the end without disaster. My desire to leave at times became that frantic thing, desire to escape, but I controlled it, kept silent, watched, and wondered. Nothing happened. As before, and everywhere, there was no sequence of development, no connection between cause and effect, and climax none whatever. The thing swayed up and down, backwards and forwards, like a great loose curtain in the wind, and I could only vaguely surmise what caused the draught, or why there was a curtain at all. A novelist might mould the queer material into coherent sequence that would be interesting, but could not be true. It remains, therefore, not a story, but a history. Nothing happened. Perhaps my intense dislike of the fall of darkness was due wholly to my stirred imagination, and perhaps my anger when I learned that Frances now occupied a bed in our hostess's room was unreasonable. Nerves were unquestionably on edge. I was forever on the lookout for some event that should make escape imperative, but yet that never presented itself. I slept lightly, left my door ajar to catch the slightest sound, even made stealthy tours of the house below stairs while everybody dreamed in their beds. But I discovered nothing. The doors were always locked. I neither saw the housekeeper again in unreasonable times and places, nor heard a footstep in the passages and halls. The noise was never once repeated. That horrible ultimate thunder, my intensest dread of all, lay withdrawn into the abyss, whence it had twice arisen. And though in my thoughts it was sternly denied existence, the great black reason for the fact afflicted me unbelievably. Since Mabel's fruitless effort to escape, the doors kept closed remorselessly. She had failed. They gave up hope. For this was the explanation that haunted the region of my mind where feelings stir and hint before they clothe themselves in actual language. Only I firmly kept it there. It never knew expression. But if my ears were open, my eyes were opened too, and it were idle to pretend that I did not notice 100 details that were capable of sinister interpretation had I been weak enough to yield. Some protective barrier had fallen into ruins round me, so that terror stalked behind the general collapse, feeling for me through all the gaping fissures. Much of this, I admit, must have been merely the elaboration of those sensations I had first vaguely felt, before subsequent events and my talks with Francis had dramatized them into living thoughts. I therefore leave them unmentioned in this history, just as my mind left them unmentioned in that interminable final week. Our life went on precisely as before, Mabel unreal and outwardly so still, Francis secretive, anxious, tactful to the point of slyness, and keen to save to the point of self-forgetfulness. There were the same stupid meals, the same wearisome long evenings, the stifling ugliness of house and grounds, the shadow settling in so thickly that it seemed almost a visible, tangible thing. I came to feel the only friendly things in all this hostile, cruel place were the robins that hopped boldly over the monstrous terraces, and even up to the windows of the unsightly house itself. The robins alone knew joy. They danced, believing no evil thing was possible in all God's radiant world. They believed in everybody. Their God's plan of life had no room in it for hell, damnation, and lakes of brimstone. I came to love the little birds. Had Samuel Franklin known them, he might have preached a different sermon, bequeathing love in place of terror. Most of my time I spent writing, but was it a pretense at best, and rather a dangerous one besides, for it stirred the mind to production, and with the result that other things came pouring in as well. With reading it was the same. In the end I found an aggressive, deliberate resistance to be the only way of feasible defense. To walk far afield was out of the question, for it meant leaving my sister too long alone, so that my exercise was confined to nearer home. My saunters in the grounds, however, never surprised the goblin garden again. It was close at hand, but I seemed unable to get wholly into it. Too many things assailed my mind for any one to hold exclusive possession, perhaps. Indeed, all the interpretations, all the layers, to use my sister's phrase, slipped in by turns and lodged there for a time. They came day and night, and though my reason denied them entrance, they held their own as by a kind of squatter's right. They stirred moods already in me, that is, and did not introduce entirely new ones. For every mind conceals ancestral deposits that have been cultivated in turn along the whole line of its descent. Any day a chance shower may cause this one or that to blossom. Thus it came to me, at any rate. After darkness, the Inquisition paced the empty corridors and set up ghastly apparatus in the dismal halls. And once, in the library, there swept over me that easy and delicious conviction that by confessing my wickedness I could resume it later, since confession is expression, and expression brings relief and leaves one ready to accumulate again. And in such mood I felt bitter and unforgiving towards all others who thought differently. Another time it was a pagan thing that assaulted me, so trivial yet, oh, so significant at the time, when I dreamed that a herd of centaurs rolled up with a great stamping of hoofs round the house to destroy it, and then woke to hear the horses tramping across the field below the lawns. They neighed ominously, and their noisy panting was audible, as if it were just outside my windows. But the tree episode, I think, was the most curious of all, except perhaps the incident with the children, which I shall mention in a moment. For its closeness to reality was so unforgettable. Outside the east window of my room stood a giant Wellingtonia on the lawn, its head rising level with the upper sash. It grew some 20 feet away, planted on the highest terrace, and I often saw it when closing my curtains for the night, noticing how it drew its heavy skirts about it, and how the light from other windows threw glimmering streaks and patches that turned it into the semblance of a towering, solemn image. It stood there then so strikingly, somehow like a great old-world idol, that it claimed attention. Its appearance was curiously formidable. Its branches rustled without visibly moving, and it had a certain portentous, forbidding air, so grand and dark and monstrous in the night that I was always glad when my curtains shut it out. Yet once in bed, I had never thought about it one way or the other, and by day had certainly never sought it out. One night, then, as I went to bed and closed this window against a cutting easterly wind, I saw that there were 2 of these trees. A brother Wellingtonia rose mysteriously beside it, equally huge, equally towering, equally monstrous. The menacing pair of them faced me there upon the lawn. But in this new arrival lay a strange suggestion that frightened me before I could argue it away. Exact counterpart of its giant companion, it revealed also that gross, odious quality that all my sister's paintings held. I got the odd impression that the rest of these trees, stretching away dimly in a troop over the farthest lawns, were similar, and that, led by this enormous pair, they had all moved boldly closer to my windows. At the same moment a blind was drawn down over an upper room. The second tree disappeared into the surrounding darkness. It was, of course, this chance light that had brought it into the field of vision, but when the black shutter dropped over it, hiding it from view, the manner of its vanishing produced the queer effect that it had slipped into its companion, almost that it had been an emanation of the one I so disliked, and not really a tree at all. In this way the garden turned vehicle for expressing what lay behind it all. The behavior of the doors, the little ordinary doors, seems scarcely worth mention at all, their queer way of opening and shutting of their own accord. For this was accountable in 100 natural ways, and to tell the truth, I never caught one in the act of moving. Indeed, only after frequent repetitions did the detail force itself upon me, when, having noticed one, I noticed all. It produced, however, the unpleasant impression of a continual coming and going in the house, as though, screened cleverly and purposely from actual sight, someone in the building held constant invisible intercourse with others. Upon detailed descriptions of these uncertain incidents I do not venture, individually so trivial, but taken all together so impressive and so insolent. But the episode of the children mentioned above was different, and I give it because it showed how vividly the intuitive child mind received the impression, one impression at any rate, of what was in the air. It may be told in a very few words. I believe they were the coachman's children, and that the man had been in Mr. Franklin's service, but of neither point am I quite positive. I heard screaming in the rose garden that runs along the stable walls. It was one afternoon not far from the tea hour, and on hurrying up I found a little girl of 9 or 10, fastened with ropes to a rustic seat, and 2 other children, boys, one about 12 and one much younger, gathering sticks beneath the climbing rose-trees. The girl was white and frightened, but the others were laughing and talking among themselves so busily while they picked that they did not notice my abrupt arrival. Some game, I understood, was in progress, but a game that had become too serious for the happiness of the prisoner, for there was a fear in the girl's eyes that was a very genuine fear indeed. I unfastened her at once. The ropes were so loosely and clumsily knotted that they had not hurt her skin. It was not that which made her pale. She collapsed a moment upon the bench, then picked up her tiny skirts and dived away at full speed into the safety of the stable-yard. There was no response to my brief comforting, but she ran as though for her life, and I divined that some horrid boy's cruelty had been afoot. It was probably mere thoughtlessness, as cruelty with children usually is, but something in me decided to discover exactly what it was. And the boys, not one whit alarmed at my intervention, merely laughed shyly when I explained that their prisoner had escaped, and told me frankly what their "gime" had been. There was no vestige of shame in them, nor any idea, of course, that they aped a monstrous reality. That it was mere pretense was neither here nor there. To them, though make-believe, it was a make-believe of something that was right and natural, and in no sense cruel. Grown-ups did it too. It was necessary for her good. "We was going to burn her up, sir," the older one informed me, answering my why with the explanation, "because she wouldn't believe what we wanted her to believe." And game though it was, the feeling of reality about the little episode was so arresting, so terrific in some way, that only with difficulty did I confine my admonitions on this occasion to mere words. The boys slunk off, frightened in their turn, yet not, I felt, convinced that they had erred in principle. It was their inheritance. They had breathed it in with the atmosphere of their bringing up. They would renew the salutary torture when they could, till she believed as they did. I went back into the house, afflicted with a passion of mingled pity and distress impossible to describe, yet on my short way across the garden was attacked by other moods in turn, each more real and bitter than its predecessor. I received the whole series, as it were, at once. I felt like a diver rising to the surface through layers of water at different temperatures, though here the natural order was reversed, and the cooler strata were uppermost, the heated ones below. Thus I was caught by the goblin touch of the willows that fringed the field, by the sensuous curving of the twisted ash that formed a gateway to the little grove of sapling oaks where fauns and satyrs lurked to play in the moonlight before pagan altars, and by the cloaking darkness, next, of the copse of stunted pines, close gathered each to each, where hooded figures stalked behind an awful cross. The episode with the children seemed to have opened me like a knife. The whole place rushed at me. I suspect this synthesis of many moods produced in me that climax of loathing and disgust which made me feel the limit of bearable emotion had been reached, so that I made straight to find Frances in order to convince her that at any rate I must leave. For although this was our last day in the house, and we had arranged to go next day, the dread was in me that she would still find some persuasive reason for staying on, and an unexpected incident then made my dread unnecessary. The front door was open, and a cab stood in the drive. A tall elderly man was gravely talking in the hall with the parlour-maid we called the Grenadier. He held a piece of paper in his hand. "I have called to see the house," I heard him say, as I ran up the stairs to Frances, who was peering like an inquisitive child over the banisters. "Yes," she told me with a sigh. I know not whether of resignation or relief. "The house is to be let or sold. Mabel has decided. Some society or other, I believe." I was overjoyed. This made our leaving right and possible. "You never told me, Frances." "Mabel only heard of it a few days ago. She told me herself this morning. It is a chance, she says. Alone she cannot get it straight." "Defeat?" I asked, watching her closely. "She thinks she has found a way out. It's not a family, you see. It's a society, a sort of community. They go in for thought." "A community?" I gasped. "You mean religious?" She shook her head. "Not exactly," she said, smiling, "but some kind of association of men and women who want a headquarters in the country, a place where they can write and meditate, think, mature their plans and all the rest. I don't know exactly what." "Utopian dreamers?" I asked, yet feeling an immense relief come over me as I heard. But I asked in ignorance, not cynically. Frances would know. She knew all this kind of thing. "No, not that exactly," she smiled. "Their teachings are grand and simple, old as the world, too, really, the basis of every religion, before men's mind perverted them with their manufactured creeds." Footsteps on the stairs, and the sound of voices interrupted our odd impromptu conversation as the Grenadier came up, followed by the tall, grave gentleman who was being shown over the house. My sister drew me along the corridor towards her room, where she went in and closed the door behind me, yet not before I had stolen a good look at the caller, long enough at least for his face and general appearance to have made a definite impression on me.
for something strong and peaceful emanated from his presence. He moved with such quiet dignity, the glance of his eyes was so steady and reassuring, that my mind labeled him instantly as a type of man one would turn to in an emergency and not be disappointed. I had seen him but for a passing moment, but I had seen him twice, and the way he walked down the passage, looking competently about him, conveyed the same impression as when I saw him standing at the door, fearless, tolerant, wise. A sincere and kindly character, I judged instantly. A man whom some big kind of love has trained in sweetness towards the world, no hate in him anywhere. A great deal, no doubt, to read in so brief a glance. Yet his voice confirmed my intuition, a deep and very gentle voice, great firmness in it, too. Have I become suddenly sensitive to people's atmospheres in this extraordinary fashion? I asked myself, smiling, as I stood in the room and heard the door close behind me. Have I developed some clairvoyant faculty here? At any other time I should have mocked. And I sat down and faced my sister, feeling strangely comforted and at peace for the first time since I had stepped beneath the tower's roof a month ago. Frances, I then saw, was smiling a little as she watched me. "You know him?" I asked. "You felt it too," was her question in reply. "No," she added, "I don't know him, beyond the fact that he is a leader in the movement and has devoted years and money to its objects. Mabel felt the same thing in him that you have felt, and jumped at it." "But you've seen him before?" I urged, for the certainty was in me that he was no stranger to her. She shook her head. "He called one day early this week when you were out. Mabel saw him. I believe—" She hesitated a moment, as though expecting me to stop her with my usual impatience of such subjects. "I believe he has explained everything to her. The beliefs he embodies, she declares, are her salvation. Might be, rather, if she could adopt them." Conversion again! For I remembered her riches and how gladly a society would gobble them. "The layers I told you about," she continued calmly, shrugging her shoulders slightly. "The deposits that are left behind by strong thinking and real belief, but especially by ugly, hateful belief, because, you see, unfortunately, there's more vital passion in that sort. Frances, I don't understand a bit," I said out loud, but said it a little humbly, for the impression the man had left was still strong upon me, and I was grateful for the steady sense of peace and comfort he had somehow introduced. The horrors had been so dreadful. My nerves, doubtless, were more than a little overstrained. Absurd as it must sound, I classed him in my mind with the Robins, the happy, confiding Robins who believed in everybody and thought no evil. I laughed a moment at my ridiculous idea, and my sister, encouraged by this sign of patience in me, continued more fluently. "Of course you don't understand, Bill. Why should you? You've never thought about such things. Needing no creed yourself, you think all creeds are rubbish." "I'm open to conviction. I'm tolerant," I interrupted. "You're as narrow as Sam Franklin, and as crammed with prejudice," she answered, knowing that she had me at her mercy. "Then pray what may be his, or his society's, beliefs?" I asked, feeling no desire to argue. "And how are they going to prove your Mabel's salvation? Can they bring beauty into all this aggressive hate and ugliness?" "Certain hope and peace," she said. "That peace which is understanding, and that understanding which explains all creeds, and therefore tolerates them." Toleration! The one word a religious man loathes above all others. His pet word is damnation. "Tolerates them," she repeated patiently, unperturbed by my explosion, "because it includes them all." "Fine, if true," I admitted. "Very fine. But how, pray, does it include them all?" "Because the key word, the motto of their society is, 'There is no religion higher than truth.' And it has no single dogma of any kind. Above all," she went on, "because it claims that no individual can be lost. It teaches universal salvation.
To damn outsiders is uncivilized, childish, impure. Some take longer than others. It's according to the way they think and live, but all find peace through development in the end. What the creeds call a hopeless soul, it regards as a soul having further to go. There is no damnation. Well, well, I exclaimed, feeling that she rode her hobby-horse too wildly, too roughly over me. But what is the bearing of all this upon this dreadful place, and upon Mabel? I'll admit that there is this atmosphere, this, inexplicable horror in the house and grounds, and that if not of damnation exactly, it is certainly damnable. I'm not too prejudiced to deny that, for I felt it myself. To my relief, she was brief. She made her statement, leaving me to take it or reject it as I would. The thought and belief its former occupants have left behind. For there has been coincidence here, a coincidence that must be rare. The site on which this modern house now stands was Roman. Before that, early Britain, with burial mounds. Before that again, Druid. The Druid stones still lie in that copse below the field, the tumuli among the ilexes behind the drive. The older building Sam Franklin altered and practically pulled down was a monastery. He changed the chapel into a meeting hall, which is now the music room. But before he came here, the house was occupied by Manetti, a violent Catholic without tolerance or vision. And in the interval between these two, Julius Weinbaum had it, Hebrew of most rigid Orthodox type imaginable. So they all have left their... Even so, I repeated, yet interested to hear the rest. What of it? Simply this, said Francis with conviction, that each in turn has left his layer of concentrated thinking and belief behind him. Because each believed intensely, absolutely, beyond the least weakening of any doubt, the kind of strong belief and thinking that is rare anywhere today, the kind that wills, impregnates objects, saturates the atmosphere, haunts, in a word. And each believing he was utterly and finally right, damned with equally positive conviction the rest of the world. One and all preached that, implicitly if not explicitly. It's the root of every creed. Last of the bigoted grim series came Samuel Franklin. I listened in amazement that increased as she went on. Up to this point her explanation was so admirable. It was indeed a pretty study in psychology if it were true. Then why does nothing ever happen? I inquired mildly. A place so thickly haunted ought to produce a crop of no ordinary results. There lies the proof, she went on in a lowered voice, the proof of the horror and the ugly reality. The thought and belief of each occupant in turn kept all the others under. They gave no sign of life at the time, but the results of thinking never die. They crop out again the moment there's an opening. And with the return of Mabel in her negative state, believing nothing positive herself, the place for the first time found itself free to reproduce its buried stores. Damnation, hellfire, and the rest, the most permanent and vital thought of all those creeds, since it was applied to the majority of the world, broke loose again, for there was no restraint to hold it back. Each sought to obtain its former supremacy. None conquered. There results a pandemonium of hate and fear, of striving to escape, of agonized, bitter warring to find safety, peace, salvation. The place is saturated by that appalling stream of thinking, the terror of the damned. It concentrated upon Mabel, whose negative attitude furnished the channel of deliverance. You and I, according to our sympathy with her, were similarly involved. Nothing happened because no one layer could ever gain the supremacy. I was so interested, I dare not say amused, that I stared in silence while she paused a moment, afraid that she would draw rein and end the fairy tale too soon. The beliefs of this man, of his society rather, vigorously thought and therefore vigorously given out here, will put the whole place straight. It will act as a solvent. These vitriolic layers denied will fuse and disappear in the stream of gentle, tolerant sympathy, which is love. For each member, worthy of the name, loves the world, and all creeds go into the melting pot. Mabel, too, if she joins them out of real conviction, will find salvation." "Thinking, I know, is of the first importance," I objected. "But don't you perhaps exaggerate the power of feeling and emotion, which in religion are, au fond, always hysterical?" "What is the world," she told me, "but thinking and feeling? An individual's world is entirely what that individual thinks and believes. Interpretation. There is no other. And unless he really thinks and really believes, he has no permanent world at all. I grant that few people think, and still fewer believe, and that most take ready-made suits and make them do. Only the strong make their own things. The lesser fry, Mabel among them, are merely swept up into what has been manufactured for them. They get along somehow. You and I have made for ourselves. Mabel has not. She is a non-entity, and when her belief is taken from her, she goes with it." It was not in me just then to criticize the evasion, or pick out the sophistry from the truth. I merely waited for her to continue. "None of us have truth, my dear Francis," I ventured presently, seeing that she kept silent. "Precisely," she answered. "But most of us have beliefs. And what one believes and thinks affects the world at large. Consider the legacy of hatred and cruelty involved in the doctrines men have built into their creeds, where the sine qua non of salvation is absolute acceptance of one particular set of views, or else perishing everlastingly. For only by repudiating history can they disavow it." "You're not quite accurate," I put in. "Not all the creeds teach damnation, do they? Franklin did, of course, but the others are a bit modernized now, surely." "Trying to get out of it," she admitted. "Perhaps they are. But damnation of unbelievers, of most of the world, that is their rather favorite idea if you talk with them." "I never have." She smiled. "But I have," she said significantly. "So if you consider what the various occupants of this house have so strongly held and thought and believed, you need not be surprised that the influence they have left behind them should be a dark and dreadful legacy. For thought, you know, does leave—" The opening of the door, to my great relief, interrupted her, as the grenadier led in the visitor to see the room. He bowed to both of us with a brief word of apology, looked round him, and withdrew. And with his departure the conversation between us came naturally to an end. I followed him out. Neither of us, in any case, I think, cared to argue further. And, so far as I am aware, the curious history of the Towers ends here too. There was no climax in the story sense. Nothing ever really happened. We left next morning for London. I only know that the society in question took the house, and have since occupied it to their entire satisfaction, and that Mabel, who became a member shortly afterwards, now stays there frequently when in need of repose from the arduous and unselfish labors she took upon herself under its aegis. She dined with us only the other night, here in our tiny Chelsea flat, and a jollier, saner, more interesting and happy guest I could hardly wish for. She was vital in the best sense. The lay figure had come to life. I found it difficult to believe she was the same woman whose fearful effigy had floated down those dreary corridors and almost disappeared in the depths of that atrocious shadow. What her beliefs were now I was wise enough to leave unquestioned, and Francis, to my great relief, kept the conversation well away from such inappropriate topics. It was clear, however, that the woman had in herself some secret source of joy, that she was now an aggressive, positive force, sure of herself, and apparently afraid of nothing in heaven or hell. She radiated something very like hope and courage about her, and talked as though the world were a glorious place, and everybody in it kind and beautiful. Her optimism was certainly infectious. The Towers were mentioned only in passing. The name of Marsh came up. Not the Marsh, it so happened, but a name in some book that was being discussed, and I was unable to restrain myself. Curiosity was too strong. I threw out a casual inquiry Mabel could leave unanswered if she wished, but there was no desire to avoid it. Her reply was frank and smiling. Would you believe it? She married, Mabel told me, though obviously surprised that I remembered the housekeeper at all, and is happy as the day is long. She's found her right niche in life. A sergeant. The army, I ejaculated. Salvation Army, she explained merrily. Francis exchanged a glance at me. I laughed too, for the information took me by surprise. I cannot say why exactly, but I expected at least to hear that the woman had met some dreadful end, not impossibly by burning. And the Towers, now called the Rest House, Mabel chattered on, seems to me the most peaceful and delightful spot in England. Really, I said politely. When I lived there in the old days. While you were there, perhaps, though I won't be sure, Mabel went on. The story got abroad that it was haunted. Wasn't it odd? A less likely place for a ghost I've never seen. Why, it had no atmosphere at all. She said this to Francis, glancing up at me with a smile that apparently had no hidden meaning. Did you notice anything queer about it when you were there? This was plainly addressed to me. I found it, difficult to settle down to anything, I said, after an instant's hesitation. I couldn't work there. But I thought you wrote that wonderful book on the deaf and blind while you stayed with me, she asked innocently. I stammered a little. Oh, no, not then. I only made a few notes, at the Towers. My mind, oddly enough, refused to produce at all down there. But why do you ask? Was anything supposed to happen there? She looked searchingly into my eyes a moment before she answered. Not that I know of, she said simply.